tell, because I thought that was a really interesting start. They were playing it really passive, keeping Fort alive almost until phase 7. Was that something you expect coming into today? That they want to take the safer approach to the game?
तू भेज देना व्हाट्सएप पे मेरा ना व्हाट्सएप खोलूंगा तो लीक हो जाएगा.
Okay. I put a list. All the teams doing north. You had Stalwart, YM, TGK, IEC, S2G, INF.
चल देखता हूँ मैं कुछ ना कुछ करता हूँ. मैंने डिस्प्ले कैप्चर तो किया नहीं है. ठीक है.
मैं पता 2 फोन वैसे यूज कर.
I'm not going to lie, and I think they had what 4 limbs towards the end of the game before taking that final fight versus Inco. It's still a good Nova game, but I think they didn't really put them to the test as much as the teams not.
What I enjoyed about that game though,
उसको मैं भेज रहा हूँ. बोल दियो मैंने लिंक भेज दिया.
in a position where they could actually push there towards the end. I mean, they were able to. If it wasn't for Nenebete clutching that at the end, that was absolutely. We're gonna talk about that later. But overall, I mean, we were kind of expecting it, right? We were hoping it would happen. We both had Nova in our teams to watch, and this is the Nova on day 2. They had a chance to go back and see what they did wrong yesterday. I hope a lot of teams are ready because Nova is about to show up in a big way.
Talking about showing up, one player that stood out specifically was Order. He had 3 frags before anyone else pretty much got a shot off. Talk to me about it. Order throughout the whole game and then the last clutch situation as well. What a player!
I mean, with games like that, like Order could very clearly be the back-to-back MVP of the grand finals of last year. Could be making it happen here once again. Like he had such a good angle.
Yep.
Really hard to take down. But the fact that Inco were able to actually turn that fight in their favor, it came down initially to that first nade. They created a little bit of a man advantage in their favor. The moment you put Order out of commission, that is your game to take. And once again, Nenebete, we didn't see him too much yesterday. It was Vitali. Now you have 2 top fraggers for the team.
Yep.
Inco, they're not going to slow down.
We didn't see him much, but hey, as long as it shows up today, that's all that matters. Inco Gaming there with 21 points. What I'm surprised though, we're talking about yesterday being Brazil's day. Today might be China's day. You can see 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all from the PEL. Wow. 4 Angry Men with 18 points, Nova with 16 points, and Wolf Esports. I mean, this is teams that we were talking about. They definitely have the potential. They're here for a reason. 4 Angry Men with 10 eliminations. They're continuing to show that they can definitely frag out Max.
I'm super happy to see it happen, right? I was not going to lie. I mean, even though Brazil still got the chicken dinner, I was like, I hope we'll see other regions and teams do well. I'm happy that is in fact the case with this first game. Teams are heating up. Teams are willing to make adaptations, but still at the bottom, got a few teams like, hopefully Alpha 7. I mean, I don't want to. It's just one game.
This is what I was talking about. This is why that was my team to watch, because I was wondering how they were going to be coming out, if they were going to be coming out hot, or if they were going to maintain that lead. And as you can see right there, they are not maintaining that lead. Now it's Inco Gaming, and they're actually creating a nice little cushion for themselves. And then you have 4 Angry Men.
They finished off yesterday so well, just stepping things up slowly and surely. And the fact that they're now in 3rd position without a single chicken dinner, all the teams above and below them have wins, and they're there without a single one, goes to show how their games from yesterday actually were towards the end of the day, how strong this performance was also from them. And I still have no idea how they survived that fight versus Stalwart. That's just...
Yes,
it should not be allowed.
Not only that, but afterwards they almost got 1v4'd again at the Wizard Tower by T2K, I believe it was Sundash actually, which was completely mind-boggling how he actually turned their situation around. Almost. So they're sitting really confident. Looking at the 2nd page of the overall rankings, GeekFam is leading that one.
Yeah, GeekFam getting himself, as you said already, 7 right. We did, to reiterate the point, looking hyper-aggressive in this first game. And right now, once again, these grand finals are very short tournaments. If you're in the middle of the rankings at this point, you still have a very big shot to rank up super high at the end of the
year. You know which team I'm going to be looking at specifically?
Don't do it. Don't say it. Don't say 7.
Godlike Star Wars, because man, they had a chance to take on 4 Angry Men, as you were saying there, Felix, but they just didn't go for it. They were too passive. They were going to end up fighting them anyways. It wasn't because the circle was on them, Max. I just didn't like that play out of them.
Unfortunately, as much as I want to support Godlike, they had a strong compound in the world because they had the highest position in that entire literally almost impossible to move away from that position in nade range. And they're just like, let's just allow the entirety of 4AM to survive. The thing is, in a position like that, 2 teams cannot survive. Only one team can take 4 control of the North. That's why so many teams are falling one after another. The moment you allow a team like 4AM to survive and get back up as a 4-man team, you just can't aim for the chicken dinner because you're just going to keep fighting one another. At that point, you move in.
Vampire ने अच्छा try किया लेकिन वो भी साला कुछ नहीं कर पाए.
I think they were relying relying too much on their throwables. We saw that Molly, we saw the nades too, and they just weren't hitting, and I think they took too long to actually make that push.
Yeah, I felt like I was very like I got a little bit tilted.
Get into it.
I got it out there.
Talking about tilted, maybe someone.
E2 वाले ने तो भाई अच्छी बजा दी थी उनकी है, but वो बच गए भाई 4M वाले.
Really early on. And
अब
I
उसने reload
that's
कर
become
लिया.
kind of a pattern. When Flex is not there, I really feel that has a lot of impact.
I'm actually
वो smoke के अंदर reload ही मार रहा था क्या, तब मर गया था वो.
Did you?
ये reload कर लिया था, फिर
What's
fight
going to be
नहीं
happening?
लगा.
What's going to be your approach? No changes
Reload
in
हो
mind.
गए थे.
They are doing nothing. He did say that they had a few issues with Circle that kept moving away from them.
उसने और एक
I
W
understand that
Wolf वाले
Circle's
ने
going to be a
गाना
little bit
मारा.
of a frustrating part of the game, but
Game
unfortunately,
खराब कर दिया.
you have to work with it, okay? You cannot always have that as like
Reload कैसे मरा वो नहीं देख पाया मैं.
to go with. Like circles
What?
don't go in your favor. Just
Okay.
rotate
A7 वाला.
You need to change something. Unfortunately, as you said,
वो
because
तो
of the
हाँ,
hard
नहीं-
player
Yeah.
pretty
तो
quickly.
तो
है नहीं,
उसे spot कर लिया.
Just moving away from them.
Quake, let me put you on the spot. How many games would you give him until they actually start making changes?
क्या लगता है इस गेम में कौन टॉप 3 टीमें होंगी
No. But if it was
जो
you, if
land
you were
and
in their
zone में.
shoes, when would you start making changes?
I would have
ST
made
तो
changes
पक्का.
already after day one. Yeah, I would have already done them.
Well, look
And
at
Nova.
Chickens. Maybe we're
इस
going
बार
to see some
chicken ले
changes
गया
in the
Steve.
teams to watch from these two beautiful animals.
Nova.
Maxman, you've gone with Wolves, a team that has just
Nova तो
performed-
consistent खेलते हैं और
It
देखा.
was a nice fight versus GRS.
It was really
and,
और ये top 5 में दिख जाएगी.
Thank you very much for your approval. No, I think that Wolves know.
बस 2-3 मैच में देखा
some good
early
fights, and
elimination हो
I
गया.
do want to support the team. We saw one.
इस पे चिकन निकलता ना तो सीधा पहले पेज पे थे वो भाई, अभी भी दूसरे पे ही है, टॉप पे है लेकिन थोड़ा.
Yesterday, that was their first day playing in like this kind of tournament outside of their home region. So I think that now they've adapted. They can get a little bit more used to this lobby. I think we can expect hopefully some good things in today and also hopefully tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, for them to be able to bounce back the way they have, I can see why you're picking
मेरा
them. And
मारो
I'm
से
actually picking
vampire
Eco
भी
Gaming.
अच्छा
Not-
है.
it's
ये जो
not just
इस
because
स्टेज
they're
पे जो भी
gorgeous.
बंदा खेल रहा है ना वो
It's not
भाई
just
वर्ल्ड
because
वाइड
they are
में
a
उसका बहुत
gorgeous
नाम हो
team.
गया है.
It's because now they are in first place, right? Are they going to be able to do what
ऐसा
Optic
तो है
was
ही,
able to
उनको
do in that
मिलेगा
first
ही
game?
और
They're gonna be
नाम
able
भी
to
बहुत.
actually maintain that lead. We'll have to wait and see, and I'm picking for Angry Man and Nova because
जो यहाँ परफॉर्म कर गया वो तो भाई
it's looking like it might be
next level.
day instead of a Brazil day.
Gorgeous region.
Yes, it is.
Talking about Nova maybe a little bit more specifically, I said that they it kind of felt like that to me. They were a little bit more passive at the start. Do you think we're going to see that throughout all the games today? That maybe want to stick S4 and make sure they get into late game?
I have the
ये
impression that what
सरकार
we've seen
ने
from
मार
Nova
रखी वरना तो
yesterday, and I think
इंडियन
what
बंदे भी
it was
होते
on
हैं.
that 7 is that they struggled to
हाँ यार मजा आता थोड़ा, सब कोई भी जाता भले ही लेकिन देखने में मजा आता.
Not really a lot of action happening south, and that's a
मैं
good thing
चाहता हूँ
because
इंडियन
they've
टीम
read
छोड़े
the
यार.
circle and the teams how they were going to rotate extremely
जैसे
well. Like,
फोड़ते हैं.
we're just going to find the
फिर
easiest
अलग ही एक
entry
अंदर से
point
वो
to
आता
get
है.
ourselves in circle because
हाँ
that's
यार
where
अपने
Nova
बंदे मार
shine
रहे
the most is when they are in control of their
जैसे
position.
क्रिकेट
When
में
they're
फील
pushing,
होता है.
50-50 chance they'll come out on top, but when they're controlling that
तो
position,
क्रिकेट में तो इंडिया का ही
it's so
नाम
much
चल
harder
रहा
to
है.
move them out of that spot. So if they have rotations like this throughout all of today, I could see that comeback happening right now.
And something with Nova, I mean, it
उसके
comes
पीछे
down
देख
to
कोई
are
और
they
वीडियो
going
चल रही
to
है
be
ना?
losing some of their
तीन बंदे कोई और
players
बैठे हैं.
early on in the match. We saw that happen yesterday, and it was definitely hindering them. And I mean,
वो
going back to
local
group stages,
country के
with
होंगे ना
that
जहाँ ये
situation
host
that
हो
was
रहा है.
happening with that team, they were able to readjust that. They were able to make sure, like you guys were saying, try to keep their whole board towards the end of the game, and that's when they started doing amazing things.
But in a bit. That's a bit tough, man.
You both picked 4
ये
AM
मैच
as well.
इसी
I
को हो
know
रहा है
that
क्या
you were
Xperia पे?
quite, you were liking them in the last game, especially because they were under so much pressure. Is there something that sticks out to you about 4M? Just
और
in
ये
general,
डिवाइस के बारे में
because
बता रहे थे वो
it's what
घटिया
it
है.
looks like to me. They perform really well under pressure in terms of fighting scenarios. They rarely ever really choke. You know that. You know it's a bad word, but they rarely choke in fights. Is what I feel like.
We picked them because they're gorgeous. You know, too many
all
times
right.
on that one. But I think the 4AM played that position north really well. They were
Yep.
third-party in fights in particular really efficiently. Geek Fam, I mean, you brought them up as a team that was looking super
Yep.
aggressive. They were taking fight after fight after fight. When you're taking fights, that opens up opportunities for other teams around you, and that's what 4AM are so good at. They're super opportunistic as a team.
भाई मैं वो एंड जोन का जो केओस होता है ना वो भाई जिसको झेलना आ जाए
They're
वो
going to take that fight, and that's why I
भाई मैं
enjoyed
प्लेयर
the
बन
start
रहा
of the game. Still, as we said,
मतलब देख के ही मेरी अत्यासी हो जाती है.
down,
Yes.
but at least they took a good fight in the north while they still could.
वो
I
झेलना
feel like if
भाई.
that T2K player wasn't
सारे
there,
chance
it
काम
would've been
करने
a
पड़ता है उस time पे.
completely different
सारे
story.
खबर
That
जब दिख
4AM
रहा होता है तो
definitely
हमें
got set back. I feel like
दिक्कत
if
लगती है वो
that
बंदे को तो कुछ
early
दिखता
on,
है
they would've been scouting
उस
them off.
सिचुएशन में
T2K
मारना भाई
was just throwing them off
कहाँ से
because
पड़
they were
जाए क्या
getting
पड़ जाए
raided
पता नहीं.
by a guy like Star Wars. They were just so confused, but I'm pretty sure this match is going to be different.
Yeah, 100%. And one more team that you just touched on, which is called like Star Wars. I feel like they're in a really
Make or
weird
break
spot
वाली
now,
situation
where
में
it's
थे
just
वो.
make or break.
I would say they're in a bad spot all that right now if you're looking at the rankings. But
ये बंदे चले गए क्या?
I don't really know where to
अभी
put this. Does
लोग
not feel
मैंने
like this
टिकटॉक
whole,
पे देखे हैं ऐसे बंदे
I used to see.
मुझे ऐसे
I don't
जीभ
know
निकाल
what
निकाल के
it is
ऐसे
from
करता
that 1-7,
देखा
but
वो
really, like, the team was looking confident, willing
वो
to
रील
take
देखा
the
तूने?
fights, like, no
नहीं, नहीं,
hesitation in their
ऐसे ही तो
eyes when an
बुरखा वाला
opportunity
सीन रहता है
arises in
उनका।
front of them, and right now it's just not happening too much right now. But look at that, seeing some
कितना
cowboy
की हुआ है
signs
भाई ये
over
तो।
there. So I can't. Oh, say I can't quite. I was about to say I can't read, but I can read, but not the sign.
बट टीम में है क्या बैठी है?
Oh, wait, it's gone. But what I was gonna say there.
ये
with
तो
the
बैठी
guy like
सामने,
Star,
left, right में।
There's an
I'm
order
an
sign as
all-man.
well.
I'm
There's
an
an order
सारे
sign.
यहाँ 16 बंदे 16 टीम है
I'm
भाई
gonna go
Saw
down
that
there,
one with the glasses
give
on.
out some hugs.
तो बाकी और भी कहीं होंगे
What I was gonna say there for a guy like Star Wars is I'm kind of
दिखा नहीं रहे ढंग से पूरा stage.
There was a team that was just kind of hyped up a lot.
What?
And it's just nothing happened, Max.
अच्छा,
I'm
मुंह पे
having
light मार।
flashbacks.
पूरा राउंड में लग रहा
I don't
मुझे
want to say it, but it might happen again.
7, you continue like that, I'm going to demote you to 6. Okay, just you just keep on going that way, man.
16 टीम है भाई यार
6.9.
मैं भी कह रहा हूँ यार हमने इतना अच्छा स्पॉट से ऐसे हाथ से
Maybe
चला गया
coming back to a team that we have on camera right now, which is
क्या ST वाला
Alter
है?
Ego, the home
Wolf
ground
वाला?
team. They have so
Wolf.
much support today, it is absolutely unreal. What are your expectations?
ये भी भाई
Can they come out of
नोवा
that
ने
so
इन
they
पे
have
चढ़ाई
the
करके
last-
मार दिया इनको बस।
Wait, bro, 7.
DRS और
The
नोवा
thing is, with the amount of games you still have, 100%, they can still make it happen. They can still climb back up. The
ये
thing is, it's
T2
going
के।
to start looking scary at the end of today if there's still
ये कह रहा था
enough
देख
hope.
बादल
Hopefully
देख
that's not the case. There's still a lot of hope available. But seeing how dominant the
कौन
teams
है
at the
बे?
top currently are, you can't just look
Godless
consistent
कौन सा
now.
बंदा
You
है?
need to get those big
ये तो
explosive
सारंग इधर भी है
matches
क्या?
if you want to initiate that big comeback for Alter Ego.
I'm so glad you said that. I was about to call you out. I was about to say you were lying.
Sway, bro.
That they had a chance, but I agree with you. They,
Life
if
set
they
है
want
भाई।
to make a change, it has to happen now. Yeah, you are in your home country. Yeah, you
इसके
are in
left-
the
अबे इसके
hometown.
left वाले पे
You
क्या
have the
दिखाया था?
fans behind you, but all of that is not going to
क्या
matter
दिखाया
if
था?
you are just
दो
not able
country
to
का flag
perform,
था
if
क्या
you're just
उसके?
not able to put up plays. I mean, we have seen I think maybe two
दो का
plays
उस पे
that
होगा ना,
stand
वो
out
कैमिन
to me
वाले
in
पे?
my head out of that team.
जो इनको है।
After all the matches that after the 7 matches that we have
पे होगा ना,
played, that's
जैसे
just not gonna be able to
इंडिया
cut it.
की है,
Not even
हाँ,
कैमिन
वो
कहाँ
ये-
की है?
for a top 10.
इंडिया
इंडिया
की है।
Definitely not going to be able to cut it for a top 5, and I'm
बाहर
not
की
going to
है।
top 1 because that's out of reach right now.
Yeah, exactly.
As
I mean, the thing
godlike
is,
तो
it's
इंडिया
very
की है।
similar to other teams that we used
तो
to
उस
play
पे देखो
pretty
होगा
early,
इंडिया का और वो फ्लैग होगा।
When they take fights, they look really confident, but I feel like it's all they're just too passive
No,
or they're
wow.
over-aggressive. Like, if we find that middle spot where they take fights that make sense, that would be the Alter Ego I want to see.
अगर वो जीतेगी ना ST
Too aggressive. There was a
तो
situation
दोनों
yesterday that
फ्लैग
you were
लहराएंगे वो यहाँ पे
disappointed
इंडिया के और वो
Don't even.
it's your choice.
फिर तो हमें उसको ही करना चाहिए
Talk about it, but he was
क्या
they were
बोलता है?
at somewhere near volcano, and there was a
Support
team
तो है,
just
but फिर भी यार
above
और
them
भी
that
बढ़िया
pushed
team
out
है।
the circle almost.
Yeah, the circle finished
Match
with
up पे मेरा PC
Field, like,
Yeah,
down to
exactly.
the southern
बोलने
western
लगा।
side, and they took a fight versus Nova.
ये क्या कर रहे हो मालिक आज
Big fight,
ये
but
मत
it
करो
makes sense. They were aggressive on a
भाई आज
position
मेरा
that
हल्का भी
was
गर्म नहीं हो रहा है,
gonna
इतनी
get the
ठंड है ना।
Exactly, and they won it. The crowd went wild.
ये कह रहा है लाइट मारोगे, लो है मारो जितना लाइट मारोगे,
Then the team
फेस पे लाइट मारोगे।
their position.
क्या
जैकेट
हो
ही
गया?
डाल ले,
Pushing that team
उसने
towards
जैकेट
them,
डाल
and
ली
yet they
मुंह पे।
actively push out of their comfort zone for a fight that is going to come their way eventually. They don't have to chase it down, and they push it one by one. That is when
अरे
they take
बाहर आ
the
जा,
fight over-aggressive
बेइज्जती
and
करा
also
रहा है
make too much
अब ये मेरे को
sense.
देखने लग रहा है भाई ये कोई
A little bit more thought behind those fights, and I think that if they just waited, they could have got himself 3-4 more limbs, maybe also take themselves the game off that match.
क्या हो गया ये बहन तेरा भी हो रहा है
Last
क्या?
of first. Now we haven't really
मेरा
talked
कुछ नहीं हो
about
रहा,
that
मक्खन
much,
चल रहा है
but give
एकदम।
me your
अरे YouTube पता नहीं ऐसे रटक टक चल रहा है
expectation for this day in general.
YouTube भी अटक टक चल रहा है मेरा
तेरा ना उसमें जाके देख क्या कहते हैं एंटी मॉलवेयर चल रहा होगा तेरा
In first place after 12
टास्क मैनेजर में, वो ले रहा होगा बहुत ज्यादा मेमोरी तेरी,
matches being played.
वो वाला बंद होता है अगर तू वो कर देगा ना।
With Inco Gaming, I'm
क्या
honestly
है
not
क्या
sure.
लिखना पड़ता
एंटी मॉलवेयर एक्स करके
चल रहा
आ रहा होगा ना, वो बहुत ज्यादा ले रहा होगा तेरा, तभी ये हैंग कर देता है पूरा सिस्टम को।
If it was Alpha 7, I would say, yeah, I can
इसको
see
चल रहा है
Alpha 7
वो।
definitely being
चल
there
रहा
at
है।
the top. I feel like I
वो
just
पता है
not
तेरे को
convinced with the inconsistency.
जो होता नहीं है क्या डिफेंडर बंद करना होगा और वो पूरा पीसी रिस्टार्ट करना होता है, तब शायद वो बंद हो पाता है।
Two great games at the start, and then in the middle they kind of just
इधर
disappear,
stream बंद
and then at
करनी
the end they
पड़ेगी।
kind of showed up again.
अगर दिक्कत ज्यादा हो रही है उसकी वजह से हो रही है क्या देख।
That they want to have here if they want to be able to
हाँ,
maintain
वो
that
तो
first place.
मतलब
And
बार-बार
going
वो
for
हो
Inco
रहा है।
Gaming and other teams that I personally want to talk about is going to be
Chrome
Firefly
ज़्यादा ले
Esports
रहा
and
है।
S2G.
तो ये
This
थोड़ी
was
देर
something
तक
that we were
लेता है,
kinda
चेक
wondering,
करने के बाद ना बंद हो
what
जाता
are
है,
they
बट
gonna be able
पता
to
नहीं
do
कब
here,
होगा तेरा।
right? With the announcement of PMGC 2023 Grand Finals going to be in Turkey. I want to see more out of this.
बीच
team
बीच में
right
नहीं
now.
हाई
They
हो रहा
started off the day with what, a 15th place
हाँ,
for STG with only
स्ट्रीम लैब ले जा रहा है कई बार
18
तगड़ा
point. that's not going to be able to cut it. And then you got Fireflux.
ओ भाई मोबाइल में देंगे और ये नोवा का ओ भाई क्या फैन बेस है यार इनका हैं भाई
Turkey Day tomorrow. No, they play. It's a region step
फैंस
up.
देख रहे हो
Time at a
उनके
time.
ओ वैम्पायर वाले
नहीं भाई मैं पीछे हो गया इतने रिफ्रेश हो रहा ना
We saw Inco Gaming get in
चलो
away
भाई
yesterday with being in second
वैम्पायर
place
पे
because
दिखा
the
रहा
teams
है
that were
तेरा
actually
क्या
trying to
दिखा
catch
रहा
up to them just weren't
वही है
I feel like today those
नमस्ते।
teams that are actually trying to catch up to second place and first place
बढ़िया
will be
बंदे हैं भाई
performing, especially with what we just saw and especially the jump up that we just saw out of 4 Angry Men.
ऐसी लोग भी डोमिनेट करते हैं ना तो टीम
क्या इंडिया का फ्लैग तो कैमिन वालों इनको पे भी है
They cannot be having
हाँ इसी की बात कर रहा था मैं
performances like you're saying.
हाँ तो कैमिन इंडिया की है नहीं
And then just completely
सही है दो बंदे मिल गए एक तो टॉप में चल ही रहा है
ये चल रही है ना टॉप पे
Yep.
It's the name of the game.
Always be.
It
ये तो नंबर 1 पे चल रही है
get those big pop-off games and
ठीक
then
है
back
भाई
games, you need to be consistent in how
पर
you
यार
get
मन
those
नहीं
pop-off
करता
games too. So there's no like secret sauce.
उंगली कर दो उनकी तरफ भले ही दिल कहीं भी हो
Consistency, and that's how you're going to breach the way to the top.
मैंने वीडियो
100%.
क्वालिटी
I'd
720
say
कर दी
maybe
क्या फर्क
that's
पड़ता है
still in the middle of the pack.
ये और
we
कहाँ
saw them
होस्ट
last
हो रहा है
week
ये
being very aggressive early on, capitalizing
बंदे ही अलग लग रहे हैं
on a
सारे
mistake from T2K, but then they fell
यार क्वालिटी चेंज करती मां की आंख लफड़ा
off again. What's your thought process behind
ज्यादा
IHC?
दिक्कत हो तो
maybe that
बंदी कर दियो
performance today?
क्या है
Do you think they're going to be coming back strong?
I mean, hopefully. Once again, that fight with Seoul yesterday when he took himself that 1v1 was looking really good. They were looking confident with their approach. I think it was Wolves in that 6th match when they were approaching Inco Gaming also. Like they were.
मैच के टाइम पे ना आ गया बस अभी भले जितना आगता रहा वहाँ मैच देखूं ये देखूं
Much thought into it. But yeah, IHC, I think that they're.
इन्होंने तो लोगों में लाइन वाला वो शेर ही लगा दिया
As a region, also can have some big step ups.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I mean with what we were talking about earlier at the
ये
beginning.
1.5 मिनट दिखा रहे हैं बार-बार वाला गेम तो स्टार्ट हो नहीं रहा
Win already, right? They're gonna have a little bit of that confidence.
तीन
boost that
बंदर
they're
आ गया
able to kinda
तेरे में
do
वही
that.
दिखा रहा
Get that out of the way.
वो
In a way,
पीछे देख रहा
check
है
market. Okay, we gotta win. Now we can focus on other stuff and try to be a lot more consistent with IHC. I think
क्या दिखा रहे
right
हैं
now with what they're doing, I don't see them being in the top 10.
We will see about that one. Let's do a quick recap of what's been happening so far.
यार आज मैच भी है सोचता
Or
हूँ
not? Maybe
स्किप
we're
कर
staying
दूंगा
right here.
With a recap.
यहाँ से गए बंदे
Ooh,
वो जो कैसा प्लेन जा रहा है
Oh, this is nice.
4 टीमों को ही दिखा रहा है जो टॉप एंड
By
तक
the way,
रही थी
something I did want to point out yesterday, nobody keeps challenging Wolves in Pochinki, and I feel like at some point that we're going to be able to
हाँ,
take
जो
advantage
तब से
of
वहीं
that.
बैठी हुई थी यार
Finally
इनको
starting to show that they are going to be able to take advantage of just being able to move
ज्यादा
wherever they
struggle
want,
तो
whether
नोवा
it's
वालों ने
whether
करी
it's
लग रहा
sour, whether it's ease or
4M
west.
में भी
And I
करी
think
4M
that's
तो
definitely
ऑलमोस्ट
helping
खत्म
them
थी
out in a
मैं
big, big way.
Yeah, I do
इन्होंने तो बस
also
वहाँ
like
जाके ये भी
the
बैठे रहेंगे वहीं बैठे
up
रहेंगे पूरे एंड तक
up in the northern side of the map, so they tend to be on these eastern circles to always go.
इसे पता कैसे था वेस्टर्न जोन वहाँ जाए
side of the river because
प्रोडक्शन तगड़े होते हैं
2-3 teams, so the chances of you clashing in another team
Experience.
at that stage is very, very slim. It's been well
आगे
done
भी
for
दिखाओ
them so
यार
far.
कि आप भाई
In
रोक
some ways,
दिया
we see a
यहीं
lot of these teams trying to just center up because we know this terrain here, Seven. We don't have an insane amount
ओ
of
भाई
position.
ये ले लिया इन्होंने भाई
It's like, oh my
स्नाइपर
God,
टावर
this is horrible.
Yeah.
North is going to be hell.
By the way, look at the 2-2 splits there from Nova.
Yes, they always do it.
They do, and we saw that yesterday, especially in Miramar too, and it worked out. It kind of worked out perfect for them.
Okay,
for that
protection
circle.
सही दिया
And right
नहीं।
here, I mean, it ended up working out perfect for them as well as they were able to kind of just figure out where they were going to be going. And I feel like this is what Nova's bread and butter is, being able to utilize those 2-2 splits that they end up doing, putting themselves in a great situation, and then at the right moment, actually getting
तभी वो
together
बता
and putting themselves in an even
वैम्पायर वाले वो
better
जगह लेना चाहते
Exactly,
थे
because that's what these 2-2 splits enables
उन्हें
Nova
पता
to
था
do.
वो
It
जगह
keeps your
बढ़िया है
options open and
Yep.
boom,
यहाँ
set
पे
pops up
पेलम
and they
पाली
saw
हुई
this, like,
है।
okay, we're going to regroup on the 2 players further south, go for the white.
देखिए उन पे मस्त जगह थी बट इनको ना वो दूसरों ने दिक्कत दी तो पीछे से ये नोवा ने मजे ले लिए तो बस हो गया काम खत्म
It's still far enough and a really strong game.
See, and this is what I'm saying for Angry Man. It would have been a completely different story if that 2T
और बंदे अब निकले थे एंड में
didn't show up. All right, yeah, did they have to rotate? But I mean,
नहीं डीआरएस को पोल दिया था इन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट सारा
back on godlike Star Wars. Which,
But-
if they didn't have T2K player just laying down, being a little snaky snake, that would have ended up happening. I think they would have ended up in a much better performance.
How often are you going to bring
ये
back
कभी
the soul?
सीधा जाते ही नहीं है
I'm just gonna keep doing it
Just gonna
until
keep it above my head, aren't you? Yeah.
until they start performing.
Yeah, not too cool. But at the end of the day, 2-2 split from Nova worked pretty good. Didn't really capitalize on it too much yesterday, but they keep doing it, and I feel like the execution on that split in particular this game enabled them to make it in the late game. Just like it was a breeze for them to make it.
100%. And with that being said, you can hear the crowd getting hyped up because we are going into match number 2. John, Alan, and Blaine, take it away.
That's right, we're ready for Miramar. So are the crowd, so is everybody involved. The players have loaded into the lobby and they're getting ready for the desert.
Absolutely, I think the desert is a very scary place. Big map, Alpha 7 usually was quite good at this one, influenced Kemin. Kind of took up that mantle over in Americas though for quite some time. This is going to be a little bit more of a difficult match. I think that with some of these other teams starting to build up momentum now, build up some actual good games, some good consistency, we might see a very different Miramar to start off our day.
पीछे स्क्रीन लगी हुई है क्या?
Into it though, some of our players already down there in the booth.
पिछले वाले में तो थी, इसमें भी होगी,
Brazil.
लेकिन बंद कर देता हूँ गेम खेलते वक्त.
Some of these teams, I think they've done very, very well considering the circumstances. Considering
बंदा फोकस कैसे रहता है? चिल्लम चिल्ली आ रहे थे उधर.
storylines. I think Inco,
तो वही तो प्रेशर.
almost out of nowhere, a team that a lot of people didn't expect
ढोल
to do
ताशे
as
बज
well,
रहे
have
हैं.
really proven a lot of people wrong, which is great to see. Love to see all the
भाई यहाँ
fans
ऐसे
here as
फैन
well.
नहीं आते हैं इंडिया में.
Trying their best. Come on now. You gotta.
फिर माच डाली यूट्यूब वाला.
You gotta practice that type of stuff.
I'm
यूट्यूब वाले कह रहे हैं वाला.
some of the
अरे मौज पे देख रहा है.
कर रहे हो.
मैं उस
किस
पे
पे
देख
देख
रहा
stage,
है.
those
ब्रेव खोल
ball
लेता हूँ मैं,
boys.
इस पे चुदा
I'm
हो
really
रहा
bad
है.
at it.
हाँ ब्रेव खोल ले सही है.
I was doing it in
Don't like
secret.
ये क्रोम का ही चौदह है. टास्क मैनेजर से खत्म कर दो पहले. चालू हो गया मैच.
मिरामार.
जरा मैं इधर क्लियर करूँ मैं क्रोम को. क्रोम हट गया. ब्रेव पे चालू करता भाई. साला पता नहीं कौन सी वीडियो चल रही है.
वेले से मार्स से जा रहा है तोरे उमादास तक.
पबजी मोबाइल ई स्पोर्ट्स.
तेरी कौन सी ड्रॉप है इसमें मिरामार में? अल-अज़हर.
अल-अज़हर और मोंटे
एम कॉम्बिनेटर कोई जाता होगा वैसे.
जाते हैं.
On the cards here. Match number 8 of the 18 set. We are, of course, coming up to that halfway mark. We'll be reaching that after the next game that we play. But for now, in the desert, IHC dropping down right on top of Mountain Wavo.
मेरे में
Not
उसको
really
दिखा
looking
रहा
to challenge them out here just yet. South side, fairly solidly
Kaiko?
occupied, but no real
भाई यहाँ तो
drops.
अच्छा.
Actually, maybe Buradam,
4am
the
दिख रहा है.
easternmost player
bridge वाला.
might crash into DRS if
सही है
DRS
फिर.
don't go too much further on those parachutes, but it looks like they are just going to disengage from one another. Don't want to get locked into it too early. Foreigner end on the way.
मिरामार में नोवा कहाँ ड्रॉप है?
circles. Name
ग्रेवयार्ड है क्या?
This one, right here.
Yeah, that's right.
ओ हवा में.
I have a ring on.
ये T2K
That's
का
also a
बंदा.
circle.
Oh,
है तो खतरनाक भाई.
Abendita Crater,
That
very good.
sight right there.
खतरनाक खिलाड़ी.
right in the circle.
You are getting very good at this. Kick feet,
ओ भाई.
not quite
Okay,
able to
बच
land the
जाएगा
winning
फिर भी मेरे
shots
को जहाँ
over the
तक लग रहा है.
T2K legend.
अरे ऊपर
However,
एक और है, उसको
you
मारना
pull out the
क्या करना है?
weapon that isn't necessarily meant for this type of range and you hit a few shots. Legend currently just
ओ भाई
zigzagging
बच
this
दिया.
one out of there. Circle though, up towards that eastern
बस
side.
चिल्लम
Inco
चिल्ले बच गया.
फेल दिया.
gravitating towards the
अब
center
ना
of it
बचेगा
as per
बेचारा.
usual.
कह रहा तू सर्वाइव कर रहा था ना, आपको पहले मर.
We have Nova doing excellently well after that last game, down towards the
हवा में
south.
उड़ा दिया
Mr.
भाई.
Norales.
लेजेंड को लेजेंड
4am
की तरह
also
मारा.
very much far out the way. Very similar to our last game, so we can kind of expect them to move a little bit early. Look at that.
ये भी कह रहा होगा साला
Player
ऊपर ने भी
from
नहीं
T2K. It gets done and dusted. The Wolves finally
By
starting to
90
howl here a
point.
little bit in the PMGC.
भाई देखो कट्टे में
Getting a little
तले
bit
के
of
घूम
strength
रहे
from
हैं.
that
आप
last
टूट ही नहीं
game.
गए.
A late survival
यार
for
तेरा फिर
the
आगे होगा
solo
लग रहा
that
है.
remained. Third place.
थोड़ा सा
हो
आगे.
गया?
As well.
थोड़ा सा आगे है तेरा.
Doing quite
4am
a
का बंदा
lot.
दिख रहा है मेरे को दो.
Getting a lot of
हाँ
eliminations
कट्टे
in
वाली
that
बात
previous game.
तूने
We
थोड़ी.
saw
UMP ले रखी है.
मैंने रिफ्रेश मार दिया. रिफ्रेश सबसे बढ़िया होता है.
so strong performance really
पीछे होने से अच्छा है रिफ्रेश
from
हो
these
जाओ.
squads. 400 men looking to try and
अभी ये
capitalize
इसका
on
दिखा
that,
रहे
to
हैं
try and
बॉक्स.
convert on
4M
that, gain a little
WWF.
bit of momentum. Northern
अपना
side,
KD चल रहा है,
Alpha 7
1.4
will
का.
have to push in through
नहीं
the
वो
core.
तो है
They want to
नॉकडाउन
get
है.
central.
एक
Inca,
का KD है.
typically, as they always are, already
पिक्चर भाई
very
देख रहे हो
close
एक
to
ही
that
केडी वाले
central
मार रहे
area.
हैं.
हाँ भाई
Influence
यार
Kevin,
यहाँ चार
team that I mentioned
चार तक
were
KD
doing
लेके बैठे हो
a
तो
lot of work here on
फर्जी
Miramar during
KD है भाई।
America's PMPLs.
वो
They have
KD
to
यहाँ के
offer
पता
here
कितने का हो
today,
जाएगा?
obviously.
0.004
4th
का।
place now,
आने
57
देंगे।
points. Very good capability though to
रास्ते में उतार
jump up
देंगे
a little
उन्हें।
bit, maybe even take
अगर
second
बस
place this game.
ये
About
तो
7
ज़्यादा
aren't
है।
able to find their footing.
भाई यहाँ पे
Right
तो
now,
यार
they are
टॉप
slipping
टीम
just a
नहीं आ
little
पाती
bit. They've got the
जो इतना अच्छा खेलती
slippery
है
soles
इंडिया
on when they really should have come equipped with
कहीं ना कहीं एक
crampons.
वो डर भी है इंडिया की टीमों में,
Spikes dug into the side of these
जिस टीम में
rocky
नहीं होता है ना
hills.
वो काफी कुछ हद तक खेल लेती है, सही मैंने देखा
Unfortunately,
है।
on the northern side at the moment, would like to move further
सारा
down.
तो
past
mentality का ही खेल
Pierre
होता है
Bronco,
हम
maybe El Azahar.
अच्छा तो
Danica
इतने
Ferrari
बंदे
in this
खेलते हैं।
location,
ले
providing
लिया।
scouting for Influence Kevin. Perhaps another position to get some loot on board, which would be
बंदे में पावर भी
fantastic
होती है,
for
गन
them.
पावर भी है सब कुछ, फिर भी वहाँ से चोक कर मेंटालिटी को।
As it will for everyone. No other
अब वही देखो वो
big
जो
early
स्काईलाइट्स गेमिंग
occurrences
जीती
going
थी,
on right
उनकी
now.
भाई
It's
स्ट्रेटजी
interesting that
क्या मस्त रहती है
DRS
हर
went all
गेम
the way
में।
out to Puerto Paraíso. They dropped near Los Higos on the northern shore, split north and south on those islands.
गेम सेंस वगैरह बढ़िया था, इसलिए जीत
And I
गया।
guess they just picked up those
Fixer को
vehicles
बोलो,
once the
Fixer
circle
भाई,
had popped.
watch
They
party
decided
कर
that
लो
they're
तुम
going to be moving up past Impala,
Fixer भाई भी है
which
क्या?
is currently empty,
तुम भी वॉच पार्टी कर लो
for
आ जाओ
DRS's
Discord में।
progression northwards. And they can see
अरे
it
event
from the
होता है
east side near
सालों
Minas
बाद।
Generales.
पर ये फोन में करता है।
When we look at this tournament as a whole so far, we've had some very interesting ups and downs from teams, and also just looking at the leaderboards in general. 11th place IHC 49 points. You're looking all the way up towards 4am at 61. It's a 12-point difference right now between 3rd and 11th, which is really not a lot whatsoever. That's one semi-decent game, to be honest. That's all you need. That's all you
अरे तुम
want.
लोग को या रूटर पे करने लग जाओ ना स्ट्रीम।
Going up towards the top of the tables. I think
हाँ।
4am right now. They have extended
पता
that lead a
वहाँ
little
कुछ-
bit, but
मतलब
this
एक
game
साथ
has
भी
to
कर
be another
सकता है वो।
decent one. What they really want is that buffer.
पर
They're currently
मैनेज कैसे
Inco,
करेंगे?
perhaps
दोनों
A7
जगह देखने
currently
पड़ेगा।
still hold on to.
मैनेज
Phase
क्या
7
करना
goes
है?
down once again early with no
एक
यार,
points.
मॉनिटर में दोनों
It's going to be a
एक
case of
मॉनिटर में
A7
ना
no
दोनों
longer
के
being
चैट
up
बॉक्स
towards
ओपन
that
कर
top
दिए
side. 'Cause
बस।
I do think there's going to be a fair few teams rivaling that point scoring of 78 after this game.
उसमें आता है
For
स्ट्रीम
A7, a lot of that saving grace is now gone.
स्ट्रीम चैम में आता
On
है
that, Inco now 12 points ahead.
भाई बहुत लोग करते हैं यार, ऐसे ही करते हूँ।
At the top of the tables, a clean 90. Will they be the first team to break
Lost
100,
almost out
or
है।
होता है ना,
is someone else just going to
की
blast
वगैरह
out
से भी
from
तो चलाने
those
का
second
रहता
to
है
fifth
कुछ।
positions, or second to seventh positions, essentially, with the
stream
three-way
के वाला याद है।
tiebreaker going on there? The Wolves managing
ये
to meet
बंदा गॉडलेस
the
भाई क्या हुआ
match
मित्र किया?
with the Nepalese teams,
कहाँ रूट रहे सैन मार्टिन
able to keep that
Oh,
one
I-
even. But it is still
ये साला
very, very tightly
ड्राइविंग
packed
तो
on
नहीं है ये
pretty much
Frozen।
the entirety of the tables, barring Vampire and
एक मार
Alter
देता
Ego.
तो भाई
A lot of teams really stamped their
Zero.
mark during this PMGC, and right now
सब
it
कुछ
seems the
जीत रहा है
best time
दूसरा।
to do it, with Nova currently in 10th place, 52 points. This has never been
Oh
so
my.
clear a path to
किसके
अंदर
success
रख
for
रहे हैं?
a lot of these teams right now. Nova has dominated the scene for such a long time. The three-peat would have been absolutely glorious. But it
मेरे
does
गाड़ी
get
की sound
further and
left से क्यों आ
further
रही है?
away every single game we
यहाँ
pass.
तक पहुँच जाओ पाजी एक बार, मजा आ
I
जाएगा।
think for Nova though, that last game
यहाँ
versus
तक-
Inco, really not ideal for them. Will dampen the
रियलिटी में आओ
confidence just a
भाई।
little bit.
बहुत
Potentially,
टीमें चेंज कर अभी
it certainly
तो यार।
does have that possibility, but either way, they
एक
did manage
normal
to
lobby
get
नहीं
into
फोड़ पा रहे
second
हैं
place, and it
भाई।
was a phenomenal
Competitive
spray
lobby
transfer
का।
from Nenebete of Inco to be able to take
सब
them
team के
down.
ऊपर होता
So,
है, team
in a lot of
अच्छी मिलना
senses,
बहुत
sure,
मुश्किल है।
the actual result itself in terms of the
ढूंढते रहो,
numbers
ढूंढते रहो।
wasn't super
यहाँ
bolstering,
नहीं
but I
जबरा,
think that
अगले
they
change
can
करो,
take a
वहाँ नहीं
lot
जबरा,
from
वो
that
change
game in
करो।
terms
ये
of confidence,
तो तुम्हारे
moving
साथ
forward.
दिक्कत कहाँ है, वो तो
They
मैं
weren't
बड़े-बड़े
always
प्लेयरों
in
के
the
साथ
best
भी वही
spot. They
सीन
did
है।
have to move around and avoid
Change
fights where
करना
they
ही पड़ता
didn't
है।
want to take
एक
them and
जगह
take
टिके रहो,
them in the
उसी
right
उम्मीद में
fashion
कि
when they
अच्छा खेलेंगे,
did.
अच्छा
And I
खेलेंगे।
feel like they constantly made correct decisions during that last game.
Absolutely, I think that where they came from, there was a real chance to actually take down the boys from Inco as well, but they're very good at hunkering down, getting themselves into a position where we're safe, a lot of engagements. This time around, it does
10
feel
पॉइंट
like
का
this
गैप
lobby
है,
is
सीधा
starting
10-12
to
15 पॉइंट से
realise
सीधा टॉप 3
Inco's
आ सकता
strategy,
है।
Inco's technique. A massive clump towards the centre now, because this is what tends to happen, is that
वो
with these
देखना तो क्या
circles,
कहते हैं
with these
जो
teams,
14 नंबर पे
get
टीम
just
है
a slow constrict
हाँ।
of teams towards that
वो भी आ
centre
सकता है
side, then edge becomes a lot more
वही कह रहा हूँ,
valuable.
मतलब top 5
अच्छा
में
game
पाई
है।
जाएगा
Start to
वो।
spread out a bit
उसने
more.
अच्छा गेम
And
निकाला
Inco's
top
been
5
really capitalising off a
वही कह रहा
lot
हूँ,
of
नोवा
these
के लिए
teams
तो
playing edge for
top
quite
3 आना
some
अभी,
time, in which case the
अगर
centre
पिछला गेम
circle
जैसा जाए
becomes
अच्छा
very
चिकन निकल
valuable
जाए तो
because
हो
it's so
जाएगा।
free to get into. I think Inco might struggle because of
50 के आसपास ही
this. Again, they
घूम
have
रहा
so much experience playing center.
Inco
They
कहाँ पर
might just be able to
4 तक वाले
outplay a lot of these teams.
Inco नहीं दिख
But
रही
with
भाई।
this, it's no longer free whatsoever. Inco's
अच्छा,
going to be a
वो
little bit
ये
worried
ना।
with the path
भाई,
taken
हम
है भाई,
towards the
इनको तो कोई
circle.
दिक्कत ही
It's
नहीं है।
certainly not going to be an easy
इनका
central
स्प्लिट कैसा है
position for
1
them
2
this time
3
around.
I was just keeping an eye on DRS and Buradam on the southeast
Orada
coast.
split.
DRS
Maria
fairly
एक-
slow to rotate up from Puerto Paraíso
Maria
up to
भाई।
Impala, and it's
No,
going to
no,
allow
no.
Buradam to
Action भी
actually
गया भाई।
catch up with them. Now a little
Action
bit of
भी गया।
conflict potentially on the southeast coast as my name P looking to
S2G
peek
form.
on over towards Rules, both of whom are in the
DRS
blue
कह रहा
zone
भाई
now,
मेरे को तो
spotted.
ऊपर
Rules
भेज
takes a
दिया इसने
little lick of
almost।
damage
हाँ, तो
there,
गया।
and that's going to
वो
slow
बचा
things
दिया।
down,
ओ
make it
भाई,
all the
ओ
harder.
भाई।
My name P can't really afford to take too much
क्या
himself,
मारा है?
but Killer
अरे, इसको भी
dispatched
ऐसे
early
दिखा।
into the buggy, trying to flee the
ओ
scene,
मार।
but
ओ भाई,
Rules under
देखिए
pressure
भाई।
still. Why?
ओ
My
भाई,
name P on the ridgeline
ओ
can't
साला
quite
क्या
connect
तू
the
मर रहा
shots.
था, मर
The
मैं
bullets
गया।
are not there in the magazine. Rules can careen
तू
down the
कैसे बच गया?
hillside, get some healing done, and
Yes.
get the res on.
गेम
Might
प्ले
have been an
Bundle
easy
Kamal,
one
भाई,
too
देख
there
रहे हो।
for my name P. It's funny because that shot over towards
Oh,
Killer was the
भाई,
really
करो।
difficult one.
A7
player
वाला
just
कह रहे हो,
anyway,
हमें
the
किसी का
buggy
डर
should
नहीं
have
है, चला जा।
Pretty simple. Even Stevens.
अबे ये टीम अलग है बे
Pressure gets
ये
the
टॉप
player.
वाली है
And my name P's not
Top
able to
पे
finish
थोड़ी
this one
है।
out. Sends
तो
up
क्या था
towards
top
the
पे
top
है?
side.
कौन
कैमिन
सी?
वाली कैमिन वाली तो 4 नंबर पे
Massive
है ना
amounts of damage.
And remember,
IHS है
this
वो।
is in the
INF,
blue zone, so
INF.
you will need to stop and heal. Killer re-knocked there,
INF
and they're
वो,
not even going
हाँ,
to go
वो
for the...
चौथे
Oh no,
पे है,
he
मैं
is.
वही कहूँ।
Rules is going to stick by his
दाम दोनों के
teammate
मिलते-जुलते लग रहे
on
हैं।
this front. Try and get Killer back to feet. Couple of frags going the way of
एसटी का
DRS.
क्या हाल है अच्छा चिकन लेने का
Wolves
सोच
have
रहे
picked
थे
up one,
3-1
S2G
बचे
have picked up two. That'll be against Stalwart. Inco have lost a player as well.
This is always the issue for A7. Is that Influence Kevin take very similar rotational pass. I think they do it a bit sooner, a bit more slick. For A7 now they have to figure out a different approach inwards. They could just go for the blasting charge play. Try and set that one up outside the doors of Influence Kevin. And just breach inwards. Not be a bad idea. Fortunately, it's one of those fights that is not easy. Influence Kevin and A7, both widely known for their team fight capability.
ये बच गया
Very
भाई
strong
तारे
fraggers on board for both
कैसे कैसे बच
these
जाते हैं
teams.
यार ये
Inco, like I said, losing a player. Again, this is what I thought would be a big issue. A lot of these teams are realising
नहीं फिर भी किस्मत
that
कैसी
Inco is
है
getting away with playing
हिम्मत नहीं आ
centre
रही
far
इनमें
too often. So now everyone,
अगला तो
centre
तुम्हारा भाग
early
रहा
on,
भाई
keeps
मैं
it
वाले
chill,
पता क्या करता है मैं
keeps
बग्गी
it
बोड़
easy.
के
Nova's
कवर
figured this
बनाता
out too. Now Inco's been shunted out on
But
that
ये बच
northern
गया वहाँ
edge. They're going to have to move a little bit further. This is where come into conflict. Again though, I feel like Miramar never was their strongest map in the first place. Usually Erangel is where
थोड़ा सा
they
पीछे
shine. Most of their best rotations are
मैं
there
पीछे हूँ।
too.
दो
Get
तीन
those
सेकंड
blast out
पीछे है
performances on those maps.
हाँ,
Yes,
जब
they
तो
might
क्या
not be
रहा है?
consistent.
कर रहा है।
but It might just
ये मुझे लग रहा है इसमें ब्रेव वाले में पीछे ही आएगा
specifically at the end
मार रहा है
of
तेरे
that day 3 tomorrow, we will
हाँ
conclude
मेरे में
everything.
सेम ही है फिर
If you were sat at a point for
अभी
Inco
दोबारा
where
किया
you
मैंने
go
refresh।
down, you've had your blast out games, you're sat ahead.
ओ भर
You don't
दिया
want to be
भर
in
दिया
that
अबे
position
इसको
where
क्या
you're
ऑफलाइन
getting
हो
no
गया
points
क्या ये?
anymore because that really does open the gates up
ऑफलाइन हो
for
गया
the chase.
Oh, 400 men taking a knock from Kelsey, and that's a very swift flush coming through as well. S2G.
भाई यानी दिक्कतें हो रही हैं
Managed
भाई
to
देख
pick
रहा
up
है
a
फोन
third
में
elimination so far in the game with 58 players remaining. They haven't really had too much of a challenge to deal with, and this is great news for S2G's position in this next circle, with 4 angry men
ऐसे में
ahead
ब्लेम
of
भी नहीं
them,
मार सकते होंगे
and
कि
most
भाई ये हो
likely in
गया
a
है
location that they'll want to stretch out to.
Yeah, getting that initial knock and flush can make it so much easier. I love the positions they're playing as well. 2 forward in the buildings, providing that high ground control, as well as even more high ground control in the back. Watching for these rotations over on the western side. It's really well done.
नोवा और ये
S2G's got
7
this
सब
one on
इधर ही
lock
है
on the
क्या और
western
T2 भी इधर ही
side.
है
A7,
भाई सबको यही
the
जगह
coal
चाहिए
mine. Pick up some shots over towards Buddhadam.
पर T2 पे आ गया
Careening on past.
बुराक ओबामा लग रहा था
Buradam
भाई आगे वॉल वाले
locked in with DRS
भाई
for a
कहाँ
little bit
जाए
of
बंदा
time. Trying to escape the
मैं भी
cage,
छोड़
but
दिया
Wolves
बाहर
should
जाओ,
spot that
बाहर
my name P gets some airtime.
हो गया पलटी
One
गाड़ी
of
तो
the
खत्म हो
screens and
गया
in into
गेम
the
खत्म
vehicle.
होनी चाहिए ये क्या
Morado.
मार ही नहीं रहे
Has to run on the
मैंने
rims
उसी पे
here
डाल
now
दी
near
ले
the church
मार ले आजा
and through the graveyard. We'll have to pray that they don't take too many shots here, but beautiful
ज़्यादा ही
is on the
बैठा हूँ, मैं
roof.
तेरे को ही
My
मार
name P
दूँ।
able to hop out and go on the inside there. Pick feet burns the vehicle, but allows the player into the
भाई क्या
compound.
हिम्मत है नेट लेके
And
राइट
P.
भाई संभाल लेगा तुम
घूम रहे हर
खेलो
जगह बंदे बंदे एक जगह
Solo
तो
player
फिरना
in the
पड़ेगा
midst of the
तुम खेलो
walls
मैं संभाल
here.
लूंगा अकेला
Looking to bite back versus these guys. Only 2 players, 4
अबे इधर नेड
Buddha.
मारता भाई क्या हो
One
गया
nade could be all it takes, and he's completely going for the
Oh,
back on the
my
outside.
God.
Molotov though.
तो मैं क्या कर रहा है खिड़की से बाहर नहीं आ
Thought
रहा
he
है
might have been able to get a knock in response there, but the Wolves will hold it down. Fireflux in the meantime, however,
Oh my
going to be
God,
lighting up
बोलते
pit
भाई।
feet on the hold.
Oh भाई,
Maybe even stealing this
एक kill तो
point
नहीं ले पाया
away.
बेचारा।
Manages to back off behind the ridgeline. Goes for a second peek there on a
इतना
sliver of
गोलियां
HP.
सेन करी
Catch lines
मैंने
it up as
किल भी नहीं
well.
मिला
And Fireflux, they want to snap up a couple of those points, but the Wolves managed to get that point into their wallet.
ओ भाई
Second
इनको
place now
वालों को
held
मार
by
दो भाई
them.
रोटेशन
IHC
में
moving
Info
around
तो
on the northern side, near Hacienda del Patron, on those hills to
नहीं,
the
मैं
south
वो कह
side
रहा
of
हूँ।
it. They've got Stalwart to deal with further south of them.
Yeah, some real
ये रही
cheeky
भाई
stuff there
इनको इधर
coming
बैठे
through
लिए
from Fireflux, trying to pick up those eliminations.
हम नहीं दिखेंगे,
Even
हम तो
wow, it's
छुपे
a
रहेंगे।
really terrible spot to be in.
लास्ट के 4
That
बंदे
amount
मारे
of
हैं
HP.
नेक्स्ट जोन में भाई नेक्स्ट जोन भी
Meandering
है
around on that northwest edge.
चलो
4
फिर भी
AM.
आगे चल रहा है
Do we have Pmgc to maybe worry about just a little bit? And S2G
तो थोड़ा
currently
pause कर ले।
grouping up right on the edge of the
मैं
circle
कर ले
now.
रहा
This
हूँ।
is where what you were talking about earlier, John, might come into play, is thinking about moving over towards
2 सेकंड
4
पीछे कर लिया
position.
मैंने।
You can imagine they're ready and waiting with the nades though. Any kind of push coming through from S2G is
क्या
going to have
दिखा
to
रहा
be
है?
quickly dealt with.
यूएस
A lot of times when you're sending those grenades out as
US
well,
है।
it has to be perfectly timed
Pick up.
because if you pull the pin and not for long enough, and S2G is
God
already
bless
at your
you,
doorstep, those nades are going to be all for naught and probably going to cause more chaos than benefit
तेरे सामने
those
चेंज
types
हो
of
गई है डेमो
situations.
IHC 2 players forwards, Godless and Alex at the back.
साले
Saw them
rotation
playing
तो
off each other very
rotation तो
well.
है गोल्फ वालों की
Engagement we saw
इसमें
from them last game,
15 किल
but
नहीं मारते होंगे यार
this time around,
Solo.
it will be the backstop, not the
हाँ।
forward vanguard. Alter Ego on the
10
northeast
kill तो
side
बहुत-
yet
10
to
kill
make
तो
their,
बहुत rare
their
होगा,
turn
मारा होगा किसी ने
southward
शायद।
into
कल
the
मारा
next
तो है शायद।
circle. Nova really
पूरे
with
दिन का था
a
शायद।
massive position here, controlling a lot of the
क्योंकि
east
उस
side.
लेवल का भाई नहीं खेलेगा कोई जानबूझ के भी क्योंकि भाई
Re-
अंधा मारना पड़ेगा
really good spot for them. Apologies.
You were just so astonished.
भाई इनको तो लग रहा है कोई देख भी नहीं रहा है
Another sound came out from the depths of my lungs, apparently. My alter ego.
ये गाना आ रहा है
T2K though on that south
भाई
side,
ये जगह सबको पसंद आ रही है क्या
trying to make their way in. I think so far Nova has dealt
कल
with
भी
them
तो
quite
यहीं पे
easily
जोन
because
घूम रहा था
Jane's
बार-बार।
very low on HP.
थोड़ा इस बार
Vampire
इधर आ
Esports
गया।
move up.
इनको आहट
4
कैसे हो
points
जाती
still
है कि यार
remaining.
टीम
No
है फिर मुड़
changes,
जाते हैं
Max
एकदम
said.
से
Again, 30 points. Still, a big game would set them up with a lot of the rest
कई
of the
बार देखा
teams.
मैंने
It's a very
मुझे लगता है गाड़ी लेके जा रहे हैं
even
लेकिन
lobby
जाते हैं रुक
at the
जाते हैं
moment.
एकदम
think anyone's
मतलब
really
एग्जैक्ट दूरी तक जाते हैं
playing
जहाँ
that
तक जाना
badly
ठीक
whatsoever.
रहता है
फिर रुक जाते हैं
Darius
मुझे
chilling on
लगता
the
है
eastern
चकमा दे
side.
रहे
The
हैं।
east is what they
मुझे
own.
लगता है ये
Keep
है
it locked down. Nova though at the moment have a really strong spot. Towards that centre side, Paraboy can play off the top of these ridges. Over towards the west, the compounds
होते उतना
are
दूर पैदल चले
very,
जाते हैं।
very prominent here.
गाड़ी
मतलब
पे
मुझे
The
गाड़ी-
old compounds.
गाड़ी
The
रोकता हूँ,
difficulty with
कहता,
this
आओ
one
बेटा,
though is
इधर
it's very
मतलब दिया है
accessible to
सीधा।
many different
वो
teams.
बच गया
So when it gets to a point where this is really
भाई,
the
देखा तूने
only
गाड़ी कैसे
place
उछाली है
left
बंदे
to
ने?
go, you're going to see a lot of teams trying to
उसकी
occupy
बग्गी।
this space, and Nova will have to regroup,
एक पहाड़ी से दूसरे
recoalesce
पहाड़ी
into
पे
one
गया
spot,
साला।
try and focus on one point of attention. Paraboy is just moving backwards and
इन्होंने
forwards
देखो
now, trying to
कहाँ
get as
बैठे
much
हैं।
information as possible
नोवा
prepared
वाले
for any kind of push from the team.
No one really going to be pushing them from that northern side, though. There's a little bit too much open ground for them to try and cover, unless Alter Ego just try and full send straight through the middle of the circle. It's the southwest I think they should be most worried about, with the Wolves and Fireflux both taking occupation up there. The southeast side probably going to be able to hold itself out for one more circle, so until that gets pushed in, should be quite safe.
IHC looking for them to do a little bit more, honestly.
नौकरी
One of the
करते हैं
teams you see with the most clutch
मार
plays.
दे भाई
I talked about the nades have to be timed perfectly
Bachche
for
bhai.
him, but it looks like S2G
एक
have
और
their number now.
Silas wants to put another cat
rotate
amongst the pigeons. Kelsey has
S2G
taken a
वाले
knock
कैसे
in
हैं
the
एग्रेसिव
meantime,
है
but they
क्या
will
है
be able to
ओ
rest this as
भाई
Silas
अब तो
continues the
नहीं
bombardment.
ओ भाई
A re-knock.
तो कोई
And
भाई
two
माई का
players
लाल नहीं
now down.
बचाएगा
There's a
इनको
Molotov to follow it up, and Silas is going
Hello,
to roll
Lalo.
forwards. There is a player to
लेकिन
deal
अभी ये
with.
बंद
It's good Xiao. He's already taken a lick of damage and a nade over the top of
भाई
the rock. He's
मैसे
not
नहीं
going
आया
to find the
यहाँ पे।
damage,
ओ
and
भाई
Silas
मार
has the
दिया भाई
challenge. An excellent shutdown, and Silas ruins the
before the
day.
game.
चार बन गया भाई
for
इसमें
Beautiful
bad
nade over the
game.
top there. The arc is strong.
Dominating.
Aims it perfectly. S2G realized they had to punch a hole through into this circle, and that was the excellent time to do it.
अगर अपन कर देते ना तो अपन तो
Fantastic
एक
stuff.
क्लिप
That
कोई
gave them a good chance.
लगा लेते
Unfortunately, with
इनको
Kelsey
वाले
going
से
down the
fight
back, took them a little bit longer to respond, and they would have
एक
liked
मर
it.
गया, एक
Luckily,
knock है।
Silas is just very, very strong with it there.
4M वाले इस बार जल्दी मरे हैं देखो
Paraboy on the
कौन
northwest
इनको
point
जगह
of
लेता
the
है
Nova hold
Oh, yeah,
did
they
manage
were.
to find a player from Inco.
Yeah,
but he
they
all
were.
the way on the north, took a long shot with an SLR over towards Paraboy. That's going to force Jimmy to reposition to get that res, and Inco might not be able to capitalize. They probably think he's still going. Wouldn't have heard those gunshots from all that way away.
मारो भाई इन 3 बंदे को मार दो बस
For Inco, they moved up towards that position that Paraboy was holding, and rightly so. I think that's one of the easiest points of ingress towards this side of the compound. Try and take that ridge side. Paraboy locks it down. Fortunately, that delay there has caused some issues.
किसके से fight ले रहे हैं इनको
Lose,
वाले?
remember,
राष्ट्रीय
to
वालों में पहला।
Fireflux. Pick feet though, still looking over the top.
Oh
He's going
my.
backwards and forwards. Doesn't do very much. Sokai sends one's back of his own. Equally as inefficient.
Catch launching ordnance, providing cover. The Wolves will have to move parallel to them. IHC crashing into Geek Fan. Alex down first. Snipe Steve to get the flush almost instantly, leaving the numbers at 2 on the inside. IHC with 3 pushing through the building now. Godless trying to hold on these corners. Yol onto the upstairs, and Geek Fam don't want to take this disadvantage fight. They're going to reposition and fight 4 versus 3. Maker falls down to Demo as he sneaks away back into the building. The high ground occupied as well, as Yol has a name to cook. They are launching that ordnance out as U-High flanks around the side for Geek Fam. Godless falls, and IHC are down to 2 active. U-High around the door frame, looks for more damage and he'll find it, but Demo's still active.
ओ भाई दोनों को लो किया भाई मारो भाई कवर में इसको बेचारे को
And there is only one player now left standing.
Yeah,
As
email मार
IHC
के
were
बैठ
able to
जाएंगे
deal with the
बस।
backlines. In the meantime, there is a
वो
rock up
ST
coming through
आ
as well
गया
from Godlike Stalwart. The desk said they wanted to see more from them, and this could be a whole host of points if they can move in at the right time.
कर रहे हैं भाई मारो
For Geek Fam, 1 or 2 players alive.
yeah,
Zol isolated to the
ST
upstairs,
वाले
and
मजे
now
ले
Godlike
जाएंगे
Stalwart put a break on the fight.
किल मिल जाए नॉक वालों के तो बढ़िया
Crazy moments here coming from
Oi,
IHC to
खत्म
hold
कर
this
दिया।
one off, but Geek Fam
Geek
able
सारे बंदे
to
बच गए इनके तो
re-stabilize here. U-High gets back up to
ST
speed.
वालों को
A huge
लेने के
amount of
देना
damage
पड़
done
जाए।
by him, but Stalwart starting to send grenades through. 3 players for them.
भाई इनका
Be
ये
an excellent pickup
IGL
if they're
इनको
able to take
मुझे
down
लग रहा
all
है
4 of Geek Fam, but they
सही
are not
सलाह नहीं
willing
दे
to
रहा
go
लग
for
रहा
the full engagement here. If they'd have
Yellow
known
white
the true
flag.
numbers of the fight, they might have actually just
Yeah,
gone for that
Pika.
push, but it's so difficult to know which way it's going. Nobody quite knows, unfortunately. Fireflux were down in the meantime on that south side. Geek Fam and Stalwart still standoff now as we hop on over to S2G. This is southwest side of the circle. Wolves further out than S2G. T2K as well at their eastern side. S2G have that way up on the cliff face. T-Razy looking to try and just launch on over those rocks. Scrambling up the scramble.
Indeed.
पिलते हुए दिख रहा है मेरे को पिलते
A lot of these teams it is. Eggs and bakey,
Enemies
wakey,
are
wakey.
top पे
This
यार
is where things are going to
कम से
start to
कम
get a
नीचे
little bit
वालों को
harder. Halfway point on that next match.
उनको और किल दे रहे हैं
Vampire Esports move up. 43 players left, 13 teams still going. Vampire Esports might have just found themselves a position. This is what I was talking about earlier with Nova.
इन पे बेचारे में जोन ही नहीं है जोन ही नहीं
They take
भरते
the
जा रहे हैं भाई
strong
इनका
building
लगता
for
है ना
themselves.
पोजीशन नहीं
Hoping
दिला
to
पा
hold
रहा
out
है
from
बंदा
there, and this could be another big game for Nova
ST वालों
going
को
forward. Influence Kevin also. It's DRS taking it down for 7.
ओ भाई
ऐसे वालों को मारा भाई बहुत बढ़िया
Just like that.
Both pulled down,
अबे उधर क्या हुआ दिखाओ यार
reduced to
भाई
mortals.
ओ भाई
This
खत्म
time
खत्म
around, Godlike Stalwart getting
खत्म
rolled
कर दिया
down by
भाई
Geek Fam.
who have been
Geek
able to
Fam
hold out
भाई उसने
against
मुंडी ऐसे नीचे कर दिया
same location.
मर गया
They've lost U-High for their troubles, but
ऐसे
they have
बोला
managed
क्या?
to pick up a lot of points now,
पार्टी
Blank,
करेगा
on that elimination count. 6 eliminations for Geek Fam. They are on the warpath. 3 players active for Inco. They lost a player earlier
भाई
on.
जब मिडल की टीमें भी भाई
Now
जोश
they're
दिखा
fighting
रही हैं
around the
बढ़िया
sides with S2G. 4 players active for them. But Inco
Oh,
on the
एक
inside track on the
चार kill
circle.
free
Alter Ego crash across to the shack.
एक मिनट में
I
चार
think
हो गए
S2G, with the performance they've had so far, Inco's going to be a little bit worried, but Geek Fam's not done yet. Still taking shots towards Inco's side. Snipes has the head to deck, continues to move it around. Doesn't even know where he's being shot from. And now Damrude, last remaining member for the team. And it's Alter Ego in fact, in a pretty decent position. All huddled up in the shack.
साले बचे हुए कैसे हैं?
Really brutal here, but Razy spotted around the side and the walls on the other side of this hydraulic press that is crushing S2G. Squash spotted on the ridgeline, takes memory down. 2 players for S2G caught in the hard place there. As Inco fall back, they want to keep 3 alive. That's all they've got to play with.
Really smart play there from Squash as well, because he wants to absorb those points coming through from S2G. Fortunately, it may have just given them time to get these players back on their feet. They will unfortunately use Calci in the process. Silas, a really good game so far. Silas will use his last grenade to hopefully confirm its elimination over towards memory. Do quite enough damage, but should bleed out fairly shortly regardless. Inco playing around this edge, give them a massive amount of cover. I said earlier, it's probably one of the best places to crash onto this position. Fortunately, still taking damage. I mean, that might be either from Damrude or Alter Ego.
Of course, the knock coming through from Squash means that Memory's point goes over to Inco. 9 eliminations for S2G right now. As Damrude looks to line up more shots with over on towards Alter Ego. That is a lot of damage that can pour through those open doors. Unfortunately, he's a little bit broadside to Inco's position, to S2G. Nova, if they move a little bit further in, they have to, with the circle as it is. As it sits, they won't have to move too far at all.
Keep found a huge chance here in the Pmgc. Were Yuhai still on loan as well? You wonder if this might be one of the last chances for Geek Fam, Pmgc, to put up a big performance or even look for the grand final title. With Micah back on board as well, they've created a fantastic squad with the help of Yuhai. Just wondering who will fill those boots for him. But right now they've got to take what they can get.
Is also consistent.
They'd survived late into the game for the first match, but the second one, they will take a tumble a little bit earlier than they would have liked. 4 eliminations though, not a disaster, but not what they needed to try and pick the pieces up. S2G, no answer to Inco. Oh, that's really fast there. 12 eliminations on the game now already as the Geek fans going to add that one up to 13. Lucky for some, but S2G will absolutely be glad of those points. Hamzy, sure, has been knocked down, rezzed very swiftly by Razy. In the meantime, Influence Kemin going to take the mad dash across the road. Get past that crate and up to the hillside. Vampire on the broad of it. There's killer still from DRS as the last player standing.
S2G, Silas currently looking like a trash compactor at the moment because he is crushing it right now during this match. Hamzy G assisting with some great shots coming through from the Mini 14 and the Scar as well. A great supportive kit for him. Get the current damage as well. Look at that, really nice evens on the damage score. Vampire Esports just barely living the moment, holding on for dear life, basically on life support at this point in time, sucking down the oxygen.
It's not going super well as Nades from Lilboy. Stone has one of his own. Did manage to get the heal off, and the stims are going to start to tick up now. So the longer they're in this, the better chance they have. 15 eliminations now for S2G. And there's Nades. Hang on a minute. Is this Alter Ego's coming through? One bit burns them down. 3 players for Influence Kemin. They've taken a knee and Nades over. Brutal. Alter Ego versus Influence Kemin, and it's going their way. Nova are also chiming into this as they tipple over the top, picking up a couple of those points. 1 player remains, and it's Pondbit for Alter Ego into the vehicle. 2 points for them. Nova picking up the share of it though with 3. And up to 6 teams remaining. Pondbit, that last golden survivor for the team many times now, but again, the massive eyes are in on over towards S2G with that 15 eliminations. Everyone's staring at that. You're going to be worried about as well. 53 points at the start of this game, 15 on the top of it. You're looking at a big point total. 68 after that, not including points rankings either. This could be a really good game for S2G to see them towards that top side. And we were waiting for that standout performance coming through from Turkey. That region that has just given and given and given this year.
आओ बेटा
Order from the top of the roof. Nova have been so brutal for so long
इनके लिए तो मुझे लग
here
रहा
in this
था
position, but
एक
they are
आएंगे,
now
मरेंगे
with their
ऐसे।
backs to the circle and will most likely have to move
ओए, और उठा
towards
दिया,
S2G. Lil Boy from Influence came and had his team taken
मेरा
away.
kill पे kill लिए जा
But
रहे
will
हैं
still truck on.
16
T2K
किल हो गए भाई
getting picked
Kill
apart
चुरा
now as
लिया।
S2G
No
rack up
वो
16.
ये
They
bomb देगा
started
है।
this game blank. 37 points behind the leader of Inco,
इसको देगा ओम पैरा वो है
with
order
one elimination coming through from Inco as well. They are going to have one
बंदे
hell of a
UPL
game.
use नहीं
This
कर रहे
is
हैं।
how you do it.
Lil Boy कहाँ बैठा है
S2G with
साला?
this match
तैयार है।
have got the potential to take over
पेड़
the
के
top.
पिछली बार भी यही बचा था
रहेगा।
क्या लास्ट
Last zone now.
चलो वाले में ना
Everyone's thinking about this one.
यही था
Nova. Second
Let's
game in a
go,
row. They
yeah.
found
Nova
themselves
चढ़ाई
in
कर
a
रही है।
fantastic position.
फटने वाले हैं
Just taking up that approach that Inco showed us before, but
Near
doing
ready
it
है। ये
in
फटा
a
फटा
way
फटा
that
फटा
was
फटा
so
फटा फटा
aggressive. Frozen just stands over the top. There goes T2K.
बच गए।
Alter Ego ladder up to 4th place. A potential to go further.
अब तो S2G को मारा
S2G
चिकन।
now start their assault
S2G
over
को
towards
चिकन है।
Nova down the hill. First
Lil
nade
Boy
goes
है
through, does
पीछे।
not get anything
बीच के
done.
पीछे बस
Racing
जिम्मी
takes a
देख
bit of
रहा है।
damage.
Oh,
Frozen,
ये
Order,
साला
both
हर
going
बार-
up at the same time, trying to play off the back of one another.
और ये
Pumpit,
फ्री
look at
किल कह रहा है
this.
मैं
Could
मारो
play
मारो मैं
spoiler.
हूँ पीछे तुम्हारे
Buoyed by the crowd. The power of the
अब मार
fans.
देंगे अब चढ़ जाएगा
Keeping him alive
अब
right
नहीं
now.
चला।
Nova looking to try and crunch that one out of him.
हालो ना बैक
They have been so
Back
cautious
clear
here.
नहीं कर रहा है ना,
5
back से
eliminations on the
पड़ेगी।
game right now.
भाई वो लिल बॉय में मार
S2G
दिया
just suppressing that ridge line. Little boy from
Oh,
Influence
दिक्कत
Kevin
नहीं,
is
खत्म
still
कर दिया,
here and he
Nova का
still wants to play.
देख, सारे बंदे इसी को
Order
खेलने आ गए,
falls
देख
first,
रहा
pushes up to the rock and
कह रहे
will
इसको दो
handle
पहले।
business.
तो-
But this is an opportunity
ओ
for
भाई,
S2G.
संभाल लिया।
Unfortunately,
ओ
that
भाई,
door
उधर
is
देख।
shut. One player falls.
उसने
The
गाना
second
मार
two
दी।
to follow.
चलो,
Silas
उनका-
is the last to be put under pressure, put to the test,
चलो,
and with that, Nova
चलो,
takes it.
उसने उनका गेम बिगाड़ा
From
इसने
the
इसका गेम
central
बिगाड़ा
position, they held strong.
ओ भाई
And
पैरा
that is the
I
way
get
that
it.
they
That's
come
Nova
back
chicken.
into it.
I
They
get it.
come back swinging.
An insane game there from Nova. I
ऐसे
mean,
नहीं
they
बोलते
played
हैं।
all the cards correctly. They're in the right
अरे एक
order
ही जगह
with
बैठ
the
के
right
chicken तो कोई भी
suit.
ले
I don't think that could have gone better for them. They picked a great position. Paraboy played a very, very busy
पैरा बॉय ने
game.
बाल
Up
सब ऐसे
towards
ही
that
रखे
top
हैं अभी
side,
तक
back down again. He was scouting, never
Frozen तो
idle throughout this
कैसे बड़ा
entire
बाल है।
thing. It was a very, very well done match. For S2G,
ये
we
प्लेयर
have to
इनको चाइना से बाहर आके
congratulate them. I
खेलना
think
खेलते हुए मैं
everything
बहुत
went
कम ही
topsy-turvy
देखता हूँ
towards the end though. The shots
नहीं,
coming
वहीं
from
से
behind
खेलते हैं
Alter
अपना।
Ego, with Lil Boy getting in on the mix. I think S2G was completely confused towards those last moments. Regardless, they had gone through the ringer to get to that point.
वैसा बोलते हैं इनके
Nova
पास।
was just a little bit too hard of a challenge to tackle.
Just that little bit, unfortunately for them. With a couple more nades, they might have been able
But I thought
to do a
popular
little bit
होगा।
more. If Ponbit had gone down earlier, they might have been able to move
उतना कोई
around
film
the
star
side
नहीं होगा
a
जितना
little
ये
bit
हो
more
गया होगा।
effectively. But they played it with 3 for
Look भी है।
so long, and they got so much done for
और
S2G.
जब तक ये भाई
Absolutely they did.
थोड़ा बंदा
I think
एज
for
होगी तब
S2G,
तक
they
देखेगा
have to completely
ज़्यादा ही नहीं कमा
congratulate your boy Silas. On the other hand of things, Alter Ego.
MVP बोलते
Earlier on, saying that Pompit, this guy is the golden survivor of
वो
the
सारे
team. He's
बंदे
certainly
इसके
got a
top
lot
में।
done there for himself.
टीम के stats
Very,
हैं।
very far into the game. And lived that
Kill
one out.
कितने
It
करे
was
ना?
not an easy lobby to live that one out in either, particularly
No.
being right at the bottom
4
of
2
the
6
hill.
2 8 1 9
Pretty much where you get caught out almost
इनका
100%
order
of the
सही है
time.
इनका order
The
सही
fact they made it that
संभालता
far, fantastic stuff.
I didn't quite catch actually if S2G went down second or third. I
Paraboy
think
तो
it was
mostly off
second.
angle
Yeah.
But Pombit surviving till at least third is a really, really great result.
Absolutely.
इनको
I think
medal भी
anyone
दिखा
here
रहा है,
who's an
ऊपर क्या है
Alter Ego
वो,
fan is
sharp
gonna be
shooter।
really happy with that one.
So you mean everyone here?
Everyone here. I mean, 10 points overall. You know what I will say about the audience and the fans here? It is very refreshing to get an audience that is
Games
cheering
to
practically
watch.
everyone on. I mean, even when S2G is doing really well, making some big plays, there's real appreciation from the crowd for those big
Player
plays.
कितने
It
use
makes me
करे भाई
happy,
इसने,
it
क्या
gets
नाम है
me
इसका?
hyped and hoping that if you
S2G
guys can hear it in the back, you're getting hype at home too.
17 नेड
I'm sure they can. I don't think you
Team
can miss
Molly.
it, to be honest, Blank.
Absolutely.
And it's
बार-
also
बार-
refreshing to have a crowd.
स्मोक भी कितना कम यूज करा है
Yeah.
इन्होंने अजीब
Really
लग रहा
do.
था इतना स्मोक तो हम रखे थे
They've been keeping those drums going, and I'm sure
पर ये
हाँ,
वेस्ट नहीं
for
करता
many
हूँ
more
तो
matches to
इनका
come,
यूज
Blank.
तो एंड में ही होता है
Nova,
ना
to
और वो
be fair,
स्मोक में
in
फाइट
that
चलता है
circle,
ऐसा नहीं है
it was their game to lose.
और ये
right?
कुछ
The
ऐसा
one
टाइमिंग
test
पे
that they
करते हैं कि
had
ना
was to push out of that compound,
को
and it was against
फायदा हो जाए अगले
diminished
जोन में
forces
जाने
from
में
S2G, from everybody else that surrounded them. Nova were able to take care of business and handle it for a chicken dinner.
ये वाला का एक बंदे की वजह से इनको भी दिखा रहे हैं, वरना इनके तो क्या ही है लास्ट में साले टेबल में। यूएमपी खत्म ही नहीं हुई इसकी। ओ भाई
क्या मारा ये सब देख के यार मजा आता है।
ओए मार ही दिया इसने। ओ भाई
राजेश ने लिल बॉय ने क्या करा,
वो अच्छा दिखाया नहीं। मैं लिल बॉय ने इनको क्या करा था, मैं तो उसका देखा। हाँ लिल बॉय नहीं, वो पीछे वाले ने क्या करा था।
उसने तो काम खराब करा वरना जब लिल बॉय ने नॉक करा था ना तभी ये पुश कर देते।
Thank you so much, John Allen and Black, and welcome back to the desk. My goodness, is that one hell of a storyline? Back in our hands, S2G taking home a win in a
Point
at least
देख
points-wise win in a incredibly convincing fashion. But in the end, it was actually no
15 पॉइंट मिल रहे हैं चिकन वाले को यहाँ पे।
Tell me about
10 पॉइंट का मुझे लगा 10 होंगे।
This is the Nova we wanted to see. This is them. They're turning up the heat right now in this second day of play for the grand finals. And I don't think they're going to slow down. They're going to keep the heat going even higher and higher and about to melt the entire arena here.
We've been teasing it. We were talking about it yesterday at the end of the day. We talked about it at the beginning of the day too. Nova on day 2 is an absolutely different animal. I mean, for them to be able to get 24 points, but as you guys mentioned, I mean, S2G, we got to give them some credit. We've been talking about how, yeah, they're able to get elimination. Sometimes they're able to get placement points. This was the perfect marriage.
Silas, he just put on absolute clinic this game. That made onto 4am. He eliminated almost the entirety after that with his team of wolves. If he cleared out Nova, they just cleared all of PEL pretty much. But
today before he goes to sleep, he's definitely going to be looking at that 1v3 versus 4 Angry Men. He's going to be like, oh,
a core memory has been created.
Something incredibly interesting about that game was as well, Kalsi, your star player, kind of star player in that team, he got taken out.
इनको कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी, इनके तो भाई चिकन मतलब जीतने वाले से भी ज़्यादा पॉइंट
exactly. I mean, Silas just pretty much like clutched things out a lot of it was a big portion of that game. It was a Silas show at the end of the day. But yeah, that's the cool thing, right? If you're still a team that, despite losing a player as valuable as Kalsi, as I say, like, I do really like top players in the European region. It goes to show how good all of the players currently are on that roster. Even when they're missing one great player, they can still perform and just pop the hell off. Currently with the most fragging, the most eliminations in a single match.
Before we head into a small break and afterwards, don't run anywhere. We will have time to discuss that match in detail. Before we go into the break, quick shout out to our sponsors, starting off with Zonia, Sony and the Xperia 1 Mark IV. That way. And obviously the Xperia Stream, you can see right here, which were co-developed in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports,
multiple ports,
gaming and streaming. And also, we want to thank Prime Gaming. If you haven't checked out Prime Gaming yet, it is time to do so. You will get free games, only games, or free in-game content, also for PUBG Mobile. So make sure to sign up and check that one out. Also, we want to thank the PBESI, which is the local association in Indonesia in terms of esports, and we want to thank them so much also for their support in terms of this tournament, this beautiful tournament that we have right here going on in Indonesia. And last but not least, you want to get your eyes peeled on the survey. You may have seen it already if you have been active in the chat. If you haven't, make sure to do so. You can check out the Pmgc survey link on either in the chat as I've said or on all the social media platforms. So make sure to check that out.
एक कंट्री से 2-2 3-3 टीमें आ रही हैं अपनी यार, एक इंडिया को भी भेज देते यार.
That survey, you will get a chance to win some amazing prizes from our sponsors. So thank you all in advance for sharing your feedback via the Pmgc viewers.
इंडिया से जाते तो कितना व्यूअरशिप मिलती है यार इनको है.
We're going to do that as fast as we can because we want to get talking about that game. See you in a bit.
होगा कि ना बिना टूर्नामेंट के ले नहीं सकते. कोई भी इनवाइटेड टीम ले लेंगे तो यार नाइंसाफी हो जाएगी. टूर्नामेंट ये करा नहीं सकते, इसलिए शायद नहीं लिया. भाई पहला चिकन को ने ले लिया था. जो साला इसको नीचे आना चाहिए.
फिर एंगल कौन लेगा बता. निशानक
एनॉक में तो एसटी क्या मेरे को चांस लग रहा है भाई. थोड़ा बढ़िया खेलते हैं वो, बट देखते हैं क्या होता है।
कमबैक आएगा लग रहा है यहीं से।
स्ट्रेटजी में बदलाव करने होंगे यार, पुश करो तो ढंग से करो, नहीं तो वो क्या था भैंस है।
बता, फ्री किल भी नहीं ले, फ्री किल भी नहीं ले पाया वो।
फालतू का मर गए। नेक्स्ट मैच होगा 6 मिनट में।
6 मिनट अलग ही है। चैट में क्या हो रहा है? कितनी वॉचिंग आ रही है इनकी? कहाँ दिखाते हैं वॉचिंग?
वहाँ तो रहा है, देख लिखा हुआ तेरे 9000 है ना।
अच्छा 9133। Which of these vehicle is exclusive to channel? Exclusive वाले तो नया, हमें तो पता ही नहीं भाई। मिराडो तो नहीं। तुक्षाई कौन सी गाड़ी है? vehicle है भाई। तुक्षाई।
क्या वो है ना ऑटो।
अच्छा। लो।
वो भाई इनके इंट्रो देखा नहीं मैंने देख रखा है क्या इंट्रो?
ये क्या हो गया?
ओ भाई
कुछ नहीं हुआ।
वो इंट्रो बढ़िया बनाया हुआ है इन्होंने।
मुझे तो पहले बार का अच्छा लगा जब इंडिया गई थी।
उनका म्यूजिक भी बढ़िया था वो है।
हाँ।
देखा था मैं।
सबका अधिकार था जब। वैम्पायर
स्पून दिखाओ भाई। लास्ट वाला तो मेरे को याद आता है, वो वाला गॉड लाइक गई थी जिसमें।
हेडफोन की जरूरत ही नहीं।
ये सब भी करेगा क्या?
पंखा देने की जरूरत नहीं तो।
सोनी ने ना थोड़ा हाथ पैर मार के फोन निकाला है अलग से, गेमर हो गए थे।
हर बार तो मुझे दिखता है कीड़े ही रहती है।
हाँ मतलब मॉडल ये पहले वाला नहीं है जो पहले आया था, अलग नहीं।
परिवार पर टूटा हुआ है, इस बीच इलाज बेहद जरूरी है।
What an absolute crazy performance coming from S2G and obviously Nova as well. We will be taking a look at the overall rankings in just a second. But guys, that was one hell of a performance, not only from Silas, but also from Nova. I want to talk about them in specifics. Their rotations and their playstyle, we talked about it in the first map as well. It did seem to change now in terms of, compared to yesterday.
GG split, no, they tend to do it quite a bit, and they actually had, and we talked about it at the start of that game actually, Felix, they had a 2-1-1 split towards the center of Graveyard, and the moment they had that amount of position, that amount of terrain in their control, in that, I think it was phase 2 at the time, it was like, okay, this game has the potential to be absolute gold for them, and in that case, 7, it truly was.
Yeah, and when it comes to Nova, I mean, if they put themselves in a great place, this is a team that definitely can take huge advantage of that, with the fragging power that they have, not only from Aura, not only from Paraboy, but from everybody else too, but now the overall ranking, S2G currently in second place now, taking over Alpha 7. I actually did not see that happening. And to one of the questions that you guys were asking me, do I think Inco Gaming was going to be first place? They're still being first place.
Yeah, I want to say, there's one thing to not take away from Paraboy. He is a man of his word. He is a man of his word. He said, top 5, oh, you know what, maybe top 3. He is making it right back up the ranking. What a step up.
He told me top 5. I kind of gave him a look. I was like, are you sure? And he's like, you know what? Yeah, top three.
Screw you,
Third
Seven.
पे
We're gonna make it 2
थर्ड
games.
पे तो वो थी यार
They might make it 3 games, to be honest, as we go to the second page here. DRS game, this team we really haven't seen much. I mean, currently 60 points, and I kind of want to go down a little bit more. Wolf Esports, I feel like this team, they could definitely have
मतलब
a
उस
great
हिसाब से
performance,
पहुंच
like
रही
how
थी थर्ड
Nova
पे
has been
लेकिन
doing. They can definitely push
फिर
themselves
तू
out to
पे ही
that
आ
first
गई
page.
Exactly, and of course, no, I take it back. Not of course. Alter Ego at the bottom.
वैम्पायर का कुछ नहीं होने वाला लग रहा है
So far,
ना
their
गॉड
best
लाइक
game so
स्टार
far.
वर्ड का
Yes.
Right? That was
Yes.
by far their best game. We
Yeah.
did say during the match, dodgy rotations.
Yeah.
It was a little bit weird the way they rotated things. I think they could be improved upon heavily.
कहीं
I
हम
hope
नहीं
they
तो
can use this
तुम
game
भी
as a
नहीं
good like launching point in
Yep.
the future matches and get himself in good positions. I got
बस
this card
चार
for a
मैच
reason.
भाई बहुत
It
होते हैं
means I
गेम
believe
पलटने
right
के
now,
लिए
Alex. So I'm going to believe in the homeboys right now.
You believe in them, I believe in you. Match number 9 is going to be Sandhawk. And
Nova ने
that's
तो 2
especially
मैच में
interesting
पलट
because
दिया है
the
तो ये
biggest
4 में
game
नहीं
yet
कर पाएंगे क्या
points-wise did come from a Sandhawk game, and that was A7, and they do not seem to be performing at all today 7.
Yeah, this was the big question mark
Oh,
for
like,
me for
इसमें कौन
Alpha 7. We're going to be
clash
able to
करेगा,
maintain that
देखते हैं।
first place. This is a team that tends to pop off, but if they start
Boot
slow,
camp में हो
it
सकता है।
definitely hinders their performance. It definitely
कौन
hinders
आएगा?
their confidence that they're
Challenge।
able to have for players.
अबे यहाँ
Now,
camp
for this
camp
match,
है।
though, I'm going to be looking
Camp Alpha में
at
हो रहा है क्या
Influence
ये?
Champion
Atlas
because they didn't
और ये,
perform that
हाँ?
well yesterday when it came to Sandhawk.
Alter-
They ended up, I think, it was
Alter
with a
Ego और
14th
ये
place finish and only 2
Cabin
eliminations. And
influence
that's
का हो रहा
why
है।
I currently have their amazing jacket on. Shout out to their CEO for letting me, for actually giving me this one. I feel like this
आएंगे
team,
क्या?
if
इतने बड़े
they're
बेवकूफ
trying
है
to
क्या ये
maintain
आएंगे
themselves
यहाँ
there
पे?
within this top 5, if they're trying to tempt themselves within that race, they need to have a good performance here in this Sandhawk.
I'm a bit annoyed at how tricked out you are every time, Seven. Everything just fits him so well.
This is nice.
I was a little bit chilly. I was like, I'm going to support my homeboys.
कह रहे हैं नीचे है कि वो क्या हुआ
I am jealous as well. You guys, do you have just a whole
पूरी जैकेट ही पहन ली भाई कैमल इन्फ्लुएंस
I brought my cupboard here with
yeah,
me.
that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys made that happen with the
I
flight
just find
tunnel, but
people.
either way, let's look at the teams to watch from both of these analysts, from Maxman and 7 Worlds Game.
इन्होंने कौन सी पिक
STG,
करी है
Nova,
टीम
and
एसटी को देखो इनने भी
coming from Max.
I picked Silas more specifically, though.
Not an SCG pick aside.
No, I mean,
Salah.
it's because we had
I
that
picked
question
Salah.
on the pre-show for today, right, Alex? And me and Seven were in agreement on that
Salah
one. We
मारता है।
sometimes for STG see just eliminations, no placement, or just placements, not eliminations. They got such a good even split of both
Even
eliminations and
placement.
elimination and frag. Same thing. Eliminations and placement points. I want to see that continue. I want to see that flow keep going for these next 4 matches of today. This is the SGG we want to see at them.
ये भी कह
I
रहा
mean,
है
SCG actually ended up in a
ये
4th place finish yesterday in this Sandhawk.
Yeah.
If they're able to maintain that momentum with the amount of eliminations that they just got,
Picture
if
zone.
Silas continues to pop up, which I mean, I know you're hoping he does. I can see them making even a bigger push there towards the top. Now, you're going to see a pattern here. You saw Fireflux, Godlike Stalwart,
What?
and then Influence Chairman. These are teams that I feel like they need to react,
Influence
especially
Chairman
with
बोलते हैं
the
भाई,
teams that
Chairman
are towards
बोलते हैं
bottom.
हम।
But with Influence Chairman, what I was just talking about, they need to make sure they make something happen here. They usually tend to take a Brazilian team, especially, they tend to take advantage of the Sandhawks.
वो भाई
Yesterday
मत
didn't happen.
बोल रही है वो
Hopefully today's
पीछे
gonna
जो
happen.
है
And for
वही है ना होस्ट में जो
Fireflux,
थी
I mean, this is a team that got a chicken dinner yesterday and had an impressive chicken dinner. Not just any chicken dinner with like 5 elims. It was over 10 eliminations. We haven't seen them at all today.
I do wonder, something comes up to my mind right now. We know that in the past, Alpha 7 Stalwart used to, like, not share bootcamp, he used to fight a little bit over bootcamp, right? Stalwart's not been looking in their best shape right now. Alpha 7, a little bit slow today.
Yep.
Seeing how the Sanhok went yesterday, I'm thinking maybe Alpha 7 are going to change the part and try and go back to
कहाँ से आ गया
because that is their home
क्या
ground.
नाम है
That is
कादिर खान है
position
क्या
for which they play really well.
कौन है वो?
I don't know.
But Alpha
Zakir
7
Khan
ended
आ
up
गया
winning
भाई,
yesterday
Zakir Khan।
in Sandhawk.
I know, but that's the thing, because they're feeling confident, maybe like they want to change things up a bit. No, you don't think so? It was a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay. Yeah. I'm not.
I just threw it out there.
100% disagree with
ऑर्डर
that.
को देखने लग रहा है
I would hope they wouldn't do that, especially with how well it went for them yesterday. Hopefully,
That's
this will
why
be the confidence
बच्चे
booster
भी
that
वैसे
they
पैदा
need
करते
today to
होंगे।
get them out of that bad stretch. I mean, we've seen it before. When I
ऐसा
talked to
पैदा
players,
करेंगे, मैच से पूरी लाइफ
you were able to tell they were super confident coming in today. And I'm pretty sure right now they are not
पूरे
feeling that way, as they
planning
are
के साथ।
currently not even in top 2.
हमको ये बच्चा चाहिए इसके हिसाब
Talking
से
about
planning
confidence, a team that I just slightly want to touch on is 4AM,
Jonathan
because that's the
Golelo
second time in a row they
और
lost a player early on and they got absolutely destroyed by Silas. I can imagine that's going to hurt their confidence as well. 4M, none of you guys picked them just now, but I still feel like they're still very much in the running for the title.
Yeah, 100%. Like, every single team still has a chance to make it up there, right? Even Alter Ego in 16th position still has a chance to climb their way back up there, but look at them. Get on smiles on their faces now. Like, it's the day 2 buff, as everyone would say. They're looking so strong right now, but as I said, any team can still make it up there. Back-to-back champion.
Yes.
Might want to make room for back-to-back champion.
Oh.
You're going to need a big one later on.
Okay, all right. I wasn't going to say it, but it does sound so...
इनका डाउनफॉल वहीं दिखने लग गया था मेरे को.
Yeah, it really does.
अगर वहीं पे कंटिन्यू कर देंगे
Sports where you have like
ये जिम में
3
है ना, ये तो हाथ हिला रहा है.
world champions.
कौन सा?
Very little.
ये हाँ.
I can't
ये
think
बालों
of
वाला
one.
जिम में.
Tribe gaming.
बालों वाला
That's
तो
just off the top of my
नहीं.
head. We don't have to talk about that,
Fair
though.
enough, okay.
For me, though, another team that I kind of want to be looking at, we just saw them on the street, Godlike Stalwart.
क्या कहेगा? आड़ा नोवा जंगा. मुझे तो सब नोवा के लग रहे हैं यार.
If there was ever a time where they can take advantage
Yeah,
of
कुछ
this,
नहीं ब्राज़ील.
they know that now nobody's hot
झंडे तो
dropping them
भाई
in
छुप
boot
जाए.
camp. They know they're going to have a
देखो
little
पैरा
bit of
boy,
freedom to work
नोवा
with.
भाई.
I think yesterday they were
नोवा.
actually able to work within that freedom.
यो
and
हाई.
during their rotation, they got
भाई है
caught
क्या इसमें?
and didn't end up. Nothing ended up happening out of that. I'm hoping this might be a change for them. We always talk about it, especially I always talk about it. Teams can use Sandhawk to just kind of spring themselves up out of the bad stretch.
Especially because normally, as you said, they drop normally in P1. You would say that is a position with Trifecta that opens up
उधर
so
7
many
चीज़ है, इधर
opportunities
Alpha 7 है.
for you in pretty much any circle. You might be able to almost say.
इसी को देख के तो नहीं बनाया गया.
We're not
बाल
really
कलर
do
कर
much
दिया.
with it, and I do want to see them make use of such a central position on
Seven seed, पता नहीं भाई हम
They didn't do it yesterday.
क्या पता कर रहा
Don't have
हूँ
many
मैं.
Sandhogs. You
ये
क्या हो गया?
have 2 more opportunities to make it
खूंखार बंदे ये
happen
रहे.
now. So I do want to see Stalwart use that position a little bit more to its full extent.
इसके ऊपर तो
100%
अजीब सा
talking
दिख रहा है
about
मेरा.
aggressiveness and using that position. We just had a fight from Geek, and you were saying Geek's aggressiveness is something that really stands out for you as well. And that aggressiveness almost got punished in the last game when they breached. When IHC breached them in that compound. They still made it work, but just barely.
Yeah, that was actually a really interesting
ये
fight.
तो बेचारे कह रहे हैं हम क्यों आए यहाँ पे?
I think that
किल देने आएगा
Dan was maybe a little bit slow to join up in that fight, but
गेम खराब करें दूसरों का.
yeah, no, very like he just almost didn't get back into that. But I don't want to do it. Do it.
अरे कैसा लगा मैं पीछे से डंडा किया.
They third party the fight. Me and
Yeah.
7 are like, oh yeah, this is great. They go for an amazing third party, and then they don't fight it. Like the idea was good, but the execution. There's no execution. That's the issue.
I wouldn't even call that a third party, to be honest, because they just decided to drive by. They were driving by. They were like, "Oh, you guys are fighting. Let me think over it."
They did throw in some nades though, and they did get the flushes as well, and I believe 2 are one of the players. So they were able to eliminate that team as a whole. Looking at Alpha 7, I want to come quickly back onto them because Zenhawk is essentially their home ground in terms of best performance so far from them, and they've had 2 games where they went out really early. What are your chances for them in this game? Because none of you guys picked them.
Oh yeah.
Go first.
No,
you
You know, I'm hoping they win it. I know I didn't have my teams to watch, and that's the reason I wanted to make it a theme of just teams that I feel like definitely need to react. I feel like
ये में बड़े खेल के हो जाते हैं ना तो बंदों को एक्सपीरियंस आ जाता है ज़्यादा.
But with Alpha 7, I feel like if there was ever
ऐसे हमारे में एक वो है ना क्या नाम है ओमेगा भी.
Their aggressiveness that they usually tend to showcase, it plays out wonderful for them. We saw how they were able to control the compound yesterday too. How they were able to do a 4-4 split. You were talking about how at one point you wanted them to adjust, and it's like they were listening to you because they did just that. And they weren't just waiting there in the compound; they actually were defending it. They were making people back off. I mean, I think it was Revel where he threw a nade into Incognito. Was thinking about pushing onto them. That backfire as Rebel was just being able to just clutch it up.
And what I loved in that game in particular for them is that they knew the weaknesses of that compound. They knew that, okay, there's a lot of teams that are going to just be going downhill to their location. North is literally the weakest point of that compound on the trifecta of the road. And what they do, they actively push out, send 2 players, clear all of S2G. The moment that happens, the South is your only problem. The moment that happens, you can easily push out that location. You know where the opposing teams are going to be standing, and you just close it off super easily.
So what you're saying is they're going to win this?
या बंदा है वो मेरे को नाम
I just want a boot camp fight, okay? I don't.
No.
I just want a boot camp fight.
You really want Godlike Stalwart to get eliminated first one.
That's the thing.
Come on, Max.
I do not have a comeback.
ये वो बंदा है ना
So
जिसको
you
कह
win.
रहे थे सबसे ज़्यादा स्मार्ट है वो बंदा.
Thank you.
Don't worry to something that we discussed earlier to know about their play style today, which is, taking things slow, staying as 4, making sure you get all of these players alive, and maybe having I want to say, very confident splits as well. Now, that on Sanok isn't always possible.
स्टार्ट करो 6 मिनट का बोल के 6 घंटे लगाओगे.
just because they've been looking so good.
Time
Today.
yeah,
I think it's not like it's not a map specific thing. It's just a they're going to have a second place,
Delay
they're going to have a
चल रहा है
chicken
हमारा
dinner,
हमला.
and they're playing in circle.
Oh my
That's
God.
something we didn't see much of them
Sarga
yesterday. They
video
just
है.
get caught out of circle, taking fights out in the blue. They're not doing
Team
that today.
का है पूरा.
And that's where Nova really excels, is when they're
overall
fighting in
team.
circle.
तो है,
They have
इतना
more
game.
control of their terrain.
इतना तो हो ही नहीं
And I
सकता
don't
यार.
think they're going to change it. Even on Sanok, I think it's going to keep going that exact same pace.
If Nova does end up getting a win, right? Inco Gaming goes off early, SCG doesn't really pop off. We could see Nova end up in
अरे
first
आप
place.
जहाँ
after
जाओगे
this
हमें
match.
पाओगे.
Wait, what? Wait, they started in what position? I'm
They
getting my other
started,
team card.
I can tell
They
you,
were
they started 12.
with 36 points.
Yep, and they currently have 76 points. So in 2 games, they got 40 points.
I swear, man, I always make this joke during the league stage where normally they have like in the
Atta
previous
boy.
system they would have like 1 week where they just do not perform.
भाई
And it's
इतनी
like a
fan
vacation.
following क्यों है
I
भाई?
didn't think
मुझे
they'd take
समझ
a
नहीं
1 day
आता.
vacation
Gamer
in the
ज़्यादा
finals. Like,
gamer है क्या वहाँ पे
they're
ज़्यादा
just like
चाइना
pushing
में?
it
I
to
think
the
it was-
extreme.
I think it was maybe Paraboy just
Pata nahi.
getting used to that 4-finger
Uska
layout
से
that he
ये
was
चल
telling me.
रहा है.
Oh, look at him talking about it. Yeah.
तो रिटर्न में देख लिया लो भाई तो सो जाओ.
Mostly
अब बोलना बता दे घंटे
I
तक.
heard him. I went wild too. I need to calm down.
Whoa.
I need that jacket. I need that jacket.
अरे इतना देख लिया बस काफी
It's
हो गया.
insane, man. The legacy of a player
Oi.
like Paraboy. He just looks at the camera, little heart, crowd goes wild. Like, there are not many players like that.
Sorry, I had to go
वैसे
wild there
जोम
for-
जोम करे जा रहा है.
We muted you because you're screaming.
और कुछ फिटनेस
Well, I
दिखा
can
दो
understand
भाई.
why the 4th place right now for Nova, it's kind of make or break time for them as well in terms of getting
कैमरा
towards
आ रहा
that top 3. Surely gets
क्या
them
देखो यार तो
to-
सब तो यहीं डाल रहे हैं.
यही जा रहा है ने और कर दिया बस.
We've talked about
कह रहा मैं क्या
all
करूँ
of
भाई मेरे
these
को तो
teams
बताओ
now,
यार.
but we've
मैं
left
क्यों हूँ यहाँ
out one in
पे?
specific. That is
ओ भाई लो भाई लो.
third in line in terms of the
बस.
Brazilian teams. They also lost
अब
a
फिर आ
player
गया यार
early
ये
on
मैच.
again in the last match. So, but we
ऐसे
have
बैठा रहा है,
matches
लवर.
today. They lost
बाल
a
क्या
player
कलर
early
कर
on.
लिए
Is that
मैंने
a
ना,
recurring
तो-
theme now? Is that something we have to
मैं ही
expect?
दिख रहा हूँ
Because they
क्या?
do seem to be rotating quite aggressively, quite
भाई इसी को दिखाओगे
risky
मेरे को भी
today.
दिखाओ यार तुम करके.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think that
कह
we've
रहा
seen a lot of
भाई
teams have
ये
the
यार
issue
मैं भी तो
where
बना रहा हूँ.
they're using a player or two early game.
हट बे.
If you can improve on that, work on that, fix it.
कह रहा तेरे को नहीं दिखाएंगे भाई अपना टोरा अलग
It's
है.
pretty much a given, right? But
पीछे आपसी है
I
क्या?
think the changes can still happen. For the teams at the bottom, we did bring this up
Yeah,
earlier, right?
man,
Even if
yeah,
you're at the
बहुत हो
bottom
गया
of the
यार अब तो.
rankings, you can make it up there. Unfortunately, you cannot make it up there without making changes. And like, another player, I just
शांत
want
हो
to
जाओ.
go.
का नाम
Every
बोल
single
देगा
player, like,
पीछे.
I just is so cool they're here.
बोल
man.
के
They
नहीं
feel
करके
the
दिखाएंगे.
land, like
तो ये
atmosphere.
तो अभी
Yes.
अभी
ये
टाइम
अरे
लगा.
हाँ
Absolutely
इसको
love
ऊपर
it.
से हवा कर रहा है
Talking
तब
about
से
going
वैसे
wild
इतनी
for
देर
players,
जब भी दिखा रहे हैं
one
ऐसे
team
ही
that I
जा
actually
रहा है
wanna-
ये.
I want to go wild for Vampire
मम्मी ने कहा
Esports.
ये करते रहना.
Haven't seen them, Max. I know. I didn't want to do it, but I mean,
अरे
currently
दो balloon
15
से तो दे
plays,
दिए,
34
इनसे मारना है
points,
क्या
and being
लोगों
able to out of those 34 points, 19 eliminations. I know
balloon
you got a
गलत ही
chance to
दिख
talk
रहा है.
about with Zertani talking about the changes. I even
अच्छा,
asked you
दो
earlier
दिए,
when
एक
would
दिया
you.
होता तो अजीब
By the way, he said just in case for some
वही
reason
होता है जो
you're just
उसने
tuning
ट्रॉफी के
in,
साथ किया
Zertani,
था.
the coach of Vampire Esports said that they're not making any changes.
Yeah.
After
Love
2
your
matches,
mom, ये क्या है?
currently 15th place.
ओ भाई
You have to
खतरनाक
make
लौंडे हर जगह.
changes. I love your mom
मिल्फ
too.
लवर वो.
ओ ये भी बोल रहा है भाई.
You're-
कास्टर क्या बोल रहा है देख रहा है.
That's an
क्या
interesting sign.
क्या बोला?
I think there's one letter too much right there. I
Love your
think
mom
we'll
too.
have to fix that sign. But it came from a good place, you know?
Oh, yeah.
From a really good place.
There we have them, the number 1 team at the moment in Kill, 4.6
अभी
average.
बोर्ड लगा हुआ है क्या मेरा
Especially
आर्म में?
damage is something to behold.
सोनी बाजार सोनी अरीना.
T1.
Wait, Max, hold on.
Sobi.
You skipped my question. We got too distracted by that
ऐसा कुछ
awesome
बोर्ड है
sign.
क्या
What
तेरा
was the
वाला?
That gorgeous
Rancho.
sign.
Rancho.
Do you make changes with Vampire Esports?
Yes, because all of the teams at the bottom have made changes. They've
Yes.
been slowly rising up. Which team has not
Slightly
moved too
rising
much?
up.
Unfortunately, is Vampire. Right? You need to make because and when he was talking, when I was
ये
talking
Rangel
about
की
those
value
changes with
कितनी
him, that
ज़्यादा
they're
है
not
वैसे.
going to make, they're the non-existent changes. He said, but we're just going to hope that the circles come our way.
तो पहला मैप
At
यही था
some
शायद है ना.
point, Circle sure there's a
Rangel
lot
में
of
तो हर
luck
कोई
in
अपना
play.
best दे
But
रहा है.
to some extent, you also 7 create your own luck, and I think the Vampire staying idle, not making those iterations, is just going to keep them in that 15th
मेरे को थोड़ा
position.
टफ लगता है
We
मेरे
need to see
वीकेंडी.
the Vampire making adaptations
height up.
like in PFN we saw at PFW.
उसे
थोड़े
प्रोटेक्शन तो
I
कर ही
was
नहीं
expecting something
सकता.
else
तो
to
उसका
go
होगा.
up there, but
नहीं उसमें
उससे ना
नॉर्मल जोन
दूर-
प्रोटेक्शन होता है.
उसमें कुछ ऐसे घर भी है ना एक बार घुस जाए
yeah,
तो
in
बंदा
terms of
बाहर ही नहीं
changes,
निकल
is
पाता
there
था.
any other teams that you
वापस पीछे
to
आना
maybe
पड़ता है.
that we're talking about changes as well. I mean, Vampire said already they're not going to want to change much. Maybe Alter Ego in terms of changes. Is there something you would specifically change? If you could give them one piece of advice. I know you weren't wearing the scarf already. There's one piece of advice you would give them. What would it be?
Piece of advice I would say, the way they scout. Yeah, because we had in the previous game on Miramar, weirdest scout possible. You had 2 players in very good position to scout, and you would have 2 players far behind them, serving no purpose, unfortunately. I would want to see the scouting having purpose, having information, and then actually getting those positions. Speed things up a little bit quick on.
You're saying far behind them. You also forgot to say they were so far behind them. They weren't even in the circle. They weren't getting any information. So I appreciate, right, that they're trying to do a split, but that's not doing anything.
Look at Nova. Yeah, do those splits in the circle. You're good to go. These signs now. This goal.
I'm busy reading them as well. A lot of Paraboy signs. I mean Paraboy stuff, but I wouldn't have expected that many. It's just crazy. Almost every second one of them.
I saw and I love from Big
इतना नहीं करते थे कोई भी इंडिया में भी इतना नहीं होता भाई
they were here earlier. I saw them.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Hopefully. Hey, there's love your mom.
He's back.
You
think he did that on purpose? Or you think he was trying to say "love you, mom"?
I think that was the intent. I think the Google Translate did him dirty.
I think you're being nice. I think you really meant to say "love your mom."
My mom's a nice person. No, I like her. So thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, mom, how's it going?
Shout out to my mom.
Shout out to my mom.
Some 4M fans as well in the crowd. We saw some Australian ones in the pre-show. I'm not sure if you guys have seen that one, but we're going through the crowd earlier before the broadcast even started as well. Banks was talking to an Australian fan as well, supporting Nova. So we have and we saw some fans
excitement
getting here to Jakarta just for this tournament as well. It's just completely crazy to me.
I believe we have heard that tomorrow is like we're not fully packed tomorrow.
fan following है भाई यहाँ पे इंडिया में काहे नहीं है यार
with some seats still available. Tomorrow is going to be absolute pure madness as we're slowly getting ready for this next match.
My body's ready.
100%. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are not wasting any more of your time. We are getting into the next match. John Allen and Blank, take it away and have some fun with this one.
Thank you very much. We are going into Sanhok for the one and only for today. Blank after this game will be halfway through the Pmgc Grand Finals here in Jakarta.
यार भाई ये ऐसे दोबारा नहीं करने का
so far today, and Nova have been on a massive upswing.
Absolutely, I think that now they stamp their place towards that top side of the lobby is really good news for Nova. No one expected that to happen in the first 2 games, so that is what was very surprising. For a second place to a first place, this is the Nova we're expecting. Again, China is all about adaptation, and Nova is the best at it. They're so quick, and again, with that organization behind them, very easy to identify any mistakes. They're very good at taking on that advice on board and adapting with it. And implementing it into their own gameplay. I think that's what is so astonishingly good about Nova in the first place, is just how easily this team is able to quickly get things done and make themselves into an even better team come the next day. Obviously, Sanhok now a little bit more, I'd say, random. I still think there's a lot of skill involved here, but it can be one of those cases. If you lose a member early, not necessarily because of you, maybe a little bit of unluck, but we'll see what happens here in Sanhok because we're going to get into it very shortly.
Yeah, a little bit higher variance potentially on this map, so we'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to hold their own.
Tencent Gaming.
The players seem to have sorted it all out. We're just waiting for that plane path to come on through. And then we'll be heading straight on into the jungle. Green stage means Sanhok's on the cards. Let's head into match number 9.
Halfway through now, John, as you said, grand finals. Almost there to the end
भाई
now.
उधर वालों को कैसे जाना
IHC in the plane. Vampires already out.
सामी में कौन
They
जाएगा
might need to be making some
भाई
changes at this
कैंप
point in
अल्फा के
time,
देखेंगे
despite
ड्रॉप
not
फ्लैश
wanting to.
अल्टर ईगो और इन्फ्लुएंस
I think that when you do look at Vampire Esports, they are quite hard-headed in that sense that they will just keep
भाई दोनों ही नहीं आई क्या यहाँ पे
trying to
नहीं
make
आ
it
रही, आ
work,
रही।
taking the sledgehammer to the wall until it starts to break. Inco, though, left out in the cold in that last game. Weren't able to get towards that centre as quickly as they would like. A lot of these teams are starting to realise what is the best way to play these circles, and it's just go straight for that centre, find yourself some priority compounds and play around it.
ये मैप के हिसाब
Some
से
of these
गन
teams
भी
are in a better
चलाते
position
हैं
to do it just with the way the circle
Nova
lies
का
at the
order
beginning.
दिख रहा है
It's no
भाई, pen
longer free real estate for Inco, making a very long journey to get into those centre positions.
अबे इन्फ्लुएंस तो
Bit of a
बूट कैंप है
close
वे
drop
और
there
एसटी
between Order
एसटी के
and
ड्रॉप
two
पे आ गए
players
वे
from Godlike Stalwart. Fortunately, did manage to get a little
ST
bit
कहाँ
further
है?
away.
ST नोवा के पास है।
Majorly occupied
ST को वही
by
जगह से
Nova in this
बेदखल कर
scenario.
दिया भाई,
Order
ये
has
नोवा
been
का order
spotted
गया,
very
बच गया।
separate from the rest of the
नोवा पे
roster.
कर दिया भाई इन्होंने
So going down
इनको-
here would
इनको
pretty
जगह
much
ही
be a
नहीं मिली
death
तो ओपन में
sentence at
भटक
this
रहे हैं।
stage. Fortunately, back behind the rocks now. Doesn't have a weapon to play with, but
ये
can just
Champion
flee
influence
through
पे
these
इतना ज़्यादा
hills.
वो है
They
क्या?
should have seen there's a team over
Advantage
towards
दे, वही
ruins,
risk
and
ले रहे
that blank is a northwestern circle. You
भाग
can't
रहे
quite see it
हैं
on your screens, but we've had it just flash up
भाग
for us.
बहुत फुटेज
On
ले
that
ली
northwestern island is where
इनको
it's
ऐसा लगा था
likely
कि
to
ड्रॉप
finish
फ्लैश
after
होने
this,
वाला है तो
after
भाई
this
ड्रॉप
shift.
पे नहीं गए
Alter Ego already have Fnatic on top of the mountain itself, ready and waiting. Order gets the pickup in the grab car,
ऐसे मेरी
in
की
the grab
3x
bike.
मोड होती है वहाँ तक छोटे घरों में भी हो
Makes his way
जाएगी
on out, delivery on towards the rest of his team. Vampire Esports hat in currently. This could be a good game for them to get some points on board. Influence came in down towards boot camp. Alpha 7 not challenging that one out towards the Kawi. Long way to go for them, but again, Sandhawk quite small.
भावनाओं में नहीं
Can make
बैठते
these rotates quite easily. Inco deciding to head down towards Sami now. Try and pick up that position, but DRS
लोग
are very
इसमें
close in
वही-
the vicinity.
वो करना चाहते हैं ट्रिगर करना चाहते हैं लेकिन होते नहीं अबे भाई
Still on the wings
ये ऑफलाइन हो गया मेरे को लग रहा
for
है
DRS.
नहीं
अरे ना
ऑफलाइन
नहीं दूर था ना शैमी आया ना
Just getting across towards Sami.
शैमी
Oh,
दूर था
really chilling right now. They will hit the floor soon enough, and they will have to make their way north. I'm sure. Inco also on that south side
क्या
of the
लगता है हिल
map
बैटल होगी
towards Bantai with a little bit of an
Hill battle तो
outpost
है ही
in
नहीं।
Nanabete to the west side.
तम हो गई
No
है हिल
real
बैटल
conflict there. Influence Kemin. They cross early from boot camp. Looking to take
Hill
control
battle
of the
वाले में easy
compounds
chicken
to
हो
the
जाता है।
east side
Match
of
up
that
होगी।
northwest island. Already contesting with Godlike Stalwart, who have moved a little bit north of that confluence compound
बगल
as
में
well as
खतरनाक लौंडा
Vampire,
है,
who are
बच
on
के रहिए
that
उससे।
north side near Hatin. They've sent Ravenclaw down to control one of the compounds, give themselves a foothold on this area of the map. You've got Wolves crossing on the northern side bridge as well. Everybody looking to move a little bit earlier than
answer which
maybe we've seen before on
the vehicle
Sandhawk.
Again, it's
exclusive
that meta that we're talking about. Get towards that
Prince and
centre
all.
area, you pick yourselves up some of those
Shy
priority
तो है।
compounds, and specifically with this
मैंने
type of
भी
shift,
करा
there's
था।
not a
49
lot of
पे
those
मेरा
priority
भी।
compounds, and that
ऑप्शन आता है क्या कहीं पे
actual
आया था
position on
ना,
the map will
chat
be
के
taken up
पास।
quite quickly.
अच्छा,
So
वहाँ
getting
आता
people
है।
over there nice and early.
कुछ मिलेगा
It's a
क्या उससे
relatively
अच्छा हाँ
smart
गिफ्ट
decision.
रैंपर्स देते हैं
Influence
कुछ
Kevin realised it, decided
Yeah,
not to
मिलेगा
try and
क्या?
get all that
मिलेगा
loot
यहाँ
from boot camp.
इंडिया वालों को
Import
मेरी
Just a quick loot and boot over towards that
है ये
western
150
side of
रुपए
the
की टी
map,
शर्ट आई है इसके लिए
passing
2000
across
रुपए का
the
टैक्स भर
shallow
दो ले
edges
जाओ
of the river. Stalwart also moving up towards his position. Already have two players towards the roadside on that
उतने
bridge.
रुपए दे दो करो।
Two behind
भाई
top
यहाँ
of
से
Pika. But IHC taking a fight with S2G coming off the back of a
$150
very good
दोगे
game
ना।
on Miramar.
S2G phenomenal. They topped the points tables from that Miramar, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner.
2-8 भी है ऐसे पता है
Massive point scoring game for them, leaves them 10 points behind
जी को
Inco.
80 भी बन सकता है या है
IHC
team?
lose the
नहीं
ults were
एक है
not.
टीम मतलब मैं
not
ना
gonna get flushed just
सोचता
yet,
था
but
सिमिलर
Influence
टीम
came in,
कैसे है लेकिन देखा
taking a
6-8 है और 6-2 है
Not going to take a knock themselves either. Take that back actually.
Oh,
As
don't
Fireflux
argue, hey.
do manage to light up Kayovsky, but that should be Rezable. Ketch and Lutz both
Tapi
going
Pika
down now.
lost
Solke
के वाले
repositions
भाग गए
to look for these reses. Ketch still behind the rock. Solke's smoke does bloom there.
क्या लगता है पुश
And
होगा
Solus not really going to put too much in the push. Hitting the deck with
Right
the
to
back shuffle
flank
there.
करो।
Law will not be able to
नहीं, इसके
get those
पीछे
bullets
हटें।
over the top, and reses should be
लो
available here
नॉक
now
में तो
for
इनकी
Fireflux.
मेंटालिटी क्या रहेगी
Rough position to be
नहीं
in.
किया
टीममेट है नहीं ना
But again, they need to make their way over towards this western side. So getting here nice and early. Need to solidify
आएंगे
themselves just
तो
a little
revive
bit
भी हो
while
जाएंगे।
they start to make this move. S2G as well. Moving across the bridge on that north side after the little engagement with IHC. they get themselves in over on that northern side of Vampire Esports. You might just have spotted this.
रोक लो दिखाओ अपनी power.
Certainly will now. Shots take shots. S2G now know there's a fight to be had. Influence Kemin not too far to the south, but they are still playing split on that river, trying to control that crossing. Find value there. Kelsey gets the man on the cross and swept. Taken down.
कम एंगल मिला था.
Spot the drop as well. Vampire trying to just fully disengage from this. Losing a little bit out there. Stoned up the top, maybe. Shots onto Kelsey. Spots the player, but the door is shut before he can get the flush. Does get the knock, however, and that's going to slow S2G down somewhat.
Vampire Esports might be able to get back together with this as well. The down players is moving out, but AE, they've spotted this. They're onto this case at the moment. Sniff out the clues down towards this west-eastern side. Find your shots. That's one down. That's from Little Boy, in fact, on the southern edge of this engagement.
On that 2-2 split from Influence Kemin right now. Still playing both sides of the river. I really like this position from them. Gives a lot of control and slows a lot of teams down, forces them to fight off against one another. So you know your south flank and your north flank teams are going to be a little bit more diminished in power. Ravenclaw given the run around by Fnatic. The shot's not quite going to get the knock there, and Ravenclaw will have to invest in some more healing. Will have to spend those chits.
QBZ, little bit difficult at that kind of range. Oh dear me, IHC just about getting away with it and take it back. Doesn't even make it into the building. T2K can maybe pick up some eliminations here and get free reign over the bridge on the north side. So many teams already making their way in. 4am yet to move, Alpha 7 right on the barest edge there on Quarry. But Adam also need to make in Inco for the first time in a long time, right on the edge of the circle, nowhere near the center at the moment.
For now, anyway, potential to change, I'm sure. Next circle popping, and that should confirm it. Yes, we are going to the northwestern island now. So the top of the mountain value skyrockets blank, and that is going to be held by Alter Ego themselves. Zio, backed off the ridge line. Lovely shot coming through from Beautiful. From the Wolves. Game 1 went a little bit better for them than game 2, on the day that is. So hopefully in match number 9 they can get a little bit more done and try and join Nova towards the top of those tables. Try and catch up with 4 Angry Men as well.
You look at Alter Ego. A lot of times when you get this northwestern shift, it is very free if you're on the mountainside. A lot of teams made their way over here preemptively though. So a lot more teams to deal with. Stalwart sends a player into scout versus the guys from Geek Fan. A little bit of an issue for them, but quickly wraps back round and went towards Camp Alpha. S2G also in this area. Stalwart get themselves in a very tricky situation now with one player down and one player completely on the opposite side of the coast.
Order rolls up right into the sightlines at top, but there's 2 players to hop out. Not really that much damage done by top. A 1-2 coming around the side. Order gonna get flushed out. No, does lose the player in the process, but top and Pika both now have fallen for Godlike Stalwart. Powerboys up to the bridge. Maybe overcommittal on going for the flush there for top. Likely to lose the life, but cuts Nova down to 3.
Action guys.
Scry really has to put in some mega work now. Action. Nowhere to be seen. Shots coming through, the tiniest little angle there. Fantastic stuff. Nova's got all these positions on lock at the moment.
Action
toxic to hold as well. You've still got Inco behind you. Which means that you can guard them out. And at the top of the tables, if you take them out of the mix early, certainly a runway opens up. Hopefully they can try and land that plane if they can. They still have to push through the remnants of Godlike Stalwart. Inco. They're clashing with Alpha 7, who are trying to swing in behind them as well. Becca as the backstop for one of the Brazilian teams, fighting off against the other. Shots from Nenebete up the top of the hill. Challenges out Mythic as well with Becca. Not going to fight that knock, but does suppress the angle. Nenebete moving out, playing 2-2 now. They want to sweep the back before they make the aggressive move, the aggressive push forwards. They know they can't really do too much if they've got Alpha 7 hounding at their heels.
A little bit caught between two very difficult teams at the moment. Alpha 7, though, pushed in by the blue. That is ticking quite hard even at this stage in the game. So have to make a move. With Inco taking up high ground, Alpha 7's exit from this position will be very difficult. Basically doing calculus to try and figure out the best way to get into the circle now for themselves.
Look at that, using the ridgeline near the coast for Alpha 7 to actually skirt around it and actually finding themselves in that compound. Jimmy will be first to face from Nova. They have managed to get away from Inco, and I don't think they have any idea that Jimmy's here as of yet. There are no vehicles, but he's got to have a chance to run through the door to hit the floor. Will find the second knock. Jimmy gets felled by Revo. Mafioso through to try and help his teammate out, but not going to be enough to save out the player on the inside. Luckily, they can go for these reses. Frozen, however, with a chance for Nova to change things around a little bit. The nade was cooking, and Mafioso falls. A second knock on the back as well as Revo. Now it's just mythic, and Frozen wants to put one through. Clicking that perfectly would spell the end of Alpha 7, but he sends it through and pulls out two eliminations instead. Paraboy, Frozen, trading on the game. Was that a self-nade? Did they put that in earlier? Oh, they take themselves out! Paraboy, no! I can't believe what I've just seen! Nova trying to seal the deal! Paraboy's nade! And they totally forgot about this one coming in. A nade by all stretches. Very, very well placed to explode late. Should Alpha 7 want to leave, but it was not communicated clearly. And forgotten about by Paraboy. What a horrible way to end it. After the incredible play from Frozen. They must be so furious with that. You would expect so. We're on board now with Inco, though. Two players remaining in their scrap with Fireflux. The crossing from the south side proving to be very troublesome for them. Fireflux nearby, ready and waiting to take any opportunity to slow Inco down at the top of the tables. Buradam, they tried to cross ahead. Takes the knee and now leaves just Vitali alive for the #1 Brazilian team. S2G, they've been on that northwestern island for a long, long time, and they're on the west side of the next circle as it comes through.
In the chat.
Still great positioning here for Alter Ego to take it all the way here in this match. Influence Kevin find themselves the very strong compound down towards that eastern side. You just feel so bad for Nova there. And even worse, that the only thing that can defeat Nova is Nova, apparently. IHC found themselves a little bit of a handhold over on the east. T2K towards the north. A lot of teams just trying to get themselves any kind of advantage. 4AM still moving into the circle at the moment. Been out in that blue for a long, long time, so very much scratched and bruised. Sending across the bridge now, though. This could be the engagement with T2K that they were not looking for.
4AM across the bridge at the north. Fairly low on the health bars, but should be able to pick that one up. Loud ingress. Actually, no one in this compound. But they'll have to move further south on the shift. Alter Ego, I feel like they're being fairly quiet so far in this game.
I haven't had to do too much. You don't really want to draw too much attention to yourself. Honestly, you're on top of the mountain. We'll just try and sweep the leg and get you to fall down off the cliffside there. They can move over towards the south now, though. Does move down towards Geekfam. Fireflux, who took a position behind Nova, as that position was quite quickly cleared, honestly.
Southwest side heating up now. Geekfam slowing down DRS, S2G as well. Close by. Buradam and Fireflux will be entrants into this engagement too. Wolves a shot from the top of the mountain, and finally,
मुझे लग रहा है एक टीम
Alter Ego
में
are chiming
देने
into
की
the
है।
fight, picking up 2
बॉटम
eliminations
से ऊपर
now.
आएगी क्या इस बार?
Maybe looking to take over Vampire as Vampire do fall. T2K moving through the valley as Influence Kemen sits on the compound on the other side in the foothills in the shadow of the cliff, the mountain, this northwestern
खाली लग
island.
रहा है मेरे को चाह रहा हूँ मैं।
Will be holding off against Jane on the push. Little boy looks to avoid the backlines. Jane swings in for a challenge, but won't be able to find it. Not just yet. Close up and personal now. Rick not in for the close range. Bayovsky has got that DBS to play around with. So it's going to be hard for Jane to launch through this window and successfully breach this building. Little boy moves into position by the door, but Jane allows Rick to move back up further along the back. We'll be able to spot these players moving forwards. Jane lobs an aid in through the window, but Rick has fallen. An aid to burst right under their feet. Only the one now remains from the top rope, but will have to move south. And fairly soon as well. Might just go for the points here. Chin finds out all about it. A lovely little spray, a couple of taps more, and you get a point. You take that.
अबे ये क्या?
Forium had moved quicker and further downwards. They might have found that position.
वो मर गया।
The IHC currently trying to hold that's all the way on that eastern side, but
क्या हो रहा है
they're going to go deep towards the circle. WWX has already fallen, so only 2 players left
Alter Ego
now.
ने
नहीं हो रहा क्या है?
4 AM.
भाई उनको लग रहा है
Alter Ego
डाउन
though,
आ गया
a real
भाई,
chance in this
अब
game
कुछ
to put
कर
up
ले
some big points.
कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं रहा उनके
Next
अंदर
circle
अब
does move away from them though. It
नहीं,
shifts to the
consistent
east
team
side
देखी थी
here.
मैंने।
Influence came in
हर
with a
team
compound on the
top
north to
5
take
आती थी
shots at
यहाँ
anyone who
तक
moves
point
forwards. Alter Ego, if they can
पहली बार
maintain
देखा
that
हूँ
high
ये
ground,
10
however,
14 पे 15 पे।
as you said, so much control.
दूसरी टीम भी
Shifts in
मंगोलिया की
an
इतनी
awkward
खास
spot
नहीं
for
खेलती।
them. Forium smokes out of position. The Alter Ego
ओ
might have
भाई ये
liked to
दिखा
have
रहे हैं
picked
देखो
up,
इसने
so
पहले फेंका फ्रोजन ने
there's going to be difficulty in the
फिर
way.
इसने
There's
एक और
that
फेंका
replay.
पैरा बॉय कुक करके
Honestly,
फेंक दिया इसने ऐसे ही डाउन लो
incredible shots. And yeah, there was the
उसने कुक
nade
भी नहीं किया ये लो
through the
है
window, through the door. It's all
बहुत
over.
कम यार फेंक के
That
Must hurt
moment
to
you
watch
know,
it all over again.
ये वाला फक
And again.
ओ ये कह रहा ओ भाई ये देख रहा है ये ऐसा होना चाहिए देख रहा है
They're in good
मजा आ गया।
spirits. They
They're in
still
good
managed to get
spirits.
6 eliminations
ये
on the
देख के
game.
मेरे को अच्छा लगा
So it's not the end of the
कह रहा है
world.
हम इसके
S2G
सामने
is still in the
कर सकते हैं,
fight.
लेकिन
In the
तो
second
अंदर
place
जाके
there, they have,
फेंक।
however, just lost Hamzy.
इधर तो बेंच गाना मार ली जाती।
Far from ideal. 3
South
players
Mavi
alive
होते
for
तो
them.
ऐसे
Soulcake
देह
low.
के देह घुसल
Fireflux spray from My Name P gets the knock, and Fireflux are diminished somewhat.
ओ भाई अल्टर
I'm
ईगो
sure
कहाँ
their
है
spirits
मर
are
के भी
well
smile
dampened
कर रहे
here.
थे।
Soulcake, Resible, unless the Geek fan
भाई यही
has
टाइम है
something
इनके
to say
उठने का
about
भाई
it.
यही जीतेगी कंफर्म अल्टर ईगो
Keep Fam been a bit of a tear today.
अच्छी जगह ले रहे हैं।
Much better than
पर
yesterday,
जोन
I
में
would
तो नहीं
say.
है जगह।
Yuhai really leading the charge for
जोन
them.
में ही तो है
DRS, only one player remaining.
Mudora रहेगी,
Bit of a
क्या?
fall off in performance from yesterday. Fireflux also for some more points here.
S2G
13th
वाली
place,
form
not
में-
ideal. 5 eliminations
मुझे
on
लग
the
रहा है
game.
गेक वाले ले जाएंगे इस बार।
Could be good for them. 2 teams, 3
Height-
teams, sorry,
height पे तो
at
यही
4.
वाला
Geek Fam,
हाइट
Influence
वाले ले
Kevin,
गए
and
एडवांटेज।
Alter Ego. For a big game this time around.
हाँ ये क्या मारा।
Make the home
ओ
country
भाई
proud.
ये कैसे बे एसटीवी के आगे घुटने टेक
Couple
दिए
shots through the door,
इन्होंने
and Geek Fam
भाई
eliminated.
ये सारे मजे
unfortunately,
लेके
though. Alter Ego
चलो भाई मेन
still
कॉम्पिटिटर ही
have the
बाहर
high
कर दिया इन्होंने
ground and leave S2G with 1 player remaining. 6 eliminations, just Kelsey to move forwards. 4 eliminations from the high
ये
ground
कब तक
position.
सरवाइव
And
करेगा
they
एक बंदा
move 2
इनका
down as well. The west side of this circle, it feels fairly controlled
अब
now.
बता दे बस
Influence
ये
Kevin and
और
4 Angry Men are going to have to
INF
fight it out for the
को
east.
देखना है इनको
2
बस
players from 4
टिक्का
Angry
है
Men.
इनका
Tall task in front of them.
FF भी
Get
तो है
further
नहीं
into this
3
game.
बना होगी।
You don't like this from Potato though. He's sticking close towards his engagement, providing
कह रहा
information
सबसे
back
लेटा
across.
साला यहीं पे मर जा
He's going to move up towards that loot crate. Influence Kevin coming in now. Law. Try and take down these players. Remove the vehicles. Take out the
ये
wheels.
भी-
But it's 4v2 here.
मरेंगे एक एक करके मरेंगे बस ये सारे
4 Angry Men
अरे
eliminated
इधर
with
देख
that.
भी रहे हैं ये वाले इधर से आ रहे हैं
6 teams
मेरे को तो
remaining.
नहीं लग
Influence
रहा देख
Kevin
रहा है इनको
देख रहे
to move past Potato here. But look at the off angle from Fnatic. It needs to be pivotal to control
देख
this
लिया
influence
फुटस्टेप आ
Kevin
गया होगा
push.
उसको
Pond
ये
it as
बंदा मारेगा
well
ना देखिए
in an ideal location to slow things down.
पोटैटो
ये वाला एंगल से ही देगा।
Still a lot that can go wrong here, honestly. There's a lot of teams
Oh,
still in the
ये
mix.
just नहीं भर दिया क्या?
Fireflux,
वो भाई मार दिया।
S2G with
इसने मार दिया।
Kelsey.
भाई इनकी
Right
फैन
now,
फॉलोइंग भी है भाई
Pond
क्या
in the
चिल्ला
work.
रहे हैं भाई
Survival is in his name, but sometimes that requires you to lash out
इस बार
Do
हम एक नहीं
exactly
बचेंगे,
what you
चारों
need
बचेंगे।
to keep going. So far, he's putting the damage over towards Influence Kemin.
Easy kill
They're
बोला तुमने
suffering right
हमको।
on the edge, and soon enough, Blue.
ये बॉटम में
their
देगा
real
तो क्या
enemy.
हमको हलवा समझा क्या?
Potato will have to shimmy just a little bit further forwards. I was checking out the utility
ऐसे
available
क्या है
for
यहाँ
no
पे?
nades,
अपन ने
so
कितनों
can't
को
just
last clip
underarm
दिखाया
bobble a nade
दबाया।
downhill towards Influence Kemin. Lux
ये सारा
from
तो वही
Fireflux
मारते
spotted
हैं।
by Kelsey. Influence
मरते
Kemin
मरते
making
भी
a
मार
break
रहा है।
out wide and
इसके
trying to
बाद
move
कोई मार
down
रहा
the
है।
hill instead of going on the cliff side. But Potato is
मारो
there,
बे,
ready
इतने
and
easy
waiting.
kill है
The
यार, मारो
Guardian
बे।
put up on high, and Potato
easy
finds
kill
the
तो क्या ही
second
मिलेगा।
knock as well.
ओ
Law
भाई क्या चढ़ा बंदा।
made the cross,
भाई नेट फेंक दे
say
बच्चे।
unharmed, but now they can start to res up in that
ये
location.
जो होल्ड कर रहे थे ना यही मुझे लगता है
Potato, first aid kit.
रिवाइव का मौका दे दिया उन्होंने।
Invested here, but Influence
मुझे
Kemin, it's
लगता है
time. It's
ये
not on
एक
their
टेक्निक है जो
side.
हमें सीखनी चाहिए।
The Blues starting to push them in. Potato still doing work. That's another one
वो
down.
देख।
Brazilian
मार रहा है।
team
है।
taking huge casualties from
इतनी दूर से-
Indonesia.
तो स्विंग कर रहे हैं नेड में भी।
तो जाना चाहिए इसको भी।
5
ये
eliminations
लेकिन
on the
जोन में
card
अब
for
ये बच
Influence
जाएगा,
Kemin.
इसको भर देगा।
Same story for Fireflux and Alter Ego. They're trying to rack up a couple more.
Oh,
Potato has to top.
Oh, okay.
Wins a crucial
जाते
duel
जाते
there.
go करूँगा।
Karofsky has the
वो बहुत
opportunity
बढ़िया।
now. Cuts his legs out. Does
वो ये
get
भी
taken
गया।
down in
ओ
the
भाई,
process. Kelsey
top।
eliminated by
यही है
Fnatic
winning
as the
moment,
off angle in
जीत
the
जाओ
meantime. And now Alter Ego can take care of business. They move
नहीं
down the
चाहिए
hill.
ये।
And Ponbit puts the
कोई नहीं
final
आएगा।
nail in the coffin against Influence Kemin. It's
Oh,
only
wow.
solos left.
Oh,
IXC
भाई।
looking to challenge maybe with 2. Catch behind the rock. And there's a knock coming on in. It's Demo to fall to boot. And now
दो नॉक
it's
कर
anyone's
दिया है,
game.
तो पलटा देंगे सिचुएशन
Bombay.
लग रहा है।
An
टीम
absolute
टीम है।
master
FF वाले
right
तो
now.
आप
That's
क्या
putting
ही
so
करोगे,
much
आप
work
तो एक
even
ही
on
लगता है।
Miramar.
वो
Now
तो
he wants to
last
take them all the way.
लास्ट
6 grenades still remaining. Looks to toss one over the
3v1 हो
top.
जाएगा अब
In
तो।
the meantime, his buddy
ऊपर चला गया,
getting
हाइट
picked
पे-
up. But
हाइट
that's
पे
it.
चला
Just
गया, वो
relaying
कर
that
दिया आपने।
information across. This is an all but done
देख लिया
deal.
देख लिया।
Potato
गया
back into the mix. 3 players active, and Kex will fall last. It is Ponbit
वो इसे
with the
बोलते हैं
final
नीचे से
elimination.
उठ के
इनको हट हो गया
And in Jakarta,
मारने का।
they find the chicken dinner.
यही वो बंदा था ना जो मैं
The
स्कूल कर रहा था, अभी
Alter
बताता हूँ
Ego.
रुको। अभी बताता है मैं।
Headsets. It's done now. A huge game as well. So many
कैमरा हमारे
eliminations
पे कब
with the
दिखा
chicken
रहे हो
dinner
ना,
as
अभी
well.
रुको, अभी
That's going to
बताता है।
sit them high and proud there. And lift them out from the bottom of the lobby. A really,
Hey, मेरे को
really
उसका
well done
reaction
game. It
देखना
didn't
होगा
end on the
Sprout का।
mountain either. That required
बोलो
finesse to
पैरा
finish
हुआ
that one
नहीं
out.
करा ना।
They did need to make
क्या
some
बोलता है
pretty quick
देखो।
adjustments. And the fact that Potato stayed all by himself for a long, long time on that north-east side and still was able to deal with the majority of influence Kevin by
हमारा
himself.
फोटो
Happy days.
होना
Look
चाहिए
at that.
इसमें।
The peace signs are
यार
up.
आगे भी बड़े स्क्रीन
This
पे
was a
देखा यार।
fantastic match coming through
चार के
from
तुम्हारे
Alter
में
Ego.
Potato with the MVP for the team. He sat on top of the mountain, on top of Influence Kemin. They controlled S2G from their western flank as well. These are not easy teams to handle.
Not at all. I think that you often see that top side of the mountain when you get a northwest finish, it's like it's a done deal. It's really not. It's really never a done deal in that case. And look, man, you've got to rep the Alter Ego fam because look, that last game, absolutely phenomenal from them. It's not an easy finish. A lot of times you get wrapped up from behind. You get players take you out from the top side. If you don't move quick enough as well, you can catch yourself caught on that top side of the mountain. Alter Ego, they set a masterclass on how to play that mountain themselves and really spread their attention and spread it in such a way that they're still able to deal with all these teams influencing from that high ground.
They didn't really need to have that full hands-on approach until that mid-game struck. And that is where they did really start to leverage their position.
Absolutely.
And I think it was,
ऐसे ही कमबैक
as you
देखने
said
को मिले तो
before,
मजा आया यार, गेम में कुछ
incredibly
लगे
well
कि हाँ हो
executed.
रहा है भाई।
The crowd
इन्हीं के fan हैं ये
absolutely
सारे
wild towards
छोटे
it in
वाले।
that game. You can tell why. It was such a clean finish coming through from Alter Ego.
इंडोनेशियन टीम है क्या ये?
Very, very well done. And that's the type of thing you want to see. I think for Alter Ego, you could be happy with just that, even if the tournament ended now. An excellent way to set yourself on the stage of Pmgc, the biggest tournament in the world here for PUBG Mobile. And a tournament win like that, 4 players still up, and a 10+ elimination game. Goodness me.
a couple of other teams as well having some pretty solid entries there. Influence Kemin, they did stay up fairly late. They got a pretty decent elimination count as well. Fireflux deep into that game. So the top of those tables still very much in the lurch there with a couple of the top teams going down early on. But it is, as you said, such a treat for Alter Ego to win in their home ground.
Absolutely. I think that when you look at some of this, though, it has kind of switched up the top of the leaderboards just a little bit, with some teams doing quite well, some teams at the top really not doing well at all. I was surprised that Nova was still so pleased with that result. I think that's what makes a good team. You got to have fun with it, right? You have to have fun at the end of the day. There's no pressure to begin with. You could just play your heart out the entire time. I mean, it's crazy. I love to see it.
They still managed to get 6 eliminations, right, on that game, so sure, they shouldn't have gone down there. Quite frankly, they should have been able to go a little bit further. But also from the position they were in, they still had to cross the river. They still had to get across. There's going to be so many teams looking out your way, so you're probably losing out maybe 1 or 2 points.
Absolutely, I think that you look at this for Nova, again, I still see it as a win. If you can have absolutely no pressure on yourself during the Pmgc, it becomes so easy to bounce back from something like that, which is beautiful. We're going to bounce back very, very shortly, but in the meantime, we're going to throw this one over back to the desk.
गेम बैन नहीं होगी, अनबैन नहीं होगी तो वही चला जाओ। नेपाल की टीम ज्वाइन करेंगे।
DRS को टक्कर देके जाना पड़ेगा आगे।
DRS में चले जाएंगे ना। 10वीं या 11वीं लाइन।
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ पूरी लाइनअप कोई खरीद लेना और उसके बाद फिर अपनी टीम ले जाओ उसमें आगे। वैसे पैसे वाले ऐसे करते होंगे भाई बंदे।
टीम खरीद लो और उसमें 5th मैन बन जाओ और बीच में चंपर जी चले जाओ खेलने के लिए, जैसे मोटल नहीं है, चाहता तो खेल सकता था मोटल।
Welcome back to those absolutely absurd scenes from no one being able to take out Nova but themselves, to AE finally getting that well-deserved chicken dinner that we were searching for so long. 26 points.
I've never heard this much hype for match ranking 7. I don't think it's for the graphic. I think it's for one team. Alter Ego IMAX getting himself the heavily awaited chicken dinner right there, and we said it, played to almost perfection on this Sandhog battleground.
The way it was done, we were talking about it earlier during the Miramar. We were saying how they needed to readjust a little bit in regards to pretty much the awareness that they had, and also how they were playing in the macros. They did that so well here. I mean, at one point I was like, oh man, I don't like what Potato was doing. I was absolutely wrong. I'll be the first person to tell you I was absolutely wrong, because that man set that squad up to actually get the win. Some of the other stuff though, Fireflux, this was the team that I wanted to see how they were going to be doing. 19 points for them, Influence Gemin as well, 11 points, a good bounce back for this team that definitely needed points. And if we actually go towards the bottom, this is going to make it even more interesting, because Inco Gaming and Alpha 7 Esports are towards the bottom.
We're having a little bit of a complete reverse of what we had in the first day. It's not fun, but wow, some nice changes up here. Look how far down Alpha 7 has now dropped. Currently in 5th place with 80 points. Inco Gaming still maintaining, currently tied with SUG, tied for first place in Influence Gemin. I mean, this is what I was saying. They needed to have good performance to be able to kind of slow down that push from Nova that they've been doing the whole day. Great stuff. Exactly, great stuff.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि भाई अगर
just on the cusp of the
कैम बैन नहीं हुआ था ना तो इधर टॉप 10 में 8 में ना अपनी इंडियन टीम भी दिख रही होती।
I think that was what 13 points from DRS. So Nepal slowly, surely showing up, currently in 6th and 7th place respectively for the whole region of Nepal. And I'm hyped to see on the second page. What was the step up? They're up in 13th position from 16th, and this is the redemption arc that might be beginning right here, 7. They look so far down below. This game puts them back in the race.
It really is. I mean, for teams that we're talking about that we wanted to see changes, Alter Ego's currently doing competitively there. Fireflux, for them to be able to jump up to 9th place and be tied as well with 4 Anchormen, this is great stuff.
Let's head over to look at the next matches. What is coming up? Match number 10 in just a couple of minutes, which is going to be Arangel. And we've had all sorts of theories about who's going to take Arangel matches for today. The first one obviously has already been decided, which is Inco. But going back to the overall rankings really quickly, I wanted to touch on, because you were saying something really interesting. Is that just the beginning for AE? Or is the
I don't think so.
Like, this is hopefully going to be something as their wake-up call, right? I mean, we said it. That was a gameplay to almost perfection. We had a lot of criticisms for them in yesterday's matches, for the first 2 games before this previous one of this second day of play. If this is the new normal.
अभी भी देख रहा है भाई इसमें तो।
I'm telling you, the redemption arc might be happening
वहाँ
for
भी
Alter
देख
Ego
रहा
here,
था।
over
ओ।
here in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Order
Not only
बेचारा
just the
finish हो गया।
positioning that I loved in that Sandhawk, I love the aggressiveness. I love that they
But
were
it's
willing
really
to just try इनको to दिखा look रहे for those बोलते नहीं। extra points in regards to
हाँ, वो
eliminations.
हम
And I'm
देखते
hoping
हैं।
that that actually continues, saying that it's going to slow down.
आ गया परफेक्ट मेड। ओ भाई
क्या हुआ?
ये देख रहा हूँ मैं, वो जो नेड फेंक रहा था ना। ओ भाई, तीनों गए। अरे भाई अपने नेड से
मैं जब तक इसका देख लेता हूँ हुसन का।
Why not हिंदी कास्टिंग इन जीसी? ये तो दुख दर्द पीड़ा संताप वाले लोग बता सकते हैं।
Why not game in India?
मारो भाई, नोबा को मारो। लड़ो।
H. Oh, nice.
It was almost चौदिनाई। मार कूट भाई। अरे नहीं बे।
कैसे बोल रहे हैं? कूट मार
इसको
एक मारा और 2 ठिल गए।
उसका देख रहा हूँ हुसन का।
सारा बॉय
मार
सबके डैडी निकले फिर
ऐसे
से।
बोल रहे
पैरा बॉय निकले, पिता बॉय।
पैर हुए निकले पिता हुए। क्या बोल
आकाश चोपड़ा की कमेंट्री। पैरा बॉय बहुत ही प्यारे बॉय निकले हैं।
आय हाय, एक हेड तो लगा था। सैनुक को जीन इसलैंड सबसे सालों से इसमें जोन में मार यू हाई ठोक दे।
कौन है मैच? इतना
छोटे
तेज
से
बोल रहा
फीड
है।
अटक गया।
क्या बोल रोशन भाई, एक मैच में अपनी हिंदी वाली कास्टिंग हो जाती तो मजा ही आ जाता। प्लीज मत कराओ।
मत करा।
इतना बढ़िया स्टार्ट।
अब ये
रैंडम बंद कराओ इसको। इसका अगर मैं प्रोवाइड
भाई ये तो उसको सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, इन्फ्लुएंस कैमिन को।
ओ भाई दोवा पे चढ़ गए, लौंडे दोवा पे चढ़ गए। ओ तेरी गेंद फाड़ दी, गेंद फाड़ दी भाई, गेंद फाड़ दी।
गेंद फाड़ दी।
मारो।
फ्रोजन का नेट जाएगा, फ्रोजन का नेट जाएगा। बढ़िया ग्रेनेड है भाई, बढ़िया ग्रेनेड है। ओ तेरी नोवा।
मॉडल वाले में तो कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा है, तो छोड़ दिया इसने करने का।
सोशल डिस्टेंस फिनिश।
ये अंकारा मेसी जो आता है ना बीच में।
हुसन का तो रिएक्शन है भाई। ये क्या चौथ बचा दिया। उसका देखो स्काउट
रोशन का ही देख रहा है।
नॉट अगेन, नॉट अगेन यार।
तो बोल नहीं रहा, कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहे था। मुंह बंद हो गया उसका। शौक
बात करते थे वो यार, उसमें क्या हुआ होगा
भाई। एक तो
स्काउट का देखे भाई, स्काउट के साथ कौन मावी देख रहा है।
सेमी हार्डकोर बोल रहा है कोई।
काफी लोग देख रहे हैं, ओमेगा और कई बंदे।
सेमी हार्डकोर क्या है?
नोवा का सिर्फ नोवा ही हरा सकती है।
हाँ, नोवा का सिर्फ नोवा हरा सकती है
भाई। नोवा
भाई क्या हो गया?
क्या हो गया भाई?
अच्छा बहुत आगे देख लेगा।
नोवा मर गई ना, ये पीछे करना।
मर गई। अरे मेरा नायक हो गया गाइस।
तीनों गए भाई। ये भाई।
अरे नोवा मर गई। अरे नोवा खुद के नोट से मर गई, खुद के नेट से फुट गई।
साले इसका तो पीछे चल रहा है।
वो अपना
इसके साथ वाले जो देख रहे हो आगे देख रहे
क्या
हैं।
गया वो अपना।
अबे कल भी ऐसे ही बोल रहा था साला, मेरे को क्यों लीक दे रहे हो, रुक जाओ।
अभी देखा वो बोल रहा फट गया खुद के नेट से, इसका फटा ही नहीं। ये भी ठीक है।
और किसी ने दिया होगा क्या? बढ़िया।
अभी मैंने रोक कैसे दिया? अच्छा नहीं चल रहा लाइव मेरा वाला तो। 2:42
स्ट्रीम चालू करके भग गए क्या लोग कई सारे? तो
हम ही चूते की तरह बैठे रहते हैं क्या? 3 मैच से बैठे हुए पूरे। मैंने रोक कैसे दिया? और कोई कर रहा है क्या? ये राका गेमिंग क्या करने लग गया भाई? 1,75,000 चैलेंज।
सोमराज तो अपना ही स्ट्रीम देख रहा है, अपने ही टूर्नामेंट का।
पीएमजीसी वॉच पार्टी लेट्स गो नेपाली टीम। अच्छा छोड़ो अब वापस आ जाते हैं। क्या बकचोदी चल रही है? अब क्या पहन लिया उन्होंने?
Any time of the week, any day, really. I love it. That's all.
Just
more fun.
More
all the time.
fun. Well, this week is going to be a lot of fun.
Too much fun.
It right now is a lot of fun.
Maybe. I don't think so. Maybe just enough fun.
अरे ये इंडियन स्ट्रीमर क्या नाम है?
But that
इसका
could
मैं
also
भूल
go
गया यार
wrong.
नाम।
We won't get into the semantics of how to have fun. I'm sure you guys know
Spiro.
plenty about how to have the fun.
Spiro भी कर रहा है क्या?
Alter Ego fans will have had plenty of the fun
देख वो
in that previous game. Most of the fun was had by Alter Ego fans in that last game, obviously taking that chicken dinner. A magical moment, I'm sure, for the home ground supporters.
Really well executed from Alter Ego. I want to see a similar kind of performance out in this next game. Playing it tactically, really having each other's backs, and some pop-up performance overall from each player. Which is really nice to see, honestly. That's something we weren't able to see a fair few times over the past day and a half, let's say. I think just looking at Pombit in general, though, this guy has really stood up for the team massively. Really doing a lot of good work. Bit of an odd playing pattern to start off our angle as we head into it right now for match number 4 of day 2. Shooting range down towards Primorsk. Vampire Esports are getting out the plane very late here.
माँ होल्ड
The
करके
west
थोड़ा खेलता
side
था।
plane isolates places like Milta, like Lipovka. Be a little bit harder to get to. Novo potentially
मेरे तो
pretty
reflection भी बढ़ जाता
tricky
थोड़ा।
to achieve there, but you can drop towards Osnovka military base. We haven't seen too many teams really target that main drop.
फायर मार्क आता होगा नहीं होता होगा पता नहीं।
नहीं आता।
Maybe a couple who are going for
और ये
it
मैसेज
as
भी बंद
a
रहता है।
backup drop
व्हीकल तक नहीं
location.
पता चलती बाद में।
Severny close to the starting point there. I think T2K will be out and over it very, very quickly.
हमने कभी वो चीज को डेवलप नहीं किया कि गाड़ी का कितना डिस्टेंस है साउंड से पता लगाए।
Swing down towards Yasnaya in the next couple of minutes.
भाई ड्रॉप क्लैश कर दो भाई इस बार।
We're in a big game here now for Alpha 7. Get things
T7
back
ने कर
on
दिया शायद
track.
4M से।
I think for them, it's a really good time to bring things back into the
वो तो
fold.
दोनों वहीं
on
जाते
match
हैं, हर बार वहीं जाते हैं तो।
It's the only 2 more matches
भाई
after
इस
this
बार
one before
लग
we
रहा है
head into
करेंगे
that
क्या?
final run towards that grand finals itself.
पता है स्प्लिट
Exactly who
लूटते हैं क्या
will
दोनों?
take the prize home, and now it's no longer a case of Nova not being in the picture. Could have been anyone towards the top, but now Nova is really chasing after this one.
और A7 वाले को
That's a
स्प्लिट
hard
ज्यादा ही
northern
तगड़ा
circle they're playing. Oh, it's going to go all the way up north. Slap bang on top of T2K in Severny. This engagement in North George, well, I say engagement, this drop in North George, 4 angry men. All 4 of them are in North George. Alpha 7 have sent 2 towards North George with Mythic all the way to the northeast side and a compound closer towards shooting range. Actually, Carrillo sending out focus towards Zaki.
30 पॉइंटर मार देंगे ना तो कितना
Bit of a change of pace here for
top 5
Alpha
में आ
7. I
जाएंगे।
like this as well. It's a good adjustment.
हो सकते हैं।
Considering we saw 4am get ahead of them, and they were a bit worried to move off to that eastern side. Instead, now they have Carrillo towards Zaki. Alpha 7
ये
Mythic
Brew Coffee है ना?
towards shooting range, looting that area. This is going to give them a lot of great anchor points now going forward. They can move over towards, and 4am might not be able to get the drop on them, getting ahead much quicker. Still, for 4am and Alpha 7, this is probably the best opportunity for them to get a very nice and central spot.
वो टीम आई
Those
नहीं
options
मतलब
open to teams like Alter Ego.
हर
Everyone's
कंट्री
coming
में
against Nike,
नहीं,
quickly get
2-3
across
आई
the
थी ना
bridge as
वहाँ
well,
से
and Inco opts
Nova
ahead
और
towards
LGD
फाइनल में नहीं आ
Sauber, in
पाएगी
fact.
ना ग्रैंड
As soon as they
फाइनल
saw that circle
सेमीफाइनल
pop,
में
they
होगी सर
stopped moving down towards Yasnaya, picked up some
अरे
of
मतलब
the
ग्रुप
more
स्टेज तक आई
likely
थी, ग्रुप
vehicles
स्टेज
in
में
that
शायद
area
नोवा
towards
जीत
Sauber
के आ
and
गई।
started looting. So smart move from them. This will give them a chance here. It's been a fair few times in
इससे
the last
पहले वाला
couple
जो
of
हो रहा
games
था
that
कलर वाला
they have been
रेड ब्लू
outside of the circle with no real hope to actually
मतलब
push
चाइना का जो
through
खुद का
the
जो होता है
massive teams that
उसमें
were ahead
नोवा
of
नहीं
them.
जीती थी ना इस बार, सेकंड आई थी शायद।
Geek fam
मैंने कहा जो मेहनत जीत के आई है साला वो यहाँ तक
playing
नहीं
on the
आई।
mouth of the Western Bridge. 50 seconds before phase 1 circle closes. Godlike Stalwart, they dropped long and late towards Novo and military base. They wouldn't have had the most time in the world to get this loot on board. See level 1 helmet invest there, full top. Wolves making their rotation as well. That's right up the centre, north from Pmgc.
ये तो पचंकी आ गया
Moving up to the church now, a launching point towards the ruins, potentially up towards Rozok.
Pmgc always a great springboard for a lot of these teams just in terms of being able to rotate fairly easily from that spot.
वाले यहीं आते हैं क्या? इसे तो मैंने वहाँ देखा था मिलिट्री में।
Buddhadam really not had
Oh,
breakout
भाई, वो कहाँ है
performance
यार?
as of yet. Alter Ego, in fact, passing them now with 57 points in 13th place.
अच्छा वो 13 पे आ
In a
गया
really good position to actually start catching up a lot of these other teams towards 7th.
मैं कहूँ कहाँ गए,
Really good
दिख ही नहीं
standout
रहे।
here for Indonesia.
बाजे कितना टफ
For a team
कंपटीशन
that looked almost out of the picture
इतना
on
करके
day
भी 3
one.
ही जंप करा।
लेकिन अब करेंगे तो
They were in the teens of points
अब
at the
करेंगे तो
start of
सीधा
today.
टॉप 10 में था।
So they have done well to kick it up a gear with that previous game,
यही एक दो
but
मैच
it is
हैं
a
जो भाई
question of
अगर ये जो
maintaining that
खेल
as
गया
we have
कल तो बहुत
questioned
बसड़ होगी
time and time again from
नहीं हो
Inco.
पाएगा।
At the top of the tables, obviously now being tied on 93 with Inco and S2G. The tiebreaker, of course, meaning Inco wins out with the chicken dinner count that they've had. S2G falling behind on that metric, but it's still very, very close. And then third and fourth is also tied between the Influence Kemen squad and Nova, 82 apiece with Alpha 7 right at the door with 80.
Again, though, starting the day at 78 points, John. Only 2 points found so far for Alpha 7 over 3 matches. That buffer definitely slipped away. No longer that safety net beneath them. It's time to start getting the boots dug into the ground. Get something done here because it's really starting to slip away from a little bit. Nova ahead of the 82, tied with Influence Kemen, 82 points apiece. Influence Kemen drawing ahead now of Alpha 7. It's kind of what I expected as well. This team was a favourite of mine, honestly. Coming from Americas, they just looked leagues ahead of most Western teams, in fact. That includes HVP as well as Mad Bulls. Before they had their drop-offs in performance over in the group stage. Yeah, I think Influence Kemen definitely that favourite Brazil team for me. Inco, a strange strategy that seems to work out. And you respect them for it. Just think that Influence Kemen are kind of that team that just keeps on trucking.
Just always there, always in the conversation. Coming into Pmgc, we were worried about S2G, Blank. We were worried that this was a team that had dropped off a little bit, qualified through Pmgc points, remember, to the group stages, and didn't manage to get one of those top spots in the European regional, which would have seen them in had they not been up the top for the Pmgc points from Turkey, from the PMPL points, sorry, from Turkey. So people were worried about their group stage, but they came in swinging. They absolutely blasted out. Now here they are in Jakarta in the finals, tied for the top spot. This is a team that I don't think too many are going to be worried about from here on out.
Yeah, some seriously clutch players on the side of S2G. We saw that throughout the group stage as well, with some seriously potent moments from them. I think there's a player on that team that I kind of discount, honestly. I think every single player has their own role to play. Every single one of those players can become the fragger if necessary, which is really good in any team. To have that to fall back on in those dangerous moments that anyone can perform at any given time. T2K would get some more points on the board, currently in 7th place. Not doing too badly for themselves. A lot of ties at the moment though. 63 and 63 between Fireflux and 4am. 67 and 67 between T2K and Geek. Again, this is just one of those lobbies where we have a real even spacing of points. Starting to break away a little bit now towards that top side. So we meld into that middle pack.
Vampire now 16th place on the table. 13 points clear at the bottom there. They were saying over on the desk that Satani had indicated that they weren't going to change anything. It seems that that is true. And unfortunately for them, not changing anything means that they are going to continue to perform under expectation in a way that is not what you'd expect of a PMWI champion. Back to back, and I mean, pretty vast sums of money over there as well.
Yeah, I think Max was actually talking to Corpo. I was talking about this on the desk, that they said that now they are going to make some changes coming into this match 4. So there are going to be some differences for Vampire Esports. We'll see exactly what those are. Looks like they are moving a lot earlier than usual. I think that was necessary at this point in time. I don't think you can really play edge with this. With this current lobby, who are just sending it for that center, sending it for those priority compounds. The thing is, with this level of players, these level of teams, they could quite easily hold onto these compounds. Once they pick up a priority compound, very difficult to dissuade them from that position. It has to be a very clean crash, and we haven't seen a lot of those recently just because of how skilled these players are at holding.
It is very, very difficult to make those crashes, and unless you can capitalize your third party on the engagement, unlikely you'll get away with it unscathed. Nova near to S2G, 2 heavy hitters in the lobby. Frozen takes a lot of damage early. Order cannot find the lineup. Order moves on down and a sliver of HP, gets the flush as well. Frozen and Order in still, but in comes Silas and Hamzy for backup. They swipe each other away. Oh no, he's run himself over with the vehicle, and Hamzy's low on the HP as well. Looks for the flush onto Paraboy, and potentially even needs to go for this res. Alpha 7 are nearby, and Hamzy falls. It is absolute chaos here, Black.
That rundown so unfortunate. I think they got out of the vehicle just a little bit late, a little bit early. In fact, there is momentum base that you can hit and get out quite safely. Fortunately for S2G, a little bit too soon. Everything came crumbling down around them, because in reality of things, that was a good play from S2G. A very quick response.
But down they go. And Alpha 7, I mean, literally just spoke about it, right? Unless you can third party on an engagement, it's going to be difficult to roll up unscathed. That's exactly what Alpha 7 have managed to do here. IHC going to be peppering them from the back now as well. 2 players underground, Order and Frozen for Nova to stay alive near the shooting range. And IHC looking to move through, but Mafioso has got the oversight to slow them down, to give his teammates room to breathe.
Absolutely required here as well, John, to get them back into position where maybe they can hold on. 3 players, 3 eliminations though. Now having to deal with IHC. That's 1 knock going their way, so perhaps holding on. Nova just 2 players hiding in the bunker here. It's an okay start with elimination, but they've got to go a little bit further than this. Right now, Alpha 7 have got them in pitch warfare. Unlikely they're getting out from underneath this bunker. They are locked in.
Mythic tries to keep him pouring downstairs. Try to bank it off the wall. Does take a little bit of damage. Doesn't throw any more with the smoke there. Oh, steps back up towards it. And again, backed off. Such a small route of ingress. You can't really push down here. Especially with Frozen on the boxes. With 3 players, it's likely that you do lose this. With 4, you might want a chance, but even then it's super risky.
100%. 4 players might have been nice. Not enough with that. Getting the refrags on the floor would have been a little bit dicey. With the 3 and the capability of the guys coming through from Nova, so unlikely. Great shots coming in from Yuhai. This guy is an adaptive player. A freak when it comes to speed. His reactions, so good.
Spins Godlike Stalwart out on the buggy. Picks up the flush. Couple more players still to go, and a northward shift again for the players on that south side. Keeps Severny in it. Inco on the south point of it. Wolves taking on 4 Angry Men, going back and forth. This is on the east side of Severny in the hills, right on the crash, and 4 Angry Men sweep them aside.
तेरा लग रहा
You're
आगे चल
talking
रहा।
about consistently and staying in that conversation when you were referring to Influence Chem, and they're always there. I feel like
How
Four
he
Angry Men,
becomes
they
scout.
have a similar reputation, but they just haven't stood up as much.
Some unfortunate games for 4am. Not quite able to get
Maybe
as far as
refresh
they'd like. And I
bathroom.
think some of that has been due
नहीं
to
तो आगे
circles
चला गया
today.
है। मैं पीछे।
Uh-oh.
Geek Fam moving through. Alter Ego though find themselves
Pause कर दिया
positioned
था
to
अभी
maybe
गलती से।
hold out the guys from Geek Fam.
अभी geek वाले
Well
जा
sent
रहे हैं।
away now. Inco was able to move down from
Yes,
Stalbert.
Pick और
Good
geek।
decision at the start of the game to play
के
up
बंदे।
there. With the
Damn
time they
rude.
had swinging across in the parachutes, it's just a perfect choice for them. They've moved into a very central spot,
Mika.
to be honest. Should assist in the rest of the game.
जो कितने पेट्रोल लेके बैठे होंगे।
A lot of points being taken away. I say points, sorry, players being taken away
क्या
from the
चूतिया
teams in
नहीं
the
है ये
top five.
बैंड?
Only
डाउन में रोक
Inco
दी
remains at full force. And we've seen what they can do if they're left alone for a long time in these circles.
Zone
Fireflux
होगा ना
need
इस
over
पे।
towards
अभी
IHC,
रुक
that is
गए हैं।
inside
ऊपर
Savernhy,
वाला-
the northern
ऊपर वाला
end
तो
of
मार
it.
लेंगे।
So with the buildings as cover, that might be a little bit of an
Cover,
opportunity. Look at that, they keep pouring them on through. IHC have lost 2 now, so Fireflux looking to control North Savernhy.
Good
ये
position
क्या
to
मेला
hold
चल रहा है
actually.
क्या? अरे नोवा वाले को छोड़ दिया क्या इन्होंने? ये सारा?
Held down versus IHC. Unfortunately,
Nova
taking a
जिंदा
knock
है क्या?
there.
हाँ दो
Onto
प्लेयर।
Soulless.
वो भाई नहीं घुस रहे ना, ब्लॉक नहीं कर रहे।
Fireflux currently in 10th place.
अंदर जाएंगे भी नहीं।
Lose.
Losing
अच्छे
that
लोग
lead to
रहते हैं।
4am. Fortunately, 4am
इंडिया
is
में
now
ऐसा
down to
होता
just
तो
2
वही ब्लॉक
players
कर
right
देते
in
हैं,
dead
क्योंकि
center
उनके
of
अंदर बुरा
Savernhy.
होता है, एग्रेशन अलग लेवल का।
Alpha
हम जाने जा, ये
7
नहीं
pushing
जाने
in from that western side as well, forcing IHC to make decisions. Soul K down for Fireflux, a nade from Alpha 7 over
now
onto
this
Demo
up-
as
बहुत
forward position Godless does get res by Ziol. Nades can continue to be thrown out, but Mythic wants to capitalize
7 इधर आ गए ना।
on the position and will push into the building, wants the challenge. Fades away just a little bit, spotted on the cross. Can he get back behind the wall? Yes, he can. Ziol not able to curtail that rotation. Demo still not res. Alex will start to stick it now with the smoke starting to bloom as Revoke puts a Molotov in to stop any pushes coming on through. Ziol cooking the nade, wanting to launch it over towards Alpha 7. In the meantime, Fireflux back up to fighting form. Geek Fam on the eastern side have managed to find a little bit of compound to play with. Further south, it's the warehouse for Buradam.
Finally find their way into the circle now. Buradam really been struggling over these past matches.
Oh my क्या
Themselves
भाई
in position
DBS।
again. Everyone here in the PMGC. There's not a single team that is on horrible points.
भाई पूरे फ्लैश ही मार देगा DBS से बच कर भाई।
Go back. That's 2 down already.
And a flush as well. One more potato to go. And will be found. Snipes is laying into them with an EBS. One player now standing and 8 rounds, 8 cartridges still to chunk on out. One player for Alter Ego.
भाई
And he'll
DBS
start
ने
to
ही पूरा
step up
फ्लैश कर दिया
now.
भाई।
Reynolds
इसको किल तो एक भी नहीं मिला लेकिन।
will go for one.
चले गए
Damn
क्या?
rude. Goes low as well. The spray around the side for
Oh
the
my
DBS.
God.
Oh, it's just too much. The UN
हमें भी
need
आती
to
है
find the
चलाने
final
दो।
points
एक और टीम आ
damage.
गई।
But Geek Fam are getting rolled up on. It's Buradam with Kengzo.
Geek Fam
Got like
मरेगा क्या?
Stalwart. Have a
मरेगा,
DBS of
बचेगा।
their own. Able to dispatch the players in green. And Scry stays alive. Pika knocked but
भाई
visible.
ST का आ गया।
Such an effective weapon there from the guys from Geek Fam. Snipes really putting in the work with DBS. Beautiful stuff. 1-2 punch the entire time. He's extremely accurate with it.
पाजी थोड़ा
Waited for
पीछे
his
करो।
moment marvellously, but now Stalwart on a
अरे
piece of the
भाई, मार
action.
दिया रे।
Molotov doesn't go through the window. Won't give
क्या
them that
यार,
space that
ये
maybe they
DBS
wanted.
बड़ी
The
खतरनाक
nade
है।
again, one drops out the side, but it might be
मैं तो
enough
मुंह पे कूद
if
के
it
मारा।
pops right now.
वो डोमिनेटिंग भाई
Top row,
पांच कौन
beautiful
डोमिनेट
stuff.
कर रहा है?
In comes the
ये
push
तो
as
कर रहा
well.
है।
Snipes now in a 1 versus 1. He
Oh,
hops
भाई
out the
मार
window to
दिया
take the
भाई,
teammate down.
Scry।
5 cartridges. DBS versus DBS. Godlike Stalwart around the door frame. He pushes through and
Oh,
Scry to close down the fight. Finally, 4 teams have rolled up
थोड़ा
into these
इनकी
buildings, and
coordination
only
नहीं बना,
one
ना
player
बच
has
जाता है, एक
survived
दो
it.
बंदे और।
It's Scry from Godlike Stalwart.
Cacophony of DBS as well, just resounding through that compound. I almost felt like Snipes was going to take it all the way home. And so successful with that DBS in the first place. What a truly marvellous moment. He was able to finish that one out. But now only Scry left, and realistically, it was Geek Fam to make everyone pay much more dearly for that position than they had hoped.
Scry now has DRS to deal with.
तो
nade in, that's pretty perfect. And Delta shows us just how it's done for DRS. The team from Nepal, they started off with the first chicken dinner of the tournament blank back in match 1, but since then they've been fairly middling. However, they are still in 6th place, and very much still a part of the conversation now. On that east side, really one of the very few teams with power outside of Severny right now. Inco, they've been hunkered down on the south of Severny and allowing these 3 teams to their north to just fight it on out, to shoot back and forth.
6, 5, 4.
मेरा 45.
Buriram, still with 3 players, moves towards that northern side, 4 AM. Still with a strong spot in the twins there. Obviously only 2 players.
मैं कर रहा एक बार रिफ्रेश.
फिर बता मेरे को टाइम.
Likely we'll see a lot of them fall soon, especially with how clumped up they are over on that western edge. Inco may want to leave or take some good shots over towards anyone that's moving out from that northern side. Fireflux A7. IHC Nova also still in the mix for 2 players.
12, 11, 10.
From the south, we'll need to push up north. Vampire will be in their way. If they try to move a little bit further east of that, Buriram will shoot down, as well as 4 angry men, but Inco will hold that south point fairly firmly. 4 nades in hand for Inco over there. I think they might have spotted that Alpha 7 got a little bit close. Nova trying to skirt around on the south side. Spotted by Vitali. Lights up Frozen, gets the flash. Order up to the wall. They know he's there. And Order is not going to be able to make it any further. Nova down, eliminated. 11th place, 1 elimination. That's going to drop them beneath Alpha 7. And now it's the Brazilian teams with a chance to realign for the top 3 on the tables.
Very good chance as well. Influence coming up towards that northern side. Inco tucked away on the west. For Alpha 7, this really is an important game for them. 4 eliminations, down to 1 player now. Not really a hope to get their fellow teammate back up again. T2K as well, taking heavy casualties on this side.
3 players left. Active, and Reservoir behind the rock. They are in this next zone, so as long as Vampire don't take them down, Buriram is their main threat here from behind. And of course, Buriram will need to be pushing on in to this next circle. The smoke's all starting to fade now. That smoke line really shunted out of control. And Vampire on a solid ridge line here on the east of Severny. Potential here to put in a shift.
Yeah, they could get a huge amount of eliminations over towards that western side. Killer. Very dangerous that one. Swims over the top of some of those players over towards the north and Influence Kemin. Certainly a terrifying weapon to come up against. Revo though still going. Can't count out Revo either from Alpha 7. This guy is an absolute beast when it comes to solo clutches.
Buriram 2 players behind T2K still in the queue to get into the next circle. 2 players on the forward, sorry, they have got their backstop in Tiger out to the east, and he's taking shots over towards Rig to get the flush. Knocks over towards Vampire, or certainly damage if not knocks just yet. And that's going to suppress that position nicely. Vitali for Inco has been knocked in the meantime, but Becker can reposition, wend his way through the streets of Severny to keep them going. Currently Inco sat at the top of the tables, tied with S2G at this stage. 2 eliminations apiece puts them at 95. And anything more is gravy for Inco to open up that lead. Alpha 7, you talked about Revo not being able to count him out. See how much further he can go. He's currently 11 points behind that 2nd place position on S2G.
I think getting towards the top placement probably high priority for him right now, but again, he has some time to play around with Severny still being just about in. T2K putting that ball moving up towards Vampire Esports position. You can see it is so horrifically tough for Vampire Esports. Roasted him there.
Influence Kemin on the north side. DRS move 2 up to them, so maybe even guard them out. Nades from Rules and from Delta starting to pour over towards the beach side. Does Influence Kemin have to make that crossing sooner rather than later? Law wanting to move up and get away from the rest of the team. They don't want to all go down here. Killer as well, with an excellent sightline to control this crossing. However, DRS have to move themselves. Are they going to invest all this time just to take down Influence Kemin?
They can take down Influence Kemin, means they can control the northern side of the map. I think that's what ideally they're looking for, but I would be very much doubting that Influence Kemin is going to let this one go easily. The DRS currently have the roadside. It's a very smart rotate from them to hold out the boys here. But Nay's coming through liberally. The guys from Influence Kemin, one goes down already. Yante immediately has to move in for the assist. In the meantime, Federer gets up towards the roadside. What a play from him.
Delta
a very
close.
limited amount of time as well to make that happen.
Giante with 2 players to deal with now. Delta has to push around the side of the smoke, and Lord not able to deal with it. Koyotski lit up from the back. An Influence Kemin torn apart there. DRS now have that control on the northern side.
So important for them, DRS. Really tough fight there for them, especially with the initial knock coming through. Federer playing that one marvellously. Again, it's that 4v3, it's the man advantage that comes through to bear. But DRS now hold a very strong spot inside the circle with 4 players alive as well. It'll be tough to dismount there. 4EM though surprisingly still going with just their 2 players.
DRS smokes out.
T2 वाले बंदे बड़े वो है कह रहे हम तुम्हें मार नहीं रहे तुम भी हमें मत मारो.
Trying to snake back together there. 4 AM with their remaining players, 2 of them to the south. Good Xiao and Ting Chen.
ताकि आगे का व्यू ले पाए.
Wanting to hold out on the eastern side. T2K have been surviving to their credit under the supervision of Vampire, but they are right on the edge of this next circle. And they still have Tiger to worry about from Buradam. Inco on the inside, been for so long in Severny.
They haven't had to move. Something that Inco's very good at is taking their time.
Okay.
It's picking their moment, man. They've got to pick their moment. Again, I'll say it one more time. It's that nitro boost. And it is very important that you don't hit that nitro boost too soon. You want to be blasting past it.
I mean, they won't have to move even in this next circle either if they don't want to. They might want to take a little bit more position, but Solus is going to be wanting for a little bit more than that. He's got plenty in catch. 2 players now for IHC on through. Alex flushed out, Godless dispatched by Lutz on the sidelines. A nice little third party, and it's just Demo. Ziol's too low to be a part in this fight, but Demo handles business on the inside of the cap and drops from the top rope. The heal was good, and Ziol keeps Godless alive.
Any kind of fight there versus IHCs. They swarm up on their position. T2K ripping apart Vampire Esports. They've remained in the south side for a long time and quite quietly.
Naves coming through to dispatch a lion's share of the Vampire position. 3 players down, and Ravenclaw cowed under pressure. Tiger has taken this opportunity for Buradam to move on up and actually take a backstab attempt, but unfortunately the crossing is not going to go well, and 7th place, 2 eliminations is not going to be enough to lift you off the bottom of the tables in a position that was potentially very strong. Vampire have it all come crumbling down. Now, Buradam losing their last as well, brings us to 5 teams remaining.
Vampire used to playing edge, don't expect anyone to be at their back. And don't prioritize that position as a threat. Unfortunately for them, it's where they do get taken down from.
T2K. 1 player lit up, 1 stays alive for now. It is in the next circle. Inco can still just play in these buildings, however, and with that sightline, with that hard cover, they can provide such a difficult time to everybody else in this lobby.
Inco, I've just waited this one out for the opportune moment. Now they're ready to go. DRS. So miracle that they've even got this far, to be honest. With that, Vital takes some long shots over that way. 5 eliminations so far for Inco. This is where they're going to start to blast out, and they knew this compound would be extremely powerful if it remained in for a while. See where the circle goes. Will it still hold them in?
Once they've dispatched IHC, they have a ridgeline in front of them to move in towards, but it's broadside to DRS. DRS really the main threat now against this Inco position. But they don't even have to cross the road. They still have the walls to play with, Blank.
Exactly. That is the most difficult scenario. Inco's once again identified the most base position here on the map, honestly. As long as they could remain in it, they knew that the rest of the game would be fairly simple.
Position में तो दिख ही रही है
6 eliminations, still a 5th place with that.
Top 5.
Going down to 2 early on is not a bad result whatsoever.
Any double-digit game
चिकन
is good news.
इनको चिकन
That's exactly what they were able to find here. IHC.
ये दिक्कत देंगे भाई मंगोलियन टीम नहीं दे पाएंगी यार ये तो इनका हो गया ना
Yol as well, trying to move through the smoke, but DRS delivering on the promise of their position. Both of the players from IHC eliminated. 7 eliminations, 4th place. A lot of those points going over towards DRS. T2K surviving. Jane in the shadow, not in the next circle. We'll have to shift a little bit forward, but it's 4 versus 4 with a wild card in T2K.
कोई नहीं एक बंदा पीछे रख भी देगा तो भी फेल देगा एक बंदा ही.
Because Inco's exit from this position in Severny quite difficult. Squash spot is Jane. They want all their attention to be able to be over towards DRS at the end game. Jane's got perfect over the play in. DRS are happy to wait this one out. They drop smokes, in fact, even delay this game out even longer.
Position completely known here.
Needs
to takes too much damage from it. Tagged by the play zone. And out goes T2K. 2 teams remain now in pitch 4 versus 4. Chianti looking for that heal. Becca taken pretty low as well. Does get the heal off himself in the blue zone. That'll be crunch forward. Delta moves up to the crate. That could be crucial.
That's the biggest move in all this, and the smokes are really good. Disorientated Inco a little bit. Getting these 2 players up, very important. Squash, unfortunately, takes a hit to the zone. Entirely struggling to get across 2. And DRS might have just played this one out perfectly. Nenebete down. Just Becca remaining. A horrid push for them going forward. I don't even think they can get the player back on his feet. DRS actually going for aggression now. Still active, but they get lit up by Delta and DRS. Extend their hand and put the chokehold on the circle. DRS from the northeast side. And the first match was theirs. Now, in match number 10, they're able to do the same. DRS from the ball, a really good result there, and from the back with some very good decisions. Taking that fight up towards Influence came in when there was a lot going on around the map. Understanding of that northern side was going to be so important for buying them time for that end game, considering where Inco was playing in Severny. They knew that, look, we have the wall for us. We're just going to take pot shots at everyone out towards that side of the map on the east. But DRS don't give them that chance. They smoke out. They get a player up towards that crate. It was fortuitous. It was there at the moment. But they make all the right moves at all the right moments. I've got to be very, very proud of DRS from the poll here, because that was a marvellous game. Very, very well played out. And that should see them further towards the top of the rankings now. Actually, very far towards the top of the rankings, considering where they were. I think it was about 70 points at the start of this game.
Talking about seeing yourself to the top, I mean, Inco, they started towards the top, right? They are absolutely going to have extended a really nice lead now towards the end of today. Potentially they could have taken home, but either way, it's a good result. It's double digits, and that's what we want to see. I think they might have even broken 20 on that game.
I think they might have broken 20 on that game. I think Inco did very, very well. And again, it's a lot of these smart decisions coming out from these teams that are getting the chicken dinners so far. Not only DRS taking that position towards that northern side, but also Inco deciding to wait down towards the south, allow a lot of that action to conclude up towards the north side of Severny, and from there, just kind of take those shots at everyone else that really didn't have that cover to play around with. So it was very smart play from both these teams. But at the end of the day, I think DRS just absolutely had Inco in the chokehold. It was not one that Inco wanted to find themselves in. They thought that would be an easy finish for them. But again, that's DRS just identifying the faults of that gameplay. It only lasts for so long. It's only good for so long. As soon as Zone 9 hits, their life becomes so much harder. I think they had to have a player move out much earlier towards that ridge side, under the cover of DRS finishing up a lot of these engagements. Although it could get a lot of success, a lot of result out of that position, it was eventually going to become a bit of a moot point. So getting players up early on would have really assisted them, because if you have those 2 anchor points early,
4 million guy price pool
with smokes easily thrown from that,
4
That would have been the
million
key play. And I think we mentioned it.
4
Inco was
million
just going to sit
bullet
around
to
for a while. That's what they do.
Yeah.
And I think they make that
Crore.
smart decision of where to play, when to play it. But I do think they need to figure out this a little bit more proactive game.
कम नहीं है ये।
They made one rotation.
नहीं,
That whole game.
तो 12
It was
करोड़ का नहीं
to
होता है।
South of
40
Burnley.
40
Exactly.
लाख
And that was it. That was
multiply
their
by
entire game.
They
80.
identify a very good spot.
Oh
That's
my
the thing.
God, इतना
Every single game they identify a very good spot. But the proactivity of the late game really
नेडिंग में तो
there's
भाई
something
आईएससी वाले ज्यादा है
that needs to change in that regard. Because again, we're seeing this case of
Price pool है
Inco
32
being
करोड़ का।
blessed a little bit by these circles.
32 करोड़
And it's hard to
वही तो,
say,
इससे
right? It's
पहले
hard to
13
say if
करोड़
they're
का
being
था ना,
blessed or not.
12
But at this
करोड़।
point in time, when you see them
तो
make that
इसमें
singular rotation,
first
it
वालों को
happened
इतना
throughout
नहीं मिलेगा
group
ना,
stage
first
as well.
वालों को।
Which is what it makes me hesitant to say it here in Pmgc, because I don't want to say, I don't want to
Show
have to
match
say
winner।
that Inco's
अच्छा ये
run
बंदा
has been
जीत
based
चुका है
on
भाई
luck.
$3000।
But a lot of the time
Solo
it has.
show
I
match
will say
winner।
this is a very intelligent team.
कौन
I think that's one thing they
वो
have.
बता नहीं रहा था इसमें अकेले बंदे सारे सोलो सोलो खेल
Proactivity,
रहे थे।
aggression, it's not really in the tool
वो
set.
जीत गया है।
What's unfortunate as well
वो
is
ना
that
T2K.
T2K,
Fire
they dropped
Flux.
in Savernah. They
Yeah,
went
FF
south
Flux.
and Inco in that time frame
$3000।
snooped on in and actually were
Yeah.
able to take that away from T2K. T2K
First
obviously
को
ending
मिलेंगे
up coming
$90,000।
third, sure,
It's-
but
कहाँ दिखा
position
रहा
in
है
second would have been so much sweeter.
It's ballsy
Picture-
maneuvers
picture
from
में
Inco
देखो।
that continue
Liquipedia में देख
to
रहा हूँ
work
मैं।
out for them. So, I don't know. I want to see more ballsy maneuvers towards the end game.
इतना खास नहीं मिल रहा है यार
That's
जीतने वाले को।
exactly what DRS delivered on, right? They were able to do so much work, taking care of
अच्छा, group
IHC on
stage
that risk
है क्या?
circle. A little bit of a risk, but with all four of them alive, they stayed in the fight, they made
Yeah,
it
now
work,
अपने team का
and they
match
took
देखो।
home match 10.
फर्स्ट को कितना मिलेगा?
देखा जाएगा
जगह ये फर्स्ट को भाई तगड़ा प्राइस है और $100K है भाई। तीन 3.2 करोड़ मिलेंगे जितने वाले का।
कम नहीं है
इंडिया में ही 2 करोड़ दिए थे भाई, प्राइस फुल था, इतना खास नहीं है।
किसी और का चला रहा हूँ
ये खिलाड़ी लेकर रखे हैं, कोई मुश्किलें यहाँ पर नहीं
हमारी
होना चाहिए।
टीम
टीम
का कहाँ है?
फर्नीचर स्पोर्ट्स करके आता है, उसी को देखता हूँ।
बिल्कुल देखिए, अगर हम बात करें टीम नंबर 23 की
25
प्लेयर्स की, तो एक बढ़िया
overall।
फाइट
वो
यार।
है इसकी आँख चिकन लेने वाली है ये भी आज। देखे जरा क्या होता है। जोन अच्छा ले रखा है। हाँ इसे अच्छा खिला
बुरी
रहा हूँ।
राम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स। बुरी राम तो
क्या?
ब्रू का पूरा नाम ये है क्या? बुरी राम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स।
बिल्कुल देखिए, अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर स्वैग के प्लेयर्स की जो फाइट है वो देखने को मिलेगी। लेट्स की स्वैग यहाँ पर किस तरीके से फाइट से वो निकाल कर लेकर जाती है। एक प्लेयर बैड बॉय को वहाँ पर टेक डाउन किया जाएगा। बैड बॉय डब्ल्यू बिंग द लास्ट वन स्टैंडिंग।
इनको मैच के 17 पॉइंट ले गया भाई।
इनिशियली कौन सी टीम फाइट जो है निकाल कर लेकर जाती है यहाँ से, वो देखना काफी इंटरेस्टिंग
17
रहने वाला है। और काफी फाइट्स हमको देखने को मिल रही है।
17 पॉइंट ले लिए इस मैच से भी।
33 प्लेयर्स
12 और 5
रहने
finish।
वाले। लेट्स सी की कौन सी टीम। अरे यार कौन कॉल कर रहा है यार, मेरा मूड खराब कर रहा है यार। ये फोन पकड़ो ना। फिलहाल अगर हम टीम नंबर 23 की बात करेंगे, स्वैग के प्रीडेटर वहां पर शॉट लेकर जाएंगे, टेक डाउन किया जाएगा। इनिशियली टीम स्वैग एंगेज करते हुए नजर आएंगे। फाइट आइस
नेपाली इस पे भी तो हो रहा होगा।
हेलो ब्रो, वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। फिलहाल
तो हिंदी में हो रहा होगा, ये बकवास क्यों देख रहे हैं?
प्लेयर टेक डाउन पड़े हुए आइस एंड महाराज को
हो रही है
प्रीडेटर को देना पड़ेगा 0। वहां पर रिवाइवल मिला नहीं है उनको, देखते कि कब रिवाइवल मिलता है। बट लेवल के प्लेयर्स वो भी फाइट के अंदर रिटालिएट करते हुए नजर आएंगे।
लेवल के प्लेयर नहीं है,
बन जरूर सकते और एटीपी के प्लेयर्स का एलिमिनेशन
नेपाली
प्रोबेबली एलिमिनेशन जो हमको देखने को मिलेगा। लेवल के प्लेयर्स की अगर हम बात करेंगे, मोरल को देखने को मिलेंगे जिनको रिवाइवल देना पड़ेगा।
थोड़ी सी नेपाली बोल
वहां पर पिक ऑफ किया जाएगा। टीम आरसी इज आल्सो लुकिंग द ट्रबल सिनेरियोस राइट नाउ।
तो वो भी तो होंगे जो पाकिस्तानी वाले थे पिछली बार।
हमको देखने को मिलेगा। बताता हूं ब्रो, आरसी के प्लेयर्स यहां पर किस तरीके से एंगेज आउट करते हैं। एंड लेवल के प्लेयर्स उनको रिवाइवल मिलेगा, बट आरसी यहां पर जोन के बाहर एलिमिनेट होगी। स्ट्रोम के प्लेयर्स आई थिंक प्रोबेबली इनको भी जोन के अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिलेगी। इनकी भी जो एलिमिनेशन है वो हमको देखने को मिलेगा। धीरे धीरे बढ़ती हुई नजर आ सकती है। बट दारू वाला की अगर हम बात करें, एक अच्छा पोजीशन, एक अच्छा होल्ड ये खिलाड़ी लेकर रखे हैं, कोई मुश्किलें यहाँ पर नहीं होना चाहिए। टीम स्वैग की प्लेयर्स के ब्रदर बता रहा हूँ मेरे भाई, वेट करो 2 मिनट रुक जाओ, मैं बताता हूँ आपको। बिल्कुल देखिए, अगर स्वैग के महाराज की अगर मैं बात करता हूँ तो महाराज हमको देखने को मिलेंगे 10 टोटल कुल फिनिशर्स टीम स्वैग ले चुकी है। एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड स्वैग की तरफ से जाएगा और ये ग्रेनेड अगर कनेक्शन बनाता है तो टीम 15 की मुश्किलें क्रिएट कर सकता है। शॉट वहां पर लिया जाएगा, टेक डाउन करने की पूरी कोशिश रहने वाली है। शॉट्स कनेक्शन वहां पर बन रहे, प्रीडेटर आगे जाएंगे, टेक डाउन करेंगे। इनिशियल यहाँ पर 1-2 प्लेयर को फिनिश ऑफ किया जा चुका है। आई थिंक 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ वो टीम सर्वाइव करेगी। देखते ही देखते फिनिश ऑफ करा, एक अच्छा फाइट टीम स्वैग निकाल कर जाते हुए। एलिमिनेशन जो है वो प्लेयर्स का होता हुआ नजर आएगा। बट इनिशियली अगर हम टीम नंबर 16 की बात करेंगे, लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग नोआ अकेले प्लेयर बचे तक ये खिलाड़ी यहां पर सर्वाइव करके जाता है। बट लुक एट द टीम नंबर 10 वो चार्ज करते हुए नजर आएंगे, चार्ज किया जाएगा और देखते ही देखते पैराडाइज वो खत्म करेगी द टॉप 3 टीम्स और तीनों ही टीम्स कर जाएगी टीम।
कितने पे मरे? 6 3 किल के साथ 6 पे कितने मिलता है?
यार ये बंदे यार स्नेक बोल रहे हैं यार, डीआरएस को इतना तो बढ़िया खेला उन्होंने। इंडिया वाले भाई चैट में उल्टा सीधा ही लिख रहे हैं, ऐसे कितना तो बढ़िया मार रहे थे बंदे। सांप बनना होगा तो क्या भाई सीधा खड़ा हो जाएगा क्या बंदा ओपन में?
कैंपिंग है डीआरएस आई के उसने 1000 लेवल
बड़ी जल्दी में रहती हो
बंदा डीआरएस इन ओपन फील्ड है यार, इस कैंपिंग
ड्रेस डीआरएस स्नेक ऑफ पबजी डीआरएस इज ओपन फील्ड कैंपिंग। नोवा ओपी क्या कर दिया ओपी उन्होंने एक टीम को मारने की। क्या लगता है कल गेम आएगी क्या? बंदे बोल रहे थे कल अपडेट हो आएगा शायद
25-26 को आएगी गेम। तो
अपडेट का बोल रहे थे कि कल आ जाएगा शायद।
Life has been nothing but comfort.
यार पानी पी के आऊँ जब तक सर।
मैं भी आ रहा हूँ ब्रेक लेके थोड़ा।
And welcome back to Pmgc 2022. We will be heading into match number 5 in just a couple of minutes. But before that, we should look at the overall rankings. Not only that, we should maybe take some moments to discuss that last game, which was DRS and obviously T2K as well, that performed fabulously for their region.
Yeah, the battle able to show up strong in that previous game, and I'm really hyped to see the overall rankings, how much that potentially has changed right now, because we reached already the halfway point of the tournament before this previous match, and now more than ever, 7, it's going to be so much harder to really have a big impact on the rankings if you're towards the bottom. So if you're towards the bottom of the rankings, it may be a little too late to make changes.
If you were going to make changes, they should have happened at the beginning of today.
Vampire, what?
They did make some changes, though, to be fair, but it didn't end up working out for them. Inco Gaming, wow, maintaining their first place. And the reason why I'm saying wow is because DRS now making the jump to that second place with 98 points. STG falling down, and Alpha 7 overtaking Nova.
Yeah, Alpha 7 able to get himself just a little bit higher right there, remaining in that 4th position while Nova dropping down, but that's fine. You know, Nova, they're just nading themselves. They're having fun. But no, at the end of the day, it's cool to see the competition being so close between all of these teams. You're looking even for Angry Men. They could get himself a pop-off game and they'll be roomed right up there, potentially even that top 3 position. So it is still so close, up in the air. Who will take it? I have no idea.
100%, and actually a big surprise for me is going to be T2K.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that they are actually maintaining the placement there in the first page. As we go towards the second page here, IHC, we see them with 74 points. If we go down, Fireflux, after we saw the good performance out of them earlier on, they have completely disappeared. And then Wolf Esports, this was a team that I was just expecting so much more. I expected them to be in the first page at this stage, and they're currently not.
Yeah, unfortunately for the PL team of Wolves Esports, not going to be able to get himself too much done.
Gosh.
I'm a little bit disappointed by Buriram, actually. They were, I'm not talking about the team below Stalwart, no. I'm talking about Buriram. They were my dark horse pick initially going into this, and I do not see their performance on the league stage. They're just struggling to get in that rotation path. They struggle to take fights. And even if they do have a good position, which doesn't happen that often, they don't tend to hold it that strongly. So it's a rough time for them.
Unfortunately, they don't. We have 2 more matches remaining for the day, and we have already crossed the halftime mark. Miramar and Erangel will be the upcoming 2 maps. Looking at the top Miramar performers, we have Nova sitting in first place.
Oh, that's a lot of points. That's pretty good. I don't know why my voice went like that. I don't know. You take it, 7.
But I'm glad Nova's currently there because they have had 2 bad performances in comparison to what they were able to do at the beginning of the day. I know we were kind of joking about how Paraboy ended up dating 2 of his teammates and how they were just kind of laughing it off. And after this past game, they really didn't perform that well either. I feel like if they can maybe put another good performance here, it's going to push them up to that 3rd place, and that's exactly what they're going to want to be.
And we keep saying, right, when you're talking about Miramar and teams that we expect to do well, we keep on saying all the time, Nova Esport, they're finally up there, they're performing well, they might get themselves another strong game here.
Let's look at the teams to watch and look. Actually, we do have 1 Nova pick as well. Talking about Nova right now. 7. You expect Nova to perform well right now? I mean, they are the top performers, so, you know, it's kind of a given. But either way, care to explain because they haven't really been popping off in the last game?
I think pretty much exactly what I said before and exactly what that graphic showed is exactly what I wanted to say and the reason why I'm picking them. I'm also picking Inco Gaming because I do want them to maintain that first place finish, and I'm picking Wolves as well because of what I was saying too. This team needs to do something. They showed so much potential and nothing's going on.
Airdrop, you know? I mean,
on purpose.
Right now, there's not Wolves Esports like Puppy Esports. Not gonna lie, that's what we're seeing. Yeah.
Max,
I thought it was good.
Yeah, that was good. Actually, I wanted to talk about your picks, but maybe just talk about one really quickly. Actually, I hear that we are going over to the casters, maybe a couple of last words. Last prediction for you, you have that 1 team to watch?
Vampire keep changing stuff.
Vampire keeps changing stuff. We're going over to the commentary desk, and it is John Allen and Plank to cast for you guys at home. So, once again, take it away.
Thank you very much, Alex and the rest of the desk. We are going into Miramar for the penultimate match of today. A couple of substitutions on the cards. We're talking about changes that Vampire can make. This is what they're going to go for. 2 stops in for Schweppes.
I think it's a kind of an interesting substitution. I think Schweppes is one of the better players on that squad, but 2 stops also incredibly powerful player. I don't know if it's too little too late now for Vampire. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Perhaps they can blast out, but again, I think this is more looking for a high placing finish now for the guys from Vampire as opposed to a podium finish. Keep this one strong, keep the spirits high. This is all about for Thailand at the moment. But over to Miramar once again. So what kind of game we do see here. Geek Fam still keeping it strong so far. Really good to see. Yuhai put an absolute clinic recently, today as well, versus IHC earlier. Versus a lot of teams in the lobby. Really taking his team to the limit at the moment. See how far they can push this one into Miramar.
Heading over to the desert for the second time today. We'll be flying from Puerto Paraíso all the way up towards Ruins, a direct southeast to northwest cut on Miramar for our 11th match of the tournament of the series. Teams should find it fairly simple to access most of the map here, Blank. It's not really going to isolate too much away. Late positions over towards places like Cruz del Valle, towards Tierra Bronca, also over to Valle de Mar for teams like 4am, and Los Higos as well, a little bit further south, but everywhere else really going to be very accessible now.
Absolutely, I think there's going to be a fair few positions around the map which should be accessible for these teams. A very fair playing path here on Miramar towards El Pozo. DRS obviously out nice and early. An Eastern team most of the time. This has been throughout most of Pmgcs who've seen DRS take up this kind of approach as well. It's nice to see this continue for them. Buradam in their vicinity, just not able to get through onto a lot of these positions they'd like to take. Many teams around their areas shutting them down nice and early.
Impala for Buradam. East side, Alpha 7 out a little bit later, potentially heading up towards La Cobreria and the Crater Fields. A south circle will bring them back down south. Alpha 7 had the wind knocked out of their sails just a little bit so far today. Only 2 more chances to prove that it's still there, that they were just tacking into the wind. Influence Kemin though, they've been keeping that pace up just a little bit further. 85 to 83, Alpha 7 to Influence Kemin respectively. But Inco stretching out ahead. 12 points ahead of DRS after DRS's chicken dinner. Inco still sit firmly atop, and they are the first team to break that 100-point barrier.
Still doing some really good work for Inco. A little bit blessed throughout today in terms of circles. They've translated that into points though, that's the main thing. Doesn't necessarily always mean you get points even if you get the circle. Does not work that way. We saw that from T2K up in Severny anyway. They dropped in that spot, weren't able to get the points available to them. Down to just Jane in the end, taking himself out. Again, 3rd place, not bad for them. 81 points in 7th. A real opportunity to move up towards that upper echelons. 4th place, definitely accessible. Like to see a 4am game here, though. Still putting up those numbers, but again, a little bit more needed. 4am's at 4, they look really good, but losing players early at the moment, not ideal for them. Nova, I think this could be another big game for them, John, honestly, here on Miramar. There has been some oopsie daisies through the last couple for them. And I think Nova can definitely turn this one into a win.
Nova down in, I say down, they are in 5th right now. Maybe should say up in 5th. It's certainly very much still in that conversation, which is where they wanted to be. We questioned their presence and their power in this lobby, in this final, from yesterday's performance, but we knew that they've always had it in them. 30 knocks for Matic over in the last chance qualifier. It's just such a shame that HVVP didn't make it. A very powerful team, but when the chips were down, when the cards were being counted, it just didn't go their way. And that's sometimes just how it goes here. The Pmgc found the top 16 teams in the world and has brought them all together here. And at the moment, Inco sits atop that pile, the Brazilian squad.
It's a cruel finish as Pmgc. Like I said, John, things don't necessarily always go your way. You have to work with what you're given. Looking at 4am on our screen at the moment. Currently down towards the eastern side of Minas del Valle. Just passing up past Los Higos and a couple of players underneath Empire Esports in Los Leones. Potential for them to get a good game here, considering the circle down towards that southwest. Fireflux also maybe looking for a big game here.
You'd hope anyway. 65 points right now for Fireflux. 11th place on the tables. It is very volatile still on these tables, and in an 18 game set, it can all change at the drop of a hat. So you do need to keep your wits about you. Seize any opportunity that comes your way, should it be presented. Wolves moving quite early on this one, able to get central towards Chumacera. Valuable position. You're talking about it with Fireflux holding that area as well. They will be getting some neighbors fairly soon. For Angry Men, they left south from Los Leones. They are coming in towards Minas de Valle now, but the hills to the south of Chumacera could prove to have value, and the value that they are looking for on 4 Angry Men to try and catch up to Nova. Now a 9-point difference between them and 4 Angry Men.
It's a good spot to play actually for 4 AM. Really nice high ground to play around with. Getting in this spot early on is always the name of the game. Not necessarily a position that you can head in towards later on. This is one of the positions that you bank on, so I like this play from 4 AM, splitting Svan, Kudziao, Ching Chen and Co. on a 2-2 split, allowing them to regroup together wherever the circle goes, but always on high ground, and giving support to one another from afar. It's a very smart play. Let's see if this one works out, though. That's always the question. Inco barreling their way in from that northeast side. Getting caught up between a few teams, though, in the process.
Still quite a little bit of space around them. Miramar obviously being so large, there's a lot of rotational paths there. To their east side, there's T2K. To their west, they have to deal with the Wolves, who made this rotation a little bit earlier than they did. Vampire potentially coming across T2K as they head west from Los Leones. Ravenclaw very, very close by, and it looks like they might be looking for this engagement. 2 players moving forwards. 2 stops wanting to swing out wide. His first entry for the squad so far in this tournament. Looking to elevate them from the 39-point bottom table performance that we've had from them so far. T2K, 2 players are there. Vampire going to push for them either way.
टाइम तो हो गया, बट मैं ओशन का देख रहा हूँ यहाँ तो उसने बंद कर रखा है.
They will maintain for the time being. Keep the course on the heading. T2K, 81 points in 7th place. I feel like this is a team we haven't really talked about too much, but there is a lot of power there behind them.
I think T2K have been steady away the majority of this tournament. We haven't been able to talk about them too much, John, but honestly, regardless of that fact, they're still making stuff happen. 81 points is one hell of a result. It just hasn't been any of those pop-offs. It's mostly about just getting towards that end game, picking up those points where they can, and then going from there. Influence Kevin and another team on that same kind of hype, trucking away on those points. Alpha 7 were able to overtake them just a little bit up towards 85 now. Head them by 2. FC, shots over towards Alter Ego.
Alter Ego skirting around the headland there. Will be able to get to safety for the time being. 4 of their players still alive. And playing on the southwest side near Valle de Mar. As Alpha 7 going to be moving in from the north edge.
Everyone really banking on a lot of spots around the map. Trying to figure out what kind of spots will be ideal here, or trying to take at least whatever is suitable. Montenuevo in this one though. Very hard shot towards the northwest. 4 AM really put out by this one. As our DRS down towards that south side. Influence Kemin got a long way to go. Can't even see them on the screen for you guys, but they're all the way over towards Puerto Paraíso at the moment. Inco, again, shifted to 5th gear. We'll get a move on up towards Montenuevo's side. 4 AM equally. Just trying to get down off that mountain as fast as possible and back on the road. You can see them zipping, flying over the top of these ridges.
A lot of teams making rapid movements now. This is a very hard shift, Blank. This zone 3 will put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons as Nova moving in from that east edge. Might come across Inco if they move any further south, but everybody on that east side will be up to bat, I'm sure, in the coming set of rotations. 4 angry men rolling on up. Actually, in the meantime, over towards Nenebete. Goes 1-for-1 on the trade. Becker moves through. Nenebete flushed away. 4 angry men moving as a unit. Squash able to do some damage. And now up the stairs they go. First down, but again, they trade it off. And 4 angry men are winning this out by the sheer fact that they're sticking together. Becker, low HP, close by. Will need to get a heal off if he wants a chance in this engagement. 2 versus 1 right now. Has got a backup now coming through in the form of Vitali. But they are splitting this fight nicely. And in comes order from Nova as well to slow the players on the inside. Vitali down and out, and Inco full early 16th place, 0 points. The door is open for teams to try and catch up now.
4am though, suffering to similar antics, losing players early. But Inco going out is not great news for them whatsoever.
ये भी मोड में आओ.
There's a chance for DRS, S2G, A7 to potentially catch up.
Pretty much everyone all the way down to 7th place in T2K, 81 points. Reachable for players in that bracket, should they have the circles aligned. Inco, 110 right now, which sits 29 points ahead of T2K. We've seen those chicken dinners happen before. Nades from Nova, continuing to bombard on the 4 angry men's position that they fought so hard for. And Order will not let them rest. Another one sent on over. Not going to land any damage, but certainly going to be scary as a prospect. Shots actually coming through from T2K.
4M at least do get a resupply on the guys from Inco there. Should give them enough meds, enough supplies to restabilize. 3 players, not ideal, but not the worst thing to happen to you in the world. And with, I think that was at least 3 eliminations going their way, yes. It's decent news for them. Circle centers up a little bit more. Vest2G dead set in the middle. Might be looking for another big game. Obviously, they dominated on our earlier Miramar of the day. Looking to make this one number 2.
Buradam from the south side. Max had them as a dark horse pick. We really respected their prowess in the games that we've seen from them so far. They deserve to qualify here. But they have fallen just short of that mark, that barrier that they set for themselves to try and jump on up. Hopefully, they can resurge. There's still a couple more matches for them to be able to do so, to climb up those tables all the further. And this time they will move into the south of S2G, who are looking to close that gap themselves against Inco.
I think if you look at Buradam, it really does feel like the wings were torn off and they were falling from up on high during this PMGC. Hope for something a little bit more from them. Didn't see it. Again, still don't see it at the end of the day. Pmgc was so confident coming into this PMGC 2. Just realised they weren't able to really find that same type of momentum that they were showing us over that group stage. Again, central position now though for them. First time in a long, long while that we've seen Buradam be able to pick up a position like this and work with it.
Alter Ego take a knock. Hopefully they can get back towards that one. Get that res. Going to be tricky though. That is fairly out and open. A vehicle is really the only cover. The vehicle that was dropped out from. The smoke blooms under pressure from Alpha 7. Carrillo's low, so will be forced to heal off there. Can't really afford to go for this peak, but Alter Ego seemingly really want to invest the resources to get this one back. IHC don't have other ideas. They are going to control the ground around them.
IHC, really big lineup at the moment with Alex further back, Demo down towards the southwest. Still have to keep eyes over towards Fireflux and DRS, but DRS look like they are moving up towards Fireflux's position. Rules gets dangerously close. It's on the ridge side. You look at Wolves though, they've got a nice little split for themselves towards the centre of the map. With that ditch right in the middle that Buradam currently hold. They're not going to be taking too many fights with anyone anytime soon, but it will give them a lot of time to just live towards the end of the match here.
Fireflux now needing to hold off against this push, but they split up a little bit. Now facing off against 4, Killer will waste no time in opening up the bidding. Solke immediately dealt with, and look at that, Soulless just sends away. Not really too much else to do in that scenario. They know that they're going to have to move further forward north for Fireflux, so why not get ahead of it? You've already lost your teammate, and now DRS are hot on your heels. You need to make the most of every second you have.
Yeah, DRS are just an encroaching team. Once you give them any kind of space available to them, like vines, they're just going to creep on forward, take them all that space towards themselves and constrict you. I think for any one team in their vicinity, just has to leave, get out of dodge. My name P, surprisingly, down towards that south side of DRS. Not regroup with the rest of his team for Budoram. It will be a long run to get towards them, and he is heading dangerously close to DRS in this moment. The circle at stage 4 will be hitting very hard.
Nova eastern side. Frozen at the back on the east side. Influence Kemin looking to shunt in just a little bit further south of that. They are really struggling. 3 players are alive. Federal knocked almost down, but not out of it. Kayovski's handling business in the meantime. T2K not ready for it, it seems, but Kayovski's finally dispatched.
And
in a difficult position for Influence Kemin to get the res, but they're going to try nonetheless. Both players up and into the buggy, swinging down low. Federal on the back is the moving turret. Not going to be able to get the knock on the approach. Has to swap weapons to the UMP, and not enough bullets are available there. Jane, one of the few last to fall, and now it's just Rig for T2K to try and stay alive. Kayovski did go down in the meantime, but there is retribution now on the cards. A nade from Federal could be all it takes. Rig forced around by the blue. Law is playing off Federal as well. A little bit lower on the HP, so waiting for the players to get a little bit closer. Now they're going to try and trade it off. Rig pushing on in with the blue zone moving. They have to go for the fight. Rig to the tree, finds one, looks for a second. T2K holding out around the tree. Federal, oh, just able to sneak it through, but the blue zone's there. It's going to be cruel. It is not going to be easy for them. And now Nova have to fight off against 4 Angry Men. They've been close by for a while now, and Jimmy is able to get an opening knock, but Chingchen able to look for more as a trade happens across the way. Order down, backs off the hill. Jimmy and Paraboy looking to try and re-envelop Order into the fold.
Smoke's going out, providing Chingchen with a little bit of base of operations here. Moves down, tries to spot the player behind the wall. Gives it the pre-spray there, but won't find anything much more. Order, I think, has now regrouped. Players from Nova up front, providing that backstop. Svan, the back there, the veteran from 4am, looking to put more damage through towards Nova's side.
Jimmy catches an ankle. Not going to do too much, but certainly opens up the possibilities here. Frozen is going to break out wide, but Jimmy gets a lovely angle through the window, and it's another one to go down for 4 Angry Men to leave them out. 14th place, 5 eliminations. Jimmy is resable, but they'll have to crawl forwards. The blue zone not going to be able to heal out on that one, and you can see Paraboy lobs him over the shoulder. The lift to the circle keeps him alive.
Wonderful stuff there from Nova. Really, really good understanding of the map and the terrain. It's the only way that happened so cleanly, and they knew they had to finish out that fight quick, considering how close they are to the circle starting to envelop. Yuhai heard this engagement, made the operative decision to head down this way and maybe hold out a team that's just come out from the back of a pretty hefty engagement themselves in Nova.
With the time that they've been given, Nova are going to be able to regroup quite effectively. Ganti. Oh no. Fight Soulless lying in wait for whatever reason for Fireflux. And DRS are down now, so S2G, the only team that can look to really push realistically in this game. Nova on the east, sure, they might be able to make it. Alpha 7 actually as well with a shot over on that western side. But to be honest, S2G's position is so powerful. Look at the high ground that they have. It's just so difficult to deal with for any team nearby.
S2G, I've said it before, very strong here on Miramar. Great at finding these positions around the map. Fireflux, lose one more in the process. There's another going down. Some great long shots there. Over towards on board with Alter Ego.
Alter Ego will have to push a little bit closer to the next zone as well. Fireflux fall on the south side. Alpha 7 to the north of Alter Ego. And where do Alter Ego go now? Because S2G are going to spot everything they do as soon as they want to move. Alpha 7 there to catch them if they move north. IHC crunching them in on that south side. It is brutal for them on the southwest. Nova squeak in on the northeast side in the meantime.
Good stuff from them. Difficult run for Nova, but they've found themselves a position to play from. Oh, great news. Snipes already moving further towards the center. Wolves locked in combat right now.
Vampire trading off. Remember, does go down. Ravenclaw knocked, but safe for now. For the time being, Big Feet close by, spotted over the hillside. Fluke tries to go for the spray, but he hits the deck and fades the shots there. Vampire playing together, playing solid. Beautiful though, finds a little bit of an opening, tags it on, and finds a second knock onto Vampire. Fluke tries to control the ridgeline, but it's just not going their way. Two stops, not going to be able to do anything. As there's a second player from Wolves to move through, and what a push coming in. Beautiful over that ridge. 5 eliminations for the Wolves, and Vampire cannot stand up to the test.
Clean engagement from Wolves there. Vampire look like doing so much better already with 2 stops in the fold. They just get crumbled by Wolves on 3 different angles. Wolves just play through the pressure. 7 eliminations already on this game. Looking to end their Miramar strongly. S2G still playing out the game slowly. Now looking over towards IHC. Incredible spot for them. Very difficult to play against this position from S2G. The circle moves further down towards the southwest. It's almost a guaranteed S2G win.
Will be difficult to wrest it from their control. But how far can they go? They sit 15 points behind lobby leaders Inco. A chicken dinner would see them there, and the eliminations would see them even further. IHC trying to roll over the top now into Alpha 7 sightlines. Mafioso and Carrillo lighten teams up left and right. Will have the forward positioning Carrillo to be able to regroup towards as well as they control these teams on the south. Alter Ego, this is the difficult push that we were talking about before. Fnatic. Lobbing that nade up towards Alex to try and isolate Alex, but Alex sends one back and it's good for 2. And not only that, it's good for the 9th place finish of Alter Ego.
Circle centers up, still doesn't matter. Even the barest ridge side of this bottom S2G still in. It will give them major control of the majority of this match. Stalwart looking to pump some more numbers. Down in 15th place, really not the Pmgc they were looking for. The Pmgc we expected from them either. Nova though, taking massive amounts of damage. This is always going to be a difficult push, and they want to go for something drastic.
But they are here now, which is really quite great news. If fall out on the push, Jimmy might survive for quite a while yet on the side of Nova. S2G with the high ground though. Need to start to put the pressure in. Only 1 elimination so far. Kengzo wants to put a nade up towards that ridge line. Cooks it up. Doesn't find the knock. And looking to suppress it as well. Didn't really find too much damage there either. Buradam trying to move away from them, but really can't do that. Sky Only somehow manages to lead out into the field, but actually gets backed off by Revo from Alpha 7 from the north side. A little bit maybe overzealous on the rotation. Top from Godlike Stalwart, spots Sky Only rocking up to his shack, and actually he's not going to waste any time in just going straight out into the field. Sky Only under pressure from all angles, but Top can't afford to be out in the open like that. Not when everybody's looking your way. Sky Only has a lead in hand. There's one coming through. Oh wait, no, hang on a minute. That was from himself. Okay, I thought that was from Top, but no, it does go up in flames, and it is actually Pika to get the point.
Stalwart looking very dominant on this northern side. Pushing further down. Great chance in this game. Really given an opportunity here, John, and done next to nothing with it. Fine MP being away from the rest of the team. Great shots coming through from S2G. Now starting to really leverage this position of theirs.
Nature of Godlike Stalwart towards Alpha 7, who have themselves been quite the terror on this northwestern side. Wolves moving over the ridgeline. Top wants to go for a spray, but Pika has already fallen and doesn't really have the cover on that flank that he needs to be the force on this 2-2 split. Mythic over the side of that ridgeline around the tree. A lovely nade to the back, over onto Mafioso for top, and he's still holding strong for now. Doesn't really have so much mobility with the sightlines that S2G hold, but Alpha 7 are going to think twice now about pushing around this sideline. A nade over the top doesn't really go far enough, and Mafioso can get rezzed here. Mythic close, crawling in towards top on the UMP, and hits the deck in the smoke. Wants to go for the heal now. Carrillo has the nade in hand and wants to pull the pin. Smoke actually just being redeployed in front of Mythic, and they can keep this ridgeline. Molotov in hand. Top launches it towards the back lines, but Mythic is close by. Top fades it away. Ooh. He's playing it super sneaky. I think he's been spotted. Mythic tagged.
Stressful scenario now for Alpha 7. Mythic in a real tough spot. Stalwart looking to just keep them on that side. S2G have to break away now. Have they done enough to clear enough space out from this south side to give them an easy exit? Silas, one of the best players in the team at the moment, sends out wide. Should have spotted this player quickly. Goes to Lionel from Buddhadam. Tries to finish it off. Will do. As Borough United down. S2G sweep. The southwest side moving up towards this crate. This is a perfect opportunity for them now.
The Wolves have one of the few positions that can really slow them down, but the zone will push them off it soon enough. The question is, what can they do before that happens? Can they get an opening towards S2G? Alpha 7 gets spotted out by Razy. Mythic taken super low and starts his movements forwards in the buggy and stays alive for the time being. Just that sliver of HP keeps him in and actually allows Alpha 7 to have 3 players moving central. They've already given up on Mafioso. Wolves have to move from that position, and they will move up north and swing out to sweep against Geek Fam as Memory swings out wide on the ridgeline, and Pick Feet leapfrogs over the top of him to put more damage through. 1-2, 1-2, and through. Memory pulls them back to mortality.
Great stuff there. The memento is all Geek Fam were at the end of the day. They sift past them. Looking over towards Nova, still in the match in stage 7. Only 5 teams remaining, so again, a decent result for them. Alpha 7 push this one a little bit further. S2G do not want to allow enough one of these games to slip, considering they had such a good start.
The direction of the shack for Jimmy, I mean, I said it before, it's going to allow him to survive for a long time. Geek Fam did not push up into it, and now Wolves are fairly decimated. They've managed to achieve 10 eliminations, though, in the meantime. So a phenomenal result for them. Now S2G looking to continue this pressure as they push in from the south. Alpha 7 have got some solid spots to try and defend from, though. Silas moves up close and personal to Revo and Mythic. Will know that those vehicles are there. Place it nicely.
Silver
HP the brunt of the damage, but can start to heal that up very quickly. The rest of S2G will have sightlines. They'll know that there's a player by this rock now. Bandages only the one for Mythic. No stims, not gonna last too long. No helmet either. Throwing those bandages over from Revo. Actually going for a second deployment as well. Such a crucial position, and Carrillo steps up for Alpha 7 to move Silas back. Slow S2G, but they've already taken down one player from Wolves. Only Pick Feet remaining.
Looked like a good grenade over towards Alpha 7, but a bit too short here from Stalwart. S2G taking a lot of casualties at the moment, a lot of damage going their way. Still have a really strong spot on the top of the high ground, and I think maybe Silas' position was a bit overzealous there. Maybe he's able to be that player that Cobra in the grass. But Hamzy G's going to go for it. This is a mistake. This is the biggest mistake we've seen all day.
Gets cut down in the process. Alpha 7, though, 3 eliminations this late in the game. It wouldn't be a big chicken dinner, but it would be a great way to give them confidence to come back in and keep this momentum going. S2G likely now down to 2 players on this south side. No team at full force. Playing in the shack. think he might just be able to stay in this next circle. Will do
एक
so.
बंदा यार दूसरी
Has to hop out the window if he doesn't want to take loot. Oh no, wait, he's already on the outside. I thought he was on the inside, but no. We'll be able to move forwards on foot. Godlike Stalwart, 3 players on the northern edge. And trying to challenge out Alpha 7.
कारीलो की पोजीशन नहीं पता है क्या इनको?
Really work hand in hand. If S2G want even a chance in hell getting up towards that top 2. Stalwart tossing the smokes out. Breaking the train. Good shots from Alpha 7 though. Stalwart's picked to pieces.
Mythic.
Hello, मजे लेने आ गया
Pulling them apart there. On the push. Top already down. Action. Low. Scry. The only one really healthy at this stage for Godlike Stalwart. Ooh, Action so close to going down there. Managed to get the first aid off just in time before it tickles too much.
Oh my god.
Close. Not crawling around in these smokes. Nades over the back and a Molotov to slow down the
ridge
line. We'll pop the nade further back and Revo suppressed. Carrillo up the top, going to be pivotal in this engagement. Mythic needs to land a shot as well. It's traded 1 for 1. Scry with the blue zone coming through. Goes for the flush instead. Now Carrillo can look to stand up. Spots Scry and takes down Godlike Stalwart. But that is an excellent go time for S2G themselves. Klausy and Razy, the last 2 players. Find Revo at the back and S2G looking to step up tall. Carrillo over the ridge line.
ये क्या था भाई? Silent हो गया एकदम से कुछ पता नहीं चला.
But with an assist coming in from Godlike Stalwart on the north side, they pull it back together, and with that, they strike out for the top of the table.
A couple of mistakes at the end there. You can see the relief as well. They thought it might have cost them, but Razy and Kelsey bring it through at the end. Some real clutch movers there. Necessary to keep them in it. I think Hamzy G going for that res though had to be the boldest move we've seen all day. Just rolling down in the UAS.
Sometimes you just got to make that sort of play, you know. Sometimes it just happens like that. Talking to Alpha 7 about that finish as well. Both of those teams will be very happy with how that one played out.
Obviously Alpha 7 needed that game to pump their numbers back up again just a little bit. Your S2G who just missed out on that chicken dinner on Miramar last time around, but this time they're able to pull it all the way through. Really, really good stuff from S2G. Played that map out very nicely, which is a real boon for them tomorrow. If they're good. Really, really good stuff from S2G. Played that map out very nicely.
मैच ही नहीं हो गया स्टार्ट.
मैन स्टैंडिंग है, सॉरी गलती के लिए माफी चाहूंगा. तो आरसी यहाँ पर वो मैन स्टैंडिंग सर्कल की तरफ वो बढ़ेंगे. केजेडसी के निंजा वहाँ पर लेवल के मोराल को पिक ऑफ करेंगे. टेक डाउन किया जा चुका है. टीम नंबर 15 दे लूजिंग देयर प्लेयर्स राइट नाउ. पहले वेम्पायर को गवाया था, अब एक और प्लेयर गवा चुके हैं. नाउ अब 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ ही आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा. फिलकॉन राम राम आयरन ब्रो, राम राम, जय श्री राम. बिल्कुल देखिए, अगर हम टीम साइको की बात, टीम फेल्कॉन की बात करेंगे, आगे सर्कल की तरफ रोटेट करके जोन के अंदर एक बेटर पोजीशन होल्ड करना प्रेफर करेंगे. एमवाईटी के प्लेयर्स के लिए भी काफी अच्छा सर्कल देखने को मिलेगा. केजेडसी के निंजा का एलिमिनेशन जो है वो लगभग हो चुका है. चौथा सर्कल यहाँ पर 10 सेकंड के अंदर क्लोजिंग करेगा. प्लेयर्स को सर्कल की तरफ बढ़ना पड़ेगा. काइनेटिक वर्सेस आरसी, ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग फाइट हो सकता है और मेगा स्टार भी इस फाइट के अंदर जो है ना वो एंट्री लेती हुई नजर आ सकती है. मेगा स्टार के पास भी एक अच्छा मौका रहेगा थर्ड पार्टी का. लेट्स सी कि मेगा स्टार कहां पर जाकर वेट करते. आई थिंक मेगास्टार दे स्टिल वेटिंग फॉर द जोन राइट नाउ. इंतजार चल रहा है कि जो जोन का नेक्स्ट शिफ्ट है वो किस तरीके से आता है. फिर उसके बाद प्रोबेबली जोन के अंदर एक अच्छा पोजीशन होल्ड करा जाए, एक अच्छा पोजीशन जो है वो लिया जाए. एंड लेवल के मोरल को वहां पर पिक ऑफ किया जा चुका है. टेक डाउन किया गया है उनको कपकाई, बट निंजा बीस्ट उनको टेक डाउन किया गया है. केशव द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, और शायद केशव को भी जोन के अंदर एंट्री मिलेगी नहीं. और देखते ही देखते फिनिश ऑफ करा. कंफर्मेशन जो है वो सिक्योर करेंगे प्लेयर्स. टीम ओवर 15 3 टोटल को फिनिशेस अपने लिए सिक्योर कर चुके हैं. चौथा सर्कल यहाँ पर आ चुका है. निंजा को डैमेज यहाँ पर दिया जाएगा. ओके कंटिन्यू कर, मैं जा रहा हूँ. ओके बाय बाय. अब बिल्कुल देखिए, अगर निंजा की बात करेंगे, being the 2 man standing, they try to move in this circle. डैमेज यहाँ पर पड़ रहा है, बट इनिशियली अगर हम टीम नंबर 15 की 6 की बात करेंगे, वो गेट कीप कर रहे हैं. काफी अच्छा पोजीशन वो अपने लिए होल्ड करके रखा है प्लेयर्स ने. एक अच्छा जोन है उनको फेवर कर रहा है. और देखिए इकलौती ऐसी टीम है जिसके पास जोन हमको देखने को मिल रहा है. बाकी सभी टीमें जोन के बाहर है. और लेट्स सी कि किस तरीके से यहाँ से वो आगे फाइट के अंदर कन्वर्ट करते हैं. बट F4 के लिए भी अकेले जो प्लेयर बचे हैं उनकी पोजीशन शायद लगभग रिवील हो चुकी है. शॉट उनके ऊपर लिया जाएगा. डैमेज बहुत अच्छा खासा दिया गया था, बट शायद वो अपने आप को को सेव कर लेंगे हील करके, फिर आगे जोन के अंदर मूवमेंट करने की शुरुआत करेंगे। MYT के प्लेयर्स हमको देखने को मिलेंगे। MYT वर्सेस टीम ATB के बीच में भी जो फाइट है वो देखने को मिल सकते हैं। वीस्टार यहाँ पर नॉक पड़े, वीस्टार को रिवाइवल देना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी रहेगा क्योंकि वीस्टार काफ़ी एक इंपॉर्टेंट प्लेयर है ATB के लिए। और वहीं अगर हम टीम फेल्कॉन की बात करेंगे तो फेल्कॉन भी ऑल्सो बिंग द 3 मैन स्टैंडिंग। वीस्टार गॉट एलिमिनेटेड, उनको एलिमिनेट कर दिया जाएगा। रिवाइवल की कोई प्रक्रिया वहां पर हुई नहीं है। साइड जोन के अंदर है। MYT के प्लेयर्स को मेगास्टार के प्लेयर्स के द्वारा टेक डाउन किया जाएगा। मेगास्टार वहां पर कुछ बढ़िया नॉक्स देते हुए नजर आएंगे और टीम मेगास्टार किस तरीके से आगे बढ़ते हैं जोन के अंदर। 5वां सर्कल है, 9 टीमें, 25 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे। मेगास्टार यहाँ पर सीधा क्या स्लामिन करेंगे, फेल्कॉन के नोवल को वहां पर टेक डाउन किया जाएगा। फेल्कॉन वर्सेस आरसी का भी जो फाइट है वो स्टार्ट हो चुका है। मीनवाइल टीम आरसी वर्सेस फेल्कॉन, ये काफी एक इंटरेस्टिंग फाइट यहाँ पर बन सकती है। 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ सर्वाइव करिए। फेल्कॉन बिंग द 3 मैन स्टैंडिंग, नोवल को रिवाइवल देना पड़ेगा। साइडक है उनके काफी करीब और जल्द से जल्द यहाँ पर रिवाइवल जो है वो देना पड़ेगा। बिल्कुल देखिए, अगर हम बात करेंगे टेक डाउन किया जाएगा, एक बढ़िया नॉक आएगा। 1 मोर प्लेयर हैज बीन टेकन डाउन। फेल्कॉन कहीं तो कहीं जो मुश्किल है वो बढ़ाना चाहते हैं आरसी का और देखते ही देखते आरसी को फिनिश ऑफ करा। फेल्कॉन के प्लेयर्स ने काफी एक प्यारा 1v3 जो है निकाल कर जाएंगे। रिवाइवल अपने प्लेयर्स को एग्जीक्यूट कर दिया जाएगा। मुश्किलें नहीं होना चाहिए बट मेगास्टार वो भी फाइट के अंदर एंगेज करते हुए नजर आएंगे। मेगास्टार की तरफ से भी कुछ बढ़िया नॉक्स जो है वो हमको देखने को मिलते हुए। लेट्स सी कि कौन सी टीम यहाँ पर चिकन निकाल कर जाती है बट मेगास्टार के प्लेयर्स
क्या कमेंट कर रहा है भाई बंदा?
हो चुका है मेगास्टार का। नहीं मैं गलत था यहाँ पर। मेगास्टार 10
ब्रो रील ट्यूटोरियल दे दो।
एक अच्छा पोजीशन अपने लिए पूरी तरीके से होल्ड करते हुए नजर आएंगे। काइनेटिक के लिए वाइपर वहां पर शॉट लेंगे। एंड पे साइफर द लास्ट
अभी देगा मैंने।
काइनेटिक 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ यहाँ पर काइनेटिक जो है वो सर्वाइव करते हुए नजर आएंगे। MYT गॉट एलिमिनेटेड फ्रॉम द गेम। निंजा को वहां पर चार्जिंग कर दिया जाएगा। मेगास्टार के प्लेयर्स के पर सर्कल जो है बहुत बढ़िया है। एक अच्छा सर्कल होल्ड करके रखा है मेगास्टार के प्लेयर्स ने और उसका पूरा फायदा उठा।
मर गई मेरी टीम। 6th पोजीशन पर। ओवरऑल रैंकिंग दिखा दी क्या? S2G प्रो लास्ट मैच है पाजी, क्या होगा? लास्ट मैच है,
देखना है ना ये वाला लास्ट।
We've got the teams that have some great game sense. We've got teams that are just hyper tactical. I mean, I'm looking at DRS for instance. It is phenomenal to watch, phenomenal to see here at the PMGC.
Absolutely, they have been such a treat to watch all of these engagements coming through and to watch this lobby develop. I think the one thing I would like to see is, even if they can't make it through off the bottom of the tables too hard, is Vampire do well in a game? Because we know that they have it in them.
That's the frustrating thing, right?
And I feel like it's so close. It's been there nearly a couple of times, but it wasn't to be. This time around, it was S2G with their bid for the top of the tables.
जहाँ पर आसपास इलाकों से बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ लोग नौकरी करने के लिए आते हैं और हम जैसे के बाद मिलते हैं के लिए ऐसे तो यही कोशिश करेंगे कि नोएडा में अधिकार महिला बहुत भी हो निकालेगा फिर से
नए चैनल पे
उस पर लाइव कर सकता हूँ तो।
S2G coming in clutch in match number 5, ladies and gentlemen, here at the PMGC Grand Finals. 24 points for them. They are back on the leaderboard. And just like S2G, until they're back, Alpha 7.
Top 10 में आ गई है इससे।
Yep, number 2.
77.
And with 7 eliminations too. 19 points. I mean, this is what I was hoping to see out of them earlier, but I'm glad that they're finally deciding to pick it up right now.
10 या 11 पे होगी। और 10 11।
I found it really funny during that game. You really just had that pinpoint moment where Alpha 7 are just trying to play edge the entire game. They're like, it's really rough. The terrain's not really to our advantage, and at some point you're just like, screw this. I'm just going to send it in the circle. If it works, it works. If it doesn't matter. And in that sense, you know what? A second place game like that, I'll say that is a big win for Alpha 7. But we did have a few questions they still have it. It's a good point.
They definitely still have it. And I mean, this might be the bounce back, and this might be the stretch that they can put themselves forward moving into tomorrow as well. But the way Wolf Esports is over for them to be up there too. Teams that definitely need the points if they even want to get to reach top 5 tomorrow. That's what you love to see. And now we have S2G Esports moving to first place, 119 points. Finally getting that elusive chicken dinner since earlier they weren't able to do it, but they were able to put up a lot of eliminations.
Crazy performance coming in from S2G. And you were just talking about A7, right?
19 point हो गया
Back a little bit
S2G
more,
का
being patient, not overcommitting especially. I really love that play, and you already touched it as well. Maybe that is their point of, breaking point of coming back. But maybe coming back to another team that we saw in the top 4 here in terms of points. That was Nova. 10 points out of that really bad position. That's exactly what they need, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the really tough part of that game for them was crossing that road. Once again, they have those splits, right? The splits is what they just do really well. They could cross that road super easily. The moment they make that cross happen, they pick up a few eliminations here and there. That's why I have the impression we saw a lot more of them today compared to yesterday, is even their bad games, they get a few points here and there. No, and it still keeps them in that race for that top position, which is what you want to see for them to keep on pulling off until tomorrow, because that keeps them in that potential race.
Yeah, and since we're talking about Nova, you know what? I kind of want to stay within the Chinese region, and I want to talk about Wolves a little bit more, because we're talking. Seeing how they were playing, we were seeing the splits too. I personally, I know you didn't like their splits either, and I feel like they didn't have to lose a player. They ended up losing a player against Vampire Esports, and it just wasn't necessary. They decided to stay away from each other for far too long. And here we go with the overall ranking. 119 points for S2G Esports, now in first place. Inco Gaming with 110 points, and that is what I was saying. With Alpha 7, it's good that they decided to bounce back right now, because they put themselves within third place.
Yeah, a lot of teams going to be joining the 100-point club right now, as S2G Inco Gaming, Alpha 7, and also the team of DRS Gaming. But yeah, gotta be careful, some teams can still catch up to that one. I said it multiple times during the broadcast, 7. It is so close between so many teams here that we still have no clue who is going to be coming out. You don't have a very clear favorite. Every team can still make it up there. But T2K, no, I still like to see this team remain on the top page, but they've been slipping because some teams on the bottom page have slowly been eking their way forward in the rankings.
Yeah, with T2K, I mean, they were able to pop off a little bit yesterday, towards the end, right? Yeah. But I just don't. I don't see that it factor like we're able to see when you look at Nova, when you look at Alpha 7 and S2G now being able to finally get that chicken dinner after checklist. And then you have Wolves.
Hey.
Going all the way up to 9th place.
Godlike Stalwart. I had a little bit I was going to do, but I don't do anymore because they had a decent performance. So I get to see from Godlike Stalwart. There's still some fight in them right now. With a very nice point of 16 on their side. Thing is, I want to see the follow-up. You set that one at 7. That's on you.
Talking about Wolves right now, 9th place. I was so excited in that match because it looked like, first of all, Vampire really started off strong, had like 5 eliminations early in the game. They got taken down by Wolves in a very convincing fashion. And that is when I saw your eyes just light up, 7, because I thought, now's the time for Wolves. You just talked about them as well. And so seeing them in 9th place, 81 points. They're just on the rank points for the first page. Is that something where you see them as well ending the day? First page over a ranking?
I think that if they tighten up their splits a little bit, yes. Because we were very critical about that one. Like the split, I understand it. If you want, that's if you want to compare Nova Esport, and I think this is a great comparison. Nova Esport, their splits make sense. They got a lot of control in like phase 2 and phase 3. Instantly, when they have this circle that forces them to regroup, they can like the match on maybe 10 to 20 seconds. Regroup. If a team fights you, they have the 4 players available at hand to take that fight. Don't stay split too long, and as you say, lose a player when they could remain as 4-man team.
I felt like it could have been cleaner. I felt like they were relying too much on the terrain, and that's why they decided to keep those that split a lot longer than we expected to, than we wanted to. But if they can tighten up, like you said, the splits, if they can tighten up their rotations too, and how they're able to just scout, I think this team can definitely be in the first page.
Last match of day number 2 of the PMGC Grand Finals is coming up. Let's take a quick look at the
स्माइल ये क्या हुआ?
ये अटक कैसे गया?
तेरा भी हुआ क्या?
मैच रैंकिंग पे अटक गया।
यार बहुत व्यू छाट रहे तो बंद करो भाई। गरीबों का भला करो यार। वॉचिंग तो आई नहीं रही।
कोच टाइम ही है, थोड़ा बहुत दे गए बंदे।
क्या
नहीं बढ़ रहा इनका भी, स्काउट का भी नहीं बढ़ रहा,
स्टक हो गया वह। करेंगे ये तुमने पॉलिसी नहीं बनाई क्या कि कोई भी नहीं
कैंसिल
है? डाटा फिनिश, पुअर मैनेजमेंट, बुर्रा।
करोड़ों रुपए फूक रहे हैं ये, और ये क्या हो रहा है ये?
रिफ्रेश गाइस, आई कैन सी। बोलो रिफ्रेश गाइस, आ रहा रिफ्रेश में?
नहीं, मैं तो स्काउट का देख रहा हूँ, मैं रिफ्रेश क्या मारूं इसमें? मैं इसमें तो हो ही नहीं रहा।
These teams that actually did see a high number, but especially Wolves, because I was so surprised by how they started that last game that I would have expected at least one of you guys to put them in there.
Nah, we need to see better splits.
Yeah, the splits.
Yeah,
that's the one.
All about the splits.
Change it up, and then we'll start putting you in teams.
Like the splits make sense. That's the issue. The splits, like when we look at them on face-to-face, we're like, okay, that's good. Just speed up the regrouping process.
Yeah,
that's the one small, because it's a small thing, but it's a pretty important thing to do splits correctly. If you take fights and you just split away, you're not gonna win it. You're taking a 1v4.
You said it perfectly. Just
camera
look
again?
at how Nova does those splits, and then just pretty much mimic that.
Nova, your splits.
Start हो गया ना?
No, actually, that didn't work as a one.
मैच का मॉड।
Whether the splits will be working or not, we will find out in game number 6, which should be the last game of the Pmgc Grand Final. Staying number 2. And who better to do with than John Allen and Blank? Take it away.
एक्चुअल में अभी वहाँ पर आधा मैच हो गया होगा।
We're gonna get into Erangel now for, as he said, the last game
यहाँ
of day
तक कैसे
number
जाता
2.
है? तेरा बेट का, मेरा बेट का?
नहीं अटका
है?
नहीं अटका मेरा तो, मैं तो प्लेन दिखा रहा है।
Here with a new top dog on the top as well. S2G wrested control from Inco with that
रिफ्रेश करता तेरे को पीछे
जो वो कर रहे हैं ना,
PMGC so far.
व्यूज छाप रहे हैं, उनको बंद कर रहे हैं।
Honestly, can't wait to see more out of them. I just think that they're really finding their momentum, finding that rhythm during these
अपना
games.
चैनल ग्रो कर रहे हैं
A
बंदे।
lot of it together as well. I think they're one of the few teams that see a lot of times take these collective movements.
पहुंच गया है और
We're seeing a
रिकॉइल
lot of this
सेंटर।
play of splits at the moment.
कौन सा
A lot of these
रिकॉइल?
teams, S2G doesn't really buy into that.
मेरे में भी
They're very
रूल्स
much
के
a
ऊपर आने वाला है।
squad-based team, which I really like.
मेरे में तो
They
wins
put
भी
it
जा रहा है।
very, very well. Looks like they're
अबे
actually
सीधा
going to
टाइम
drop out.
बताया करो ना भाई, टाइम
टाइम का बताऊं? अच्छा 0-0 दिखा रहा है।
टाइम क्या बताऊं?
South side.
टाइम क्या
4 AM obviously out
बताऊं?
early with Alpha
अभी
7
टाइम का आया, चालू नहीं हुआ।
towards North George. Alpha 7 continuing with its adjustment,
क्या बताऊं?
sending Mythic up towards that north side of Saverni.
अभी क्वेरी के पास आ
Further
गया।
up towards Zaki. Again, one that I really, really like. Gives them
मेरे में तो
more
दिखा रहा है इसने
options
गड्डी
available to themselves.
लैंड हुआ, जमीन पे आ गया।
Dropping into Saverni, Inco
मेरे में आप
breaking
बैठता हुआ
up
दिखा रहा
further. Buram already on the ground.
दूसरा आदमी को
Running out
पकड़ने जा रहा है, वो दिखा रहा है।
towards that east side. You imagine they cross.
Oh my
टिम्मी गिरा, ओ भाई रन ओवर कर दिया। ओ भाई
Split across.
अब यही
again.
करते रहो ये।
Is there
कुछ
as
नहीं कर
well.
पाएंगे।
We get ourselves another north
नहीं मार
side
पाएंगे यार,
win
इतना
as it
इतना भाई
pops all the
एक्सपर्ट
way
होगा
up
बंदा
to
यार।
the top here. Law out in the open. Kengson, Lightning Pete. You know what? They're going to leave him to it.
रन ओवर में मर जाएंगे क्या?
Are they going back? No, I don't think
दो
they are.
14
They
दिखा
just
रहा
want to
है।
get out of
दो
dodge, get
13,
to a position early.
10
मेरे में
11
Influence
दो
Kevin obviously heading over towards the
No,
outside now.
no,
Stefan picking a stop off at the gas station. Why
3
not?
सेकंड है। चलो मैं
Refill,
रोकता हूँ।
refuel,
1
all
2
good to go.
3
Influence Kevin, I think they've done a good job so far
59,
during this
58,
tournament. Looking for a little bit more
77.
now.
सही है,
Stalwart
सही है।
heading towards Novo is a bit of a long run for them.
3 सेकंड का था।
Obviously, not what
क्रोम
we
में
kind
चल
of
रहा है ना
expected
बाजी,
from
इतना थोड़ा
Stalwart
मुझे लग रहा है,
overall.
कोई रेड ले।
Just purely from this tournament, I mean, they have some of the most well-known players in the world
पहले
in
तो आगे
top
चल रहा था
action.
उसमें। क्रोम
An
में जब
extremely
आ रहा
deadly
था।
duo.
तो उस टाइम वो दे रहा था ना
Strike.
किसी और का।
Very, very strong
नहीं,
too.
फिर
As
भी
a
तो आ
long-range specialist for the team. Just did not expect to see this team where they currently are.
ये अब
It's
तक
a
की सबसे
little bit
लंबी स्ट्रीम हो गई है
unfortunate.
मेरी।
Hoping they can bring a bit more to the table tomorrow.
नहीं मैं कर चुका हूँ एक।
Inco though, again,
विराज वाली है,
circle their way.
विराज सब खेल रहे थे ना।
They're going to have a big old another shot
वो
at the
तो
top
रात
of the
तक
tables
करते
here,
रहते हैं,
but
उनका क्या?
S2G might be able to hold out the teams on that
easy हो तो भाई
western
करने में
side
क्या ही
if
जा रहा है,
they
अपना
want
कौन
to
सा कुछ
rotate
मेहनत
up
करनी पड़
towards
रही
this
है।
coastline. The bridges near Georgia Pole will be
But don't
treacherous
traction
enough for
पर
seven.
अकेले नहीं हो पाता,
And 4 angry men on patrol.
अकेले में बोर हो जाता हूँ।
So those teams out on the west, that's Nova,
मैं तो झपके
Fireflux,
ले लेके मैच देख
Vampire,
रहा हूँ, पता है।
Geek Fam,
क्लाइमैक्स
and
के
the
टाइम पे
Wolves as
झपके ले रहा
well,
हूँ।
who might look to break west to rotate up north. Are going to have a tough time of
कौन सा
rotating in.
कोई सा भी
get
चल रहा था,
further
कई बार
and
ऐसा
deeper
मोड टाइम
into
आता है
this
कि
game.
तुम्हें इतनी गहरी नींद
Geek
आ रही
Fam
थी,
grabbing some of that loot,
बीच बीच में झटके आ रहे थे जब
snaffling
स्प्रे
it
कर
up
रहे
near
थे।
the ferry pier.
उड़ जाता है।
Inco on the northern side, quite far away from them, but I
Ferry
wouldn't say
pier.
central on this circle. Interesting maneuver from T2K. They have moved
Exo
two
kilo
players down
drop
from
पे आए
Savani
भाई।
towards the gas station that
Exo
holds
तो
the bridge
disband ही हो
near
गई।
Yasnaya. It's a
Disband
really,
हो
really
गई?
strong spot.
Yeah, blocking off the rotations from
अरे उनकी टीम तो थी।
Influence Kevin, even spotting out rotations coming
खत्म हो गई
through
ना
from
टीम।
Alter Ego as well. This is a decent play.
स्नैक्स
for
चला गया वो,
themselves.
स्नैक्स पे
और
वैसे
वो-
चला
Getting
गया
a very
था।
similar circle that everyone's played
और क्या
before.
कहते हैं,
A few
Fierce
times
Fierce
now in
चला
this
गया।
tournament.
टेंसी कह रहा मेरा भी अब वहाँ से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, तो भाई कौन ही बच।
We're much more successful this kind of circle when they moved out
खेलता था
very
Sensei
early.
स्क्रीन
And it
से।
looks like Ching Chen's already going to make that
Exo
move
में?
himself. Gets in the
एक्सो
vehicle,
में नहीं
sent
है, वैसे
away.
देखा है स्क्रीन में
I
खेलता
think
है।
when they waited a little bit longer last time,
भाई
that's what
बंदे
led
तो
to
उसके
a few
दूसरी
of their
टीम की
players
बातें
going down.
करने लग रहे
They
हैं, वो
realize
पता
that
नहीं।
as 4 players, they are
पंक को
very
देखा था एक बार
strong,
सोल में
very
खेलता था,
capable
सोल
indeed.
वालों के साथ ऐसी
However-
मतलब मजे में खेलता रहता।
All still to bear here, because I think
Scout
at 4
भी
AM, first 10
Ninja के
minutes,
साथ।
bit scary, man.
It's pretty scary for everybody
Snacks
involved
कहाँ
in this
जाएगा?
lobby.
वो
These
तो
first
सोल
10
में तो
minutes.
है वो
I feel
content-
like the style
content
that
बन
we've
के आया
seen
ना,
from this lobby
content।
has been dropping
कौन?
and going for a split
Snacks?
a little bit early from quite a lot of teams, getting a lot of information. Whereas in other lobbies we've seen, drop in that
Godlike का
location,
क्या
stay
scene
as
है?
a unit. Sure, you might scout out that you're
इसका
one
तो Neo दिख रहा है,
rotational
G-God
path,
दिख रहा है और
but in
Shadow।
general you're going to be looking at
ये
that
मैं बता
specific
रहा हूँ।
area of it instead of what we're seeing here, which I think is
उनके में
general,
कोई कह रहा है ऐसा सीसी आ रहा है
more
जो आपने
general
सोचा
awareness
नहीं
and
होगा।
selecting your route based on the scouting that you do, which is kind of,
क्या आ
I
रहा
guess,
है,
the other
CC?
way around of doing it.
Yeah, well, I think this is like high skill level play, right? This is where
बाहर के
a
बंदे को
lot of
मेरे को लग रहा है बाहर का कोई
teams towards those
सीसी
lower brackets of tournaments, that's a case of you have your set route, you have your ideas of what might go wrong on the way of that set route, and you plan around for that. But when you get to this caliber level, you have to make decisions on the fly. You have to figure out that this
इसमें career,
rotation
short-time
might
career
not work
होता है।
because of this and this reason,
E-sports।
or with this new circle setting, in fact,
But
this
उतना
rotation
हो
is going to
जाता है
benefit
बंदों का
us
जो-
in the long run. We might not make it very often, but we've played so many circles at this point in
कोई
time
बंदा मतलब
at such a
मेहनत
high
करके
level.
आए,
We
बस
know
कुछ सालों तक ही
typically that we
रहेगा।
can make
उसके
this
बाद
adjustment right now and go for it, which is what
हर
we've seen
कोई
a lot
legend
with
नहीं होता
Inco. That's what I
धोनी
like about
type।
them. When they're locked out of the
धोनी या
circle,
कोहली।
it doesn't necessarily favour them. I think this is what has
ठीक
made
है।
them quite successful here on
Name
our
name
angle.
लेके
It's just the
थोड़ा
amount of these
बंदे
northern circles we've actually seen. And
Side
the amount of
career
times they're
बना
able to
लेते
get a
हैं
quick
थोड़ा
drop
बहुत।
off on that side. They get to the ground running very quickly with these north to south plane paths too. And again, I think this is now a really good
हाँ तो भाई
opportunity for
इनको
them
यहीं पे इनको यहीं मार
to
दो।
put themselves back up at the first place. Because I think for Inco, yes, there might be a little bit
यही
circle
बोलना
blessed
वाला है
tournament.
faster
In fact, in the
Inco
group
मारो।
stage, what you
ये बचने
can't
नहीं
really
चाहिए।
say about them is that they
ये
don't
साथ में क्यों
work
रहते
with
यार,
this
ये
circle.
छूटिए
They're absolutely good at finding that prio spot.
ये
ये
देखो
भाई दूर
सिंगल
we
टैप
mentioned
मारा
earlier, we'd like to see some more
दूर जाते
proactivity
तो
from
डर
in
जाते
that
थे
end
कि भाई
game.
भाई कहाँ हो यार मेरे
Less
को
about just finding the perfect
कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आ
positions
रहा।
in the circle, going from there. But again, this is a really good chance for them.
बता लो भाई।
S2G
वाले कर रहे हैं।
moving to the north side of the river fairly early on, so they will have that foothold nicely secured. Nova moving up from their Gatka split.
Dominate खेलो यार।
We're going to try and cross that river
Starting से ही।
out to the west. Nobody in Cube
S2G से ही
or holding
उम्मीद कर
firmly
सकते हो
right now.
इन
IHC have their outpost north of the river, but they are not entrenched just yet. And
वो
Nova
तो किसमें
should
था?
find a
शानोक में था
fairly
ना, गाड़ी ले
easy
लेके घूम रहे थे।
area to hold.
Wolves
On that
down
north
towards that
Suppressor
south
पड़
side.
लगा लगा।
DRS going to be down towards Milter. Put it down on that eastern edge as well. I think our main teams that we're now really focusing in on at the
कुछ
moment.
कंपाउंड ऐसा हो गया
Nova,
तो बंदे
S2G,
बढ़िया लेते ही हैं।
obviously Inco, Alpha 7
ये
trying to
गेम
bring things
इसमें कह
back.
सकते हैं
Influence
16 के
Kevin
16
still have a
बेस्ट
chance as
टीम है
well.
भाई, क्योंकि
But these are our top
कोई भी
teams.
ऐसी लग नहीं रही मेरे को
DRS2 sneaking their way back in towards that top
मुझे
side of the lobby.
बॉल वाली कम लग रही थी, वो भी 10 किल में।
And I mean sneaking. I think they're a
जो
very
सबसे
stealthy
नीचे है वो
team, and
already
they're good at that type of gameplay. It's what I like to see from DRS. Seen them do it a few times before, and it works out very well. They're one of the few teams that has been successful with an edge play style. A lot of other teams have tried it, and it has not worked out for them. I think you need to be a special type of team to make this one work in this lobby.
ये इनको आईडी मिलती होगी यहाँ पे.
4 angry men. They backed
आईडी तो नहीं
Inco
मुझे
off
लगता है ये
location.
हाँ कुछ तो होता
Now they
होगा
can start
चाइनीज
to
वालों को तो
exert
मिलेगी.
control on the southeast side of Severny. T2K, who will be their
आईडी
southern
बनी रहती है
neighbours.
बस ये पीस कोड
Nova,
खेलते हैं ना.
high ground to the southeast side of shooting range.
PUBG में
as
एक आईडी
they'll
बना रखे इस
be able to claim possession of a valuable
क्योंकि इनके में
asset
स्किन
in the
वगैरह
range
होती
they've
है.
been able to achieve there.
या तो स्किन
Alter
वगैरह हटा
Ego
लेते
a
होंगे.
little bit further down the hill, and they are very, very central. Next
Allow नहीं
circle,
होगा ना
and this
स्किन वगैरह.
flank is a very, very important shift. It goes northwest. It encompasses shooting range in a central location and slap bang on top of
उसमें वो भी
Nova's
तो नहीं आता.
central,
गन के
strong,
स्किन को.
high ground area.
सब हटा.
Inco on the eastern side of things, moving
Laser,
very,
laser,
very
full
fast through the
set.
south of Severny. 4 Angry
क्या
Men are a
पता
little
भाई
bit ahead
आईडी
of them on
बना
the
देते
curve,
हो.
and Alpha 7 are sweeping in on the
भाई,
northern side. IHC
Oh
pushing
भाई,
up that
इनको
western
मोरिया.
edge and
इनको-
looking to move
इनको-
up and into territory that
इनको
they
ये
can
दोबारा
find.
कैसे आ
Inco,
गए?
though, drawn a
प्रोग्राम पे
little
जाने
bit
का भी
short
नहीं
controlling this compound. This is the compound they tried to push into
कह रहे हैं वो
earlier,
अंडा
but
जोड़
4
के
Angry
गलत
Men
कर
didn't
दिया
let them
हमने.
access. They will now be able to
लेजेंड
hold
लेजेंड की
on
तरह
into
मरता है.
it. They're on the northeast
हैं.
side,
दो
maybe a
बंदे
little bit
हैं,
further
उधर
out than they might
ये
usually
कलवा
like,
legend आ
but
गया.
they will be fine for now.
ओ भाई
They
लो.
will be able to take control of it.
T2 है यार.
और
Bit
ये
of a
बंदा
difficult
बढ़िया.
shift for a lot of these
तो
teams.
मेरा मार में
Heading
कह
up
रहा है
towards
भाई
shooting
मार रहे हो
range.
ना लो आओ तुम्हें ही पेलता हूँ पहले.
Severny still in play. Inco has to move a bit further across.
हर
Alpha
किसी
7
में ऐसा दम
moving
नहीं है.
early on towards that north side. Maybe a little bit hesitant about this one actually. Worried
चला
about
गया
the play that
खेलेगा.
they made. Again, very central still though. Can move further down towards the south, and they currently hold that ridge side, which is great news for them. Nova able to flip their way in. Works out beautifully well for them.
मैं
4
लेवल
him
X
up
कब
towards the
दिखेगा
north
भाई.
side. Nova has caused a lot of problems for him over the past couple of games.
Knocked out.
S2G currently got their
जब सुलाल का
2-2.
gameplay हो जाएगा.
Rozok, as well as 2 players up towards Severny side.
अभी तो
Perhaps
नॉर्मल भी
S2G
नहीं खेल
looking
पा रहे
for maybe
हैं.
some players passing through,
छोटे
figuring out
Level
these
X
rotations. But
started.
I do think that S2G needs
इतना तो
support,
जिंदा नहीं मारता.
some players to come to their aid. Now it's just 2 players versus the guys from Geek
भाई
Fam.
भाई भाई ये मोमेंट होता
High
है.
up towards the stairs now for Geek Fam. As Micah able to roll in for the backup with snipes as well. Dan Rude on the
भाई ये
offensive
जा रहा
playing
है
in the second
Latin
building.
America
Kelsey
का
and Razy
Jonathan.
work cut out for
भाई.
them. This is what it takes to be at the top of the tables here at the Pmgc though, and Kelsey isn't going to let them go down without a fight. Kelsey finds one with a drop shot. He swings for a second. It's huge. But Razy now left high and dry on the inside as S2G are split. The rest of the players from the team will have to come in a little bit
अबे तू आगे
faster
चला
if
गया
they
क्या?
want to try and save
हाँ,
this
मैं
one.
पीछे
The
हो गया
Rezzes
होगा.
need to come through for Geek Fam if they don't want to go down here to
अबे
Razy
भाई,
as he drops for a
2G.
second time around. And they did through the door, and it's brutal. 3 players now sprawled
भाई,
at the feet of
आगे
S2G,
चला
and there's the
गया.
backup that they were looking for. This
backup आ गया.
is a #1 team
मर
from
गए क्या वो?
Turkey. They
ना,
are
ना.
fighting for the
अभी चल
top
रहा है, उसका
spot.
team
They
का
are
backup आ
giving
गया.
it one hell of a go. Micah last to stand and will
मार
fall
दिया.
down.
इस वाले को मार
S2G
दिया.
with 3. Still in the thick of it.
What a crazy play coming there through from S2G with 2 players holding down the fort with only 1 casualty as well. Such a surprising turn of results there.
इस टर्की जैसी
This is why
भी ऐसी टीम आ
S2G is
सकती
currently
है.
on top.
3 सेकंड 2 सेकंड ठीक है.
T2K on that top side looking to
नहीं
first
मैं
more
तो
points.
मैंने
Another
रिफ्रेश मान लिया.
northern shift on the
अब मैं आगे
circle.
चलूँगा.
और
Inco
55
happy with this
54
one. As a Wolves. Influence
क्या
Kevin
हुआ?
also in a good
50.
position. Alpha 7
और इनकी फाइट होगी अब. ब्रू
here as well. A lot of the
DRS.
usual names, the usual
DRS को
suspects.
DBS से भर दी.
DRS. 2 of them dispatched. Put it out.
ये bंदे DBS ही
Blast
चलाते हैं
them
ब्रू वाले.
away. 4 Angry
Oh
Men
भाई.
now in the thick of it
साथ-
against the
साथ-
Wolves, who have had a
साथ
bit of a
निभाना, साथ दिया हो
resurgence
रहा
today
तुम्हारा.
themselves. Strong performances,
तो
high
बग्गी के
elimination
अंदर ही जब
games that we've
कर
seen
दिया.
from this squad. 4 AM want to try and channel
teammate
that
तो बैठ
power,
जाओ,
memory
छोड़ दिया
on the
क्या?
ridge
ओ
line,
भाई.
taking the vehicle out
क्या है
itself.
इनका?
Doesn't want to
Angry?
go up in flames with
Man.
it. Remember,
एंग्री मैन भाई चढ़ गए भाई इन
going to
पे.
be knocked
4 angry
and
men.
flushed for the Wolves. 4 Angry Men retain control now
नीड तो
in
बढ़िया
the
था.
hillsides to the southeast of shooting range. They'll stay up in the shack.
सावन स्वान.
Played
ये
in
पाजी
the
अपने
deck,
क्लासिक
but
में खेले हैं ये
quickly
टीमें
res
तो.
back up again. Fireflux moving through. This edge
क्लासिक में तो
side
ये
again.
मतलब जो भी रुकते हैं ना ये
DRS
रुकेंगे भी
did
नहीं.
suffer. Look for a cheeky way in.
घुस
Doesn't
जाएंगे
always
अब.
work out. That stealth
घुस
can be
जाएंगे.
broken, it seems.
कई बार होता है कि वो रैंक पुश कर रहे होते हैं फिर उसके बाद
Fireflux, on the other hand, with a battering round approach, sends directly into the circle, loses one on the approach. That's to IHC. And they'll just send further in, happy to play the rest of this game out with just 3 players, the last game of the day.
Wolf वाले तो गिर गए हैं
Fireflux tumbling down the hillside and Soulless right into the crosshairs of
नाम बदनाम कर रहा है Soulless कह रहा है एक जीत गया हूं तो यार बात जीतेगा
just yet. Fortunately though, T2K have an answer. They've played from Severny before and they've got punished for leaving it early. This time around, the position that they've managed to take, very nice for them. T2K with a lot of power here in this circle. They don't have any eliminations just yet, but I'm sure they're just around the corner if they play their cards right. Nade from Lutz finds Beautiful, and it's traded off. Alpha 7 though, hang on a minute. They've moved in from the northwest.
Sticking to the guns and shooting range. That's what we like to see. T2K trying to take us a little bit further now. Player went down, quickly res back. Fireflux taking some serious casualties at the moment. It's an awkward position to play. This is always an awkward position to play. This is very much the last resort. You send in, it's more than likely you're going to go down. I think most of the times I see the circle and see teams playing in that position. It's always teams like Alpha 7 and T2K continue to put the pressure in. As soon as you have another team in that area as well, like Wolves and Fireflux currently are, it's basically game over because neither you could leave. And to win out on this position currently the Fireflux is playing, you need the ability to play space. And with Wolves being on that side, there just isn't any.
When you say Wolves, it really is fairly diminished in power there for them. Memory and Beautiful, the 2 operatives for the squad. Playing as a duo though. Still plenty of opportunity. What have you seen, Blake?
I've seen Inco. Next circle, dead center.
Oh.
It's very Inco-like.
Funny that.
I mean, I did say at the beginning of the game, you get given the circles, you've got to run with them. So if Inco can translate here, that's all that matters.
IHC find a player from said I wanted to see something from them. It's not going to be this game. We'll have to wait until tomorrow, see if they can readjust. They have got the night to do so tomorrow morning as well here in Jakarta. Hopefully they get up on the right side of the bed because they are going to need one hell of a performance if they want a chance for the top. I don't think it's possible at this stage for them. 45 points in 2 days.
Yeah.
They would need to have such a turnaround, which I don't think we've ever seen.
This point in time, I don't think they know which side is the wrong side of the bed. They've made a lot of adjustments. Nothing seems to be working. Just going to swing the legs out, pray for the best. Alter Ego down towards that southwest side. Nova very close to them. Nova getting taken out. 4v4 versus Alter Ego earlier in this tournament. And again, Alter Ego with their chicken in earlier on today. Let's see them in 14th place. Still good to see them get some points on the board though.
Top does get knocked, but Pika runs him down. Fireflux out of it. 13th place to finish their day. Potential to go even lower if Alter Ego and Buradam have a game. Alter Ego actually with a challenge from Nova for their position towards the south. Both of whom are going to have to move further in and near to 4 Angry Men. I don't think Nova really want to go for this engagement fully, but they might not have a choice in this scenario. Alpha 7 on the northwestern side being harried and hampered by Demo from IHC. 3 players active for the roster, but only one of them really is the player they're going to be worried about. Really go for this res for Revo as Alex moves up to the wall as well. Mafioso already down, and Revo, yeah, he's backed off that res. Drops a smoke. And Revo playing 1 versus 3 as a backstop against IHC. Has got backup with sightlines from the other players of Alpha 7, but not really too much to do there. Revo launching these nades. He needs a good knock. That's brilliantly through, but not going to find the knock just yet onto Alex. Managed to get that heal open. Hang on a minute, we tune back on over with Alter Ego as they're taking the fight against Nova. They managed to find 2 knocks. Frozen and Paraboy, though, standing strong. 1 and 2 for Paraboy. This is Nova, but he gets shut down. Potato, the last player standing in a 1 versus 1. It's going to be Frozen to take the challenge. The shots are coming through from across the way. There's a third party as well. Alter Ego, 4 alive, need to get the reses to stay in, but Nova falls to their blade. Another time, another result, Alter Ego, the kryptonite for Nova.
You wonder if they could even get these reses off with the circle pushing them in, but once again, it's Nova taking a tumble to the masked men of Alter Ego. Alpha 7 similarly also taking heavy casualties. Cannot catch a break today, John.
Alter Ego just trying to move forwards. You can't really do too much on the reses here, so solo play. Wolves screening down the hill. They were a duo for a while, but Memory now left alone. Svan will not let them get this res, you can be sure of that. IHC eliminated in the meantime. Alpha 7 falling. Leaves the number of teams that can hit that top spot to end the day. Very, very small with Inco already down 3 players. They're very central, so should be able to get these reses if they play their cards right. S2G want to hold off against that. They are playing on the eastern side. Buradam, their main problem right now. 4 players alive for Buradam. 2 of them, oh sorry, 1 of them all the way up northern side. Influence Kemin also playing from Severny. Will have to push down south.
Some serious hesitancy here. Many teams are going to try and move on to Inco. Worried that there's a separate team over in those houses to the west of them. 3 eliminations, but great spot in the circle. Controlling a lot of teams. Svan tries to run down Potato here.
Side, and actually Silas is found. Buradam sweep S2G away. A chance for Inco to end their day high. Be able to take that spot back. Currently 12 points behind with the eliminations added on for S2G. The placement points will start to add up as well. So they're going to need about 15 points on this game. Maybe a little bit more if they're lucky. Nenebete and the rest of the squad are back to full fighting balls. They were down to just the 1 player earlier that influenced Kevin. Looking to try and place spoiler. Unfortunately, it's just not going to go their way. Players falling left and right around them. They're picking up these points. Lil Boy finds Nenebete. Goes super low. Will get taken down, but those reses can come through unless T2K deal with Wolves early and move in to try and go for this third party. Rig. Shots over towards Memory, already knocked and beautiful, still going somehow. I thought they were going to be done for near shooting range, but no, they are going to keep on trucking. Buradam on the east, they took care of S2G, current top dogs. And now they're going to turn their attention to everybody else.
Straight through the middle. Beautiful looking to take on the entirety of Buradam.
Beautiful फिर बचा हुआ है भाई मेरे को ही छला हुआ दिख रहा है
6 eliminations so far, seeing them pretty on 65 at the moment. A little bit behind Fireflux and S2E. STE in 12th and 13th place. Stalwart still in the game, central spot. T2K though, walking upon Inco as 4, and they're split at the moment. This could be great for them.
They've already managed to get 1 flush. Vitali do not get this one. Just squash now remaining as Becca fell earlier. Nenebete, Reservoir, T2K not wanting to cross the road just yet. Don't want to reinvest instead. They're going to establish themselves. Like Stalwart further south of them. There's a lot of 4-player teams that they need to worry about.
Taking shots towards the north side. A lot of precedent on those compounds anymore. The amount of central shift we see towards this end game, towards the late game in stage 6, stage 7, stage 8. It's likely at some point we'll head back down over towards Stalwart, barring some crazy shit. Down towards 4 AM, Buradam and Stalwart. Inco will have to leave, so T2K. Still a decent result for Inco. Towards that top 5 once again.
ये अब जोर में कोई घर ही नहीं है तो चीटिंग है भाई.
Really with a chance to get themselves in the game. Inco still a little bit lacking to take that top spot back from S2G to end their day. But either way, they will be right in that conversation for tomorrow, Blank. It's going to be real tight at the top. Yeah, it's all but done here. T2K rolling on around now, want to take this fight. They paused it for a while. They allowed Inco to get back to full HP, but now they have shots through the windows from across the road and nades pouring in on the close range from the duo that they sent through. Rig on the back with 2 nades in pocket. Legend launching them in. Hopefully looking for the golden arm there. Another in the windows. Nenebete playing on that ground floor. Top floor position as well. Looks like Godlike Stalwart might have some angles onto the outside here. So T2K do need to be a little bit careful. They can't really afford to push too hard, but
वो टीम भी नहीं आई ना अभी.
there's already a knock onto their back
रशिया
line.
वॉर की वजह
They
से.
need to slow things down just that little bit. God, like Stalwart making this really tricky.
पहली बार सुना.
T2K wants to leave this
Yeah,
position.
ये T2K तो वैन से मरेगी मुझे.
Knows just the same. They can stall this out for a long while, potentially even get a fourth place
Play
on the back of this one. Nenebete has to pull out some B, but the drop isn't quite there.
How on earth did he manage to hold that one out? The push is good. Nenebete able to play around perfectly. And squash it for a second. T2K faltering. A third goes down, and it's just Jane. It was all in the palm of their hand, and it slipped away. Inko playing a smoke, so difficult to catch.
इनमें तो कुछ नहीं बचा, ये तो गए दोनों के दोनों टीमें.
They rack up points. They move further in and deeper towards the top. They will try and fling themselves up to try and overtake S2G, but Squash going down leaves just Nenebete, a powerful player, sure. But what can he do from here? With nades pouring over the top, you've got to imagine this is going to be close to it for him.
Jane looking for that revenge. That last bit of redemption he can give for the rest of his team. Already picked up Squash, just should have sightlines down towards Nenebete. That's Legend going down to the place, so Jane will have to move out from that outpost soon. Nenebete dropped a lot of smokes. We'll keep him in cover for a while, but Jane's got nothing left. It's not spraying in the right direction. And somehow, some way, Inko gives him the Uno reverso.
नेट परफेक्ट होगा क्या ये? दो नेट हुआ है.
4 teams alive rather.
भाई ये चीज बढ़िया
13
लगता है भाई. एसटी वाले एक पे एक नेट
Inko have picked up a whole bunch of points for their position. Nenebete, a star from the Brazilian region, giving them such a platform to play from.
खुल के खेल रहे कवर पे कवर.
But now has it all to do against 3 full squads. Need to play them off against each other masterfully. It's the only way this happens. Does go a little bit his way, but Buddha rolling straight on in and into the open field. They might just get cut down here, and with any luck, Nenebete will be able to pick up 1 or 2 of them as well. Nenebete, he turns it on, and Tiger Balls as well. He's going to get shot out by the rest of Buddha, but he has cover from the range, and there's no way that they can push him with godlike Stalwart right above him.
Only one first aid kit, but Nenebete's held his own, and 7 eliminations. Inko going much further. This is an incredible turnout for Nenebete. Once again, this is what he was always known for. These endgame pushes as a solo player. Like I said, have to play each team off one another. Pretend he's not there. Act like the mosquito in the mist.
Made long from 4 Angry Men. Buggy. Nenebete will have to move from his strongholds that he's managed to establish so far. Doesn't have too much time to play with. Action shots over towards Spam. Tags 1 and damage found. Unfortunately, he's not going to get the knock for them, but will pause on everything else. Nenebete now having to move. There is no other option. 4 teams remain. Maybe a miracle can happen, but it's just not really very likely, even for a player like Nenebete. Managed to get a bit of a resupply going. Dropping it through. Smokes are there. Has got first aid back on board with a resupply. Does not have much to operate with. 2 smokes do bloom. And he moves on up the roadside a little bit closer.
And nades as well, he keeps on throwing them. He's saying anything about Nenebete. He's saying he's determined. This is very good stuff. The fact that he carries on going, takes a bit more damage. First aid kit, that one up, I think that's the last one left for him.
No, he's got 2 more behind actually there. He managed to get that resupply. Does need to shimmy a little bit further. You can see he's being ticked pretty heavily. There is a vehicle there that he can use as cover. Godlike Stalwart will have to be careful. 4 Angry Men have shots out that way, and finally Kengzo puts a stop to Nenebete's run. With 3 teams remaining now, we are into double-digit placement points. Godlike Stalwart, 4 Angry Men, and Buradam, who needed a strong performance. You said you wanted it. Max said he wanted it. This is a team that has shown up before. With 2 players, can they do it again?
Kengzo was just so
Oh,
broken.
भाई, क्या कर दिया?
Walking up on top of 4am.
और वाले भाई पूरा घेर के बैठे कह रहे
Over on this
ओबे ये क्या हुआ?
side, one casualty down. It looks like Buradam's going to go for the third party, the massive third
क्या?
party.
अभी
The
मरेंगे एक साथ ही,
Molotov,
लेकिन मैं
everybody's
इसके
burning.
फिर
There's so
और
many
वाले
names.
साले
Now just good
अच्छा
shout
मरेंगे तो साथ
out.
भाई मरेंगे तो साथ मरेंगे भाई
One from 4am.
करे हुए तू चला जा भाई अगर जिंदा रहना
They might be able to just move through with the duo.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Launches another nade, wants to pinch away the points if he can.
ओ भाई
Jinx
लास्ट तो बचा ही
going
ओ
down.
भाई
Good shout. So low to it.
अभी
But Sky
इससे
only
आता
is
थोड़ी
close.
बचेगा ये
Wants to put the Molotovs in, but I think that might have dropped short. It's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
go for Angry Men. And now
अबे
2 versus
ठीक है, कितने
1.
बच्चे
Godlike
हैं?
Stalwart picked
2v2
up all
है।
those points, but 10 eliminations for Buradam.
भाई ये
A
2v2
chicken
भी
dinner
नहीं
at
है
this juncture
1v2
could
भी
put
किल
them
चोरी
back
कर
in
लिया
the
इनने
running. If they can keep it together, one player now left. Top, looking for the res onto action. In comes the roll down for Kengzo. Crashes into the vehicle, launches a teammate high, and Kengzo's good for one. Top now, 1 versus 2, into the upside down vehicle.
He's in it.
They spray around it. Kengzo, does he spot it? He does! And it is Buradam to light it up
पहली
for
बार ने वो
the last
पीका ने
game of
गलती
day
करी यार
2.
वहां जाके
Top trying to pull out the cheekiest move we've seen all
इनका चिकन
tournament.
था ही नहीं
As he's upside down like a bat in there, but
पूरे मालों ने आखिरकार कर वही दिया जो करते हैं वो
deny themselves to just take him down
उनका तो
instantaneously.
पता था
What
झुंड
a
में
third
मरेंगे
party coming through from them. Excellently played. They bided their time so well during that game and struck at the
साला
opportune
मर भी रहे
moment.
थे फिर भी दूर नहीं
4
जा
AM.
रहे
They were really living on the wire for such
मुझे
a long
लास्ट वाला पता
time
लगा
there.
मैच वो
Again though,
स्मोक में चला गया वहां जा रहा
strange storyline comes out from this. Buradam's super happy with this. Inco, really think they could have took that chicken dinner. Again, that proactivity.
3 पॉइंट और ये रहे इसके 2 पॉइंट कितने 5 पॉइंट
Look
का
towards
लॉस
that end game. They were all 4 in one
फिर
side
भी
of the
चिकन
building.
पे यार कॉन्फिडेंस
And
बूस्ट
then,
होता है
in the weirdest turns of events, they go 2-2
दो बार
in the
ऐसे
late
तू आके
game.
मर गए
This is the
दो
complete opposite of how they should have played this out. They should have been 2-2 towards those first 15 minutes and then recoalesced towards the end. The fact that they did that allowed T2K to come in, take down 2 of their players, and from there it was really awkward. And with the way that they dealt with a lot of T2K, you feel like if they were in a 4-man roster all in one building,
क्या
they
करना है
would
बताया
have
तूने
easily
दोबारा
punched
बता
back against T2K and maybe
अरे
even
तू
got themselves a
वो
chicken
मर्जी
dinner,
कर तू
which would have sent themselves
तेरे नाम देख
very,
के
very
आएंगे
comfortably into tomorrow.
They could have had a chance, maybe, but it was not to be this time around instead. Buradam, take
बंदे
it
जा
home.
रहे
We're going to
क्या?
head back to the analyst desk.
अच्छा देखना है
Seen Buradam actually taking home a win in what almost seemed like a lost game in the midst of it. They lost 2 players on a very interesting
बार तो मिला दो
rotate
भाई,
against
दिल से
Nenebete,
ख्वाहिश
and then they
उनका
somehow
चिकन
bring
था ही
it
नहीं,
back with that
वो ले,
incredible
चिकन
push from
की बात
Kenzo. Any words, Max?
साला इनको वाले ने
This close.
इन्हीं को भर दिया होता तो
This
एक
close to giving up, but
सही चला जाता
this is finally the games that I wanted. They had such a good breach towards the mid game too, onto the eastern
ढेर
side.
बंदे यार वो भी
Which
इनको
team that actually ended up being.
मरा नहीं
That was
है
a position that just gave them so much comfort, so much just extra protection over on the eastern edge. And then that third party, Kengzo, full send. He's like, this is our one opportunity because otherwise it's a 2v4.
भाई कितना पास
They're
बैठे
not
हुए
going to win
बंदे
it. That third party was key for them to steal away
बॉडी
that
तो लगा
chicken dinner.
बगल
And I'm glad that they didn't second guess themselves. I'm glad that they didn't think about it for too long. They
कई
just
बार
kind
होता
of
है
went
ऐसा
for
गुस्से
it.
में
And
चले
this
जाते
is
हैं
what we've
मारने
been expecting out of this team. I mean, I feel like we expected this team to be in the first stage yesterday.
करेगा मेरे को
And it was
Yes.
a big shock for us to be able to see him before this match in 15th place. Hopefully this is
Yamaha
going to
ने
be the turning
sponsor
point
कर
for them.
रखा है भाई
Remember, if for some reason you didn't get a chance to watch the group stages, they did come out first out of their group. And for their performance that we've been seeing so far, it just,
Buriram
it just wasn't
esports
it.
In their group full of
Buriram
veterans,
क्या
when it
नाम
comes to
है इसका
Pmgc
मैं?
too, like this been there year after year after year. I was a little bit surprised, but you know what? They got himself the chicken dinner.
Overall
It's going to
point
help them climb up in
दिखाओगे।
the rankings and put them potentially even in the race.
Oh.
If they keep it up.
होगी वैसे उसमें आगे होगी
Are we going to stretch it there?
पहले
You know what?
pitch
With
में
that
आगे हो।
performance, they did have over 10 eliminations. I think they might actually put themselves into contention to at least
Let's look at some of the highlights. And honestly, I can't wait for us to just get to Kengzo in that end game.
ये देखिए यहाँ पे बुलेट बल दे दोनों पड़े थे वैसे कैसे बच गए थे
Pull up to the ridge line, not even wait for his teammate. That's the crazy part. Not even wait for his teammate and just get out and shoot everyone. Absolutely absurd. That's the breach that I was originally talking about. That is where I thought it was going to fall apart. And that 4 AM
हुआ भाई
with
सीन
a similar situation, just different.
फिर ये भी है गलत
Lots of trouble.
Wow, Kengzo, those peaks above it. And no, this is not Stranger Things, okay? No upside down allowed, apparently, for Godlike Stalwart. And
ये अंदर बैठ के टेक्निक तो ठीक थी बट
by Kengzo
काम
with
नहीं
the
आई
MG3, and not much can really do against an MG3 at that kind of
बुरी राम
Still get himself some.
Second places.
I love that he tried though. I love that he tried the upside down.
It must
I love
be
that he
so
tried to be
confusing.
creative.
Like your phone's like your gyro. You're like, whoa, yeah, what's going on? I don't know.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Something ain't right. Yeah. That's the second time we did.
ओवर स्टोर ने कहीं और ही देख लूँगा जाके मैं.
Oh, man. Come back to a team that both of you actually were talking about maybe performing a little bit better today, which is like Stalwart. Finally, they did have not only a good circle, but also they made a lot out of it. Just in that very late game scenario didn't quite work out. Either way, they still stay in the race as well.
I think that with these two last performances, they put themselves in a decent position to end the second they'll play. The thing is, we need to see. I know I'm saying this quite a bit for quite a few teams like for Buridan. Stalwart. Okay, we need to see tomorrow. We cannot see this be their one flash in the pan for these grand finals, unfortunately.
Liquipedia में.
I would like to see a guy like Stalwart Chicken Dinner, which we have not seen yet.
वो पूरा e-sports का ही वेबसाइट ही है पूरा, उस पे तो सब देता ही है.
I think it could happen, but we'll see if they can try and transfer this kind of hype
Number one पे इनको फिर से आगे
into tomorrow's 6 games.
I'm so glad you mentioned the regression because we have seen a change in that. We were talking about how they were a little bit passive. They were second guessing themselves yesterday, and they just weren't the godlike Stalwart that we're used to seeing today.
नहीं तो एक काम कर PMGC 2022 लिखेगा ना, पहली वेबसाइट ही आएगी.
Finally stepped it up, and they stepped it up at the right time. And with those two back-to-back good performances, I think it's going to leave a lot to be desired to see what they're going to be doing tomorrow in the first game.
Talking about what they're going to do tomorrow, one team I really want to highlight that completely shined throughout this day once again is 4 AM. Sure, they didn't have that massive game that maybe some of us were hoping for, but they are so consistent time and time again, just like last game.
इसमें देखो ऑप्शन आ रहा होगा ग्रैंड फाइनल का लिखा होगा, उसमें क्लिक कर दियो. नीचे पॉइंट से वाला.
So many teams are trying to fight for the high gun position on the west. You had yourself your Nova that ended up going down to Alter Ego. Then there's so much space that was created. They're like, we want to take that position, clear all the teams over to the west, and if you do so, gather information. And in a position where you have not a lot of good hiding spots, you know exactly where almost every single team are going to be standing at that point, and that's what will enable them to get a good rotation. Until Stalwart just like got really aggressive, as we said, apparently to then just full sent it and it worked out, and the third party just made it a little bit weird to deal with.
Yeah, and for me, I'm actually gonna kind of stay away from 4 Angry Men, all right, just for a second, because I want to talk about Eco Gaming. I want to talk about what Black was saying, and I feel like it was just spot on, and something that you were talking about as well. That's a play at the end of the game. It makes absolutely no sense, and I think it kind of goes back a little bit to what we were saying earlier too, of where they're just getting blessed with circles and just taking full advantage whenever they were blessed with circles.
Actually, that's interesting because we were talking about them. What can they do if the circle's not coming their way? Here, the circle was kind of going away from them, and it's not the best execution on that side because they have, as you said, 4 players on that side. They just split. After I gotta say, full respect to Squash and Inhibite, they completely outdone my expectations almost, because my expectations were they're just going to lose all their players, while teams like T2K are going to get position on their location. I think also, there's another team that came on their location eventually, but they held strong as a duo, which is very impressive. But you got to do the duos, those splits at the right time, and in that case, that was not the right time.
Especially not at that late of the game.
20 minutes.
Yeah, and I do love when Inhibite showcase. I mean, he showcased that today was his day, right? Yesterday we didn't really get a chance to even talk about them. We're just talking mostly about Vitaly. Today we actually get a chance to talk about it. And by the way, the molly that he threw into the smoke and then went up the stairs and set up the other player perfectly to just run into it, and then it made it an easy elimination for them. Those are the little things that showcase that this team can.
भाई मजा आया ऐसा. मजे में स्ट्रीम हो गया तो